Jasher. Chapter 31. 1. And in the 7th year, Jacob's service which he served Laban was completed. And Jacob said unto Laban, Give me my wife, for the days of my service are fulfilled. And Laban did so, and Laban and Jacob assembled all the people of that place, and they made a feast. 2. And in the evening Laban came to the house, and afterward Jacob came there with the people of the feast, and Laban extinguished all the lights that were there in the house. 3. And Jacob said unto Laban, Wherefore dost thou do this thing unto us? And Laban answered, Such is our custom to act in this land. 4. And afterward Laban took his daughter Leah, and he brought her to Jacob. And he came to her, and Jacob did not know that she was Leah. 5. And Laban gave his daughter Leah, his maid Zilpah, for a handmaid. 6. And all the people at the feast knew what Laban had done to Jacob, but they did not tell the thing to Jacob. 7. And all the neighbors came that night to Jacob's house, and they ate and drank and rejoiced, and played before Leah upon timbrels, and with dances, and they responded before Jacob, Helia, Helia. 8. And Jacob heard their words, but did not understand their meaning. But he thought such might be their custom in this land. 9. And the neighbors spoke these words before Jacob during the night. And all the lights that were in the house Laban had that night extinguished. 10. And in the morning, when daylight appeared, Jacob turned to his wife, and he saw, and behold, it was Leah that had been lying in his bosom. And Jacob said, Behold, now I know what the neighbors said. Last night, Helia, they said, and I knew it not. 11. And Jacob called unto Laban, and said unto him, What is this that thou didst unto me? Surely I served thee for Rachel, and why didst thou deceive me, and didst give me Leah? 12. And Laban answered Jacob, saying, Not so is it done in our place too. Give the younger before the elder. Now, therefore, if thou desirest to, take her sister likewise. Take her unto thee for the service which thou wilt serve me for another 7 years. 13. And Jacob did so, and he also took Rachel for a wife, and he served Laban 7 years more. And Jacob also came to Rachel, and he loved Rachel more than Leah. And Laban gave her his maid Bilhah for a handmaid. 14. And when the Lord saw that Leah was hated, the Lord opened her womb, and she conceived and bare Jacob 4 sons in those days. 15. And these are their names, Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah, and she afterward left bearing. 16. And at that time Rachel was barren, and she had no offspring, and Rachel envied her sister Leah. And when Rachel saw that she bare no children to Jacob, she took her handmaid Bilhah, and she bare Jacob 2 sons, Dan and Naphtali. 17. And when Leah saw that she had left bearing, she also took her handmaid Zilpah, and she gave her to Jacob for a wife. And Jacob also came to Zilpah, and she also bare Jacob 2 sons, Gad and Asher. 18. And Leah again conceived and bare Jacob in those days 2 sons and 1 daughter, and these are their names, Issachar, Zebulun, and their sister Dinah. 19. And Rachel was still barren in those days, and Rachel prayed unto the Lord at that time, and she said, O Lord God, remember me, and visit me, I beseech thee, for now my husband will cast me off, for I have borne him no children. 20. Now, O Lord God, hear my supplication before thee, and see my affliction, and give me children like one of the handmaids, that I may no more bear my reproach. 21. And God heard her, and opened her womb, and Rachel conceived, and bare a son. And she said, The Lord has taken away my reproach. And she called his name Joseph, saying, May the Lord add to me another son. And Jacob was 91 years old when she bare him. 22. At that time Jacob's mother, Rebekah, sent her nurse Deborah, the daughter of Uzi, and 2 of Isaac's servants unto Jacob. 23. And they came to Jacob to Haran, and they said unto him, Rebekah has sent us to thee, that thou shalt return to thy father's house, to the land of Canaan. And Jacob hearkened unto them in this which his mother had spoken. 24. At that time, the other 7 years which Jacob served Laban for Rachel were completed, and it was at the end of 14 years that he had dwelt in Haran, that Jacob said unto Laban, Give me my wives, and send me away, that I may go to my land. For behold, my mother did send unto me from the land of Canaan, that I should return to my father's house. 25. And Laban said unto him, Not so, I pray thee, if I have found favor in thy sight, do not leave me. Appoint me thy wages, and I will give them, and remain with me. 26. And Jacob said unto him, This is what thou shalt give me for wages, that I shall this day pass through all thy flock, and take away from them every lamb that is speckled and spotted, and such as are brown, amongst the sheep and amongst the goats. And if thou wilt do this thing for me, I will return and feed thy flock, and keep them as at first. 27. And Laban did so, and Laban removed from his flock all that Jacob had said, and gave them to him. 28. And Jacob placed all that he had removed from Laban's flock in the hands of his sons, and Jacob was feeding the remainder of Laban's flock. 29. And when the servants of Isaac, which he had sent unto Jacob, saw that Jacob would not then return with them to the land of Canaan to his father, they then went away from him, and they returned home to the land of Canaan. 30. And Deborah remained with Jacob in Haran, and she did not return with the servants of Isaac to the land of Canaan. And Deborah resided with Jacob's wives and children in Haran. 31. And Jacob served Laban 6 years longer, and when the sheep brought forth, Jacob removed from them such as were speckled and spotted, as he had determined with Laban, and Jacob did so at Laban's for 6 years. And the man increased abundantly, and he had cattle, and made servants and men servants, camels and asses. 32. And Jacob had 200 drove of cattle, and his cattle were of large size and of beautiful appearance, and were very productive. And all the families of the sons of men desired to get some of the cattle of Jacob, for they were exceedingly prosperous. 33. And many of the sons of men came to procure some of Jacob's flock. And Jacob gave them a sheep for a man's servant or a maid's servant, or for an ass or a camel, or whatever Jacob desired from them they gave him. 34. And Jacob obtained riches and honor and possessions by means of these transactions with the sons of men, and the children of Laban envied him of this honor. 35. And in the course of time he heard the words of Laban's sons, saying, Jacob has taken away all that was our father's, and of that which was our father's has he acquired all this glory. 36. And Jacob beheld the countenance of Laban and of his children, and behold, it was not toward him in those days as it had been before. 37. And the Lord appeared to Jacob at the expiration of the 6 years, and said unto him, Arise, go forth out of this land, and return to the land of thy birthplace, and I will be with thee. 38. And Jacob rose up at that time, and he mounted his children and wives and all belonging to him upon camels, and he went forth to go to the land of Canaan to his father Isaac. 39. And Laban did not know that Jacob had gone from him, for Laban had been that day sheep shearing. 40. And Rachel stole her father's images, and she took them, and she concealed them upon the camel upon which she sat, and she went on. 41. And this is the manner of the images, in taking a man who is the firstborn, and slaying him, and taking the hair off his head, and taking salt and salting the head and anointing it in oil, then taking a small tablet of copper or a tablet of gold and writing the name upon it, and placing the tablet under his tongue, and taking the head with the tablet under the tongue, and putting it in the house, and lighting up lights before it, and bowing down to it. 42. And at the time when they bowed down to it, it speaketh to them in all matters that they ask of it, through the power of the name, which is written in it. 43. And some make them in the figures of men, of gold and silver, and go to them in times known to them, and the figures receive the influence of the stars, and tell them future things. And in this manner were the images which Rachel stole from her father. 44. And Rachel stole these images which were her father's in order, that Laban might not know through them where Jacob had gone. 45. And Laban came home, and he asked concerning Jacob and his household, and he was not to be found. And Laban sought his images, to know where Jacob had gone, and could not find them. And he went to some other images, and he inquired of them, and they told him that Jacob had fled from him to his fathers, to the land of Canaan. 46. And Laban then rose up, and he took his brothers and all his servants, and he went forth and pursued Jacob, and he overtook him in Mount Gilead. 47. And Laban said unto Jacob, What is this thou hast done to me too? Flee and deceive me, and lead my daughters and their children as captives taken by the sword. 48. And thou didst not suffer me to kiss them and send them away with joy. And thou didst steal my gods, and didst go away. 49. And Jacob answered Laban, saying, Because I was afraid lest thou wouldst take thy daughters by force from me, and now with whomsoever thou findest thy gods he shall die. 50. And Laban searched for the images, and he examined in all Jacob's tents and furniture, but could not find them. 51. And Laban said unto Jacob, We will make a covenant together, and it shall be a testimony between me and thee, if thou shalt afflict my daughters, or shalt take other wives besides my daughters, even God shall be a witness between me and thee in this matter. 52. And they took stones and made a heap, and Laban said, This heap is a witness between me and thee. Therefore he called the name thereof Gilead. 53. And Jacob and Laban offered sacrifice upon the mount, and they ate there by the heap, and they tarried in the mount all night. And Laban rose up early in the morning, and he wept with his daughters, and he kissed them, and he returned unto his place. 54. And he hastened and sent off his son Beer, who was 17 years old, with Abikaroth the son of Uzi, the son of Naho, and with them were 10 men. 55. And they hastened and went and passed on the road before Jacob, and they came by another road to the land of Seir. 56. And they came unto Esau, and said unto him, Thus saith thy brother and relative, thy mother's brother Laban, the son of Bethuel, saying, 57. Hast thou heard what Jacob thy brother has done unto me, who first came to me naked and bare, and I went to meet him, and brought him to my house with honor, and I made him great, and I gave him my 2 daughters for wives, and also 2 of my maids. 58. And God blessed him on my account, and he increased abundantly, and had sons, daughters, and maidservants. 59. He is also an immense stock of flocks and herds, camels and asses, also silver and gold in abundance. And when he saw that his wealth increased, he left me whilst I went to shear my sheep, and he rose up and fled in secrecy. 60. And he lifted his wives and children upon camels, and he led away all his cattle and property which he acquired in my land. And he lifted up his countenance to go to his father Isaac to the land of Canaan. 61. And he did not suffer me to kiss my daughters and their children. And he led my daughters as captives taken by the sword. And he also stole my gods, and he fled. 62. And now I have left him in the mountain of the brook of Jebukim, and all belonging to him. He lacketh nothing. 63. If it be thy wish to go to him, go then, and there wilt thou find him, and thou canst do unto him as thy soul desireth. And Laban's messengers came and told Esau all these things. 64. And Esau heard all the words of Laban's messengers, and his anger was greatly kindled against Jacob, and he remembered his hatred, and his anger burned within him. 65. And Esau hastened and took his children and servants and the souls of his household, being 60 men, and he went and assembled all the children of Seir the Horite and their people, being 340 men, and took all this number of 400 men with drawn swords, and he went unto Jacob to smite him. 66. And Esau divided this number into several parts, and he took the 60 men of his children and servants and the souls of his household as one head, and gave them in care of Eliphaz his eldest. So 67. And the remaining heads he gave to the care of the 6 sons of Seir, the Horite, and he placed every man over his generations and children. 68. And the whole of this camp went as it was, and Esau went amongst them toward Jacob, and he conducted them with speed. 69. And Laban's messengers departed from Esau and went to the land of Canaan, and they came to the house of Rebekah, the mother of Jacob, and Esau. 70. And they told her, saying, Behold, thy son Esau has gone against his brother Jacob with 400 men, for he heard that he was coming, and he is gone to make war with him, and to smite him, and to take all that he has. 71. And Rebekah hastened and sent 72 men from the servants of Isaac to meet Jacob on the road. For she said, Peradventure Esau may make war in the road when he meets him. 72. And these messengers went on the road to meet Jacob, and they met him in the road of the brook, on the opposite side of the brook Jabbok. And Jacob said when he saw them, This camp is destined to me from God. And Jacob called the name of that place Machnaim. 73. And Jacob knew all his father's people, and he kissed them and embraced them and came with them. And Jacob asked them concerning his father and mother, and they said they were well. 74. And these messengers said unto Jacob, Rebekah thy mother has sent us to thee, saying, I have heard, my son, that thy brother Esau has gone forth against thee on the road with men from the children of Seir the Horite. 75. And therefore, my son, hearken to my voice, and see with thy counsel what thou wilt do. And when he cometh up to thee, supplicate him, and do not speak rashly to him, and give him a present from what thou possessest, and from what God has favored thee with. 76. And when he asketh thee concerning thy affairs, conceal nothing from him. Perhaps he may turn from his anger against thee, and thou wilt thereby save thy soul, thou and all belonging to thee, for it is thy duty to honor him, for he is thy elder brother. 77. And when Jacob heard the words of his mother, which the messengers had spoken to him, Jacob lifted up his voice and wept bitterly, and did as his mother then commanded him. Underscore. The Book of Jasher, chapter 32. 1. And at that time Jacob sent messengers to his brother Esau toward the land of Seir, and he spoke to him words of supplication. 2. And he commanded them, saying, Thus shall ye say to my lord to Esau, Thus saith thy servant Jacob, Let not my lord imagine that my father's blessing with which he did bless me has proved beneficial to me. 3. For I have been these 20 years with Laban, and he deceived me, and changed my wages 10 times, as it has all been already told, unto my lord. 4. And I served him in his house very laboriously, and God afterward saw my affliction, my labor, and the work of my hands, and he caused me to find grace and favor in his sight. 5. And I afterward, through God's great mercy and kindness, acquired oxen and asses and cattle, and men's servants and maidservants. 6. And now I am coming to my land and my home to my father and mother, who are in the land of Canaan, and I have sent to let my Lord know. All this in order to find favor in the sight of my Lord, so that he may not imagine that I have of myself obtained wealth, or that the blessing with which my father blessed me has benefited me. 7. And those messengers went to Esau, and found him on the borders of the land of Edom, going toward Jacob, and 400 men of the children of Seir the Horite were standing with drawn swords. 8. And the messengers of Jacob told Esau all the words that Jacob had spoken to them concerning Esau. 9. And Esau answered them with pride and contempt, and said unto them, Surely I have heard, and truly it has been told unto me what Jacob has done to Laban, who exalted him in his house, and gave him his daughters for wives. And he begot sons and daughters, and abundantly increased in wealth and riches in Laban's house through his means. 10. And when he saw that his wealth was abundant and his riches great, he fled with all belonging to him from Laban's house, and he led Laban's daughters away from the face of their father as captives, taken by the sword without telling him of it. 11. And not only to Laban has Jacob done thus, but also unto me has he done so, and has twice supplanted me. And shall I be silent? 12. Now therefore I have this day come with my camps to meet him, and I will do unto him according to the desire of my heart. 13. And the messengers returned, and came to Jacob, and said unto him, We came to thy brother, to Esau, and we told him all thy words, and thus has he answered us. And behold, he cometh to meet thee with 400 men. 14. Now then know, and see what thou shalt do, and pray before God to deliver thee from him. 15. And when he heard the words of his brother, which he had spoken to the messengers of Jacob, Jacob was greatly afraid, and he was distressed. 16. And Jacob prayed to the Lord his God, and he said, O Lord God of my fathers, Abraham and Isaac, thou didst say unto me when I went away from my father's house, saying, 17. I am the Lord God of thy father Abraham, and the God of Isaac. Unto thee do I give this land and thy seed after thee, and I will make thy seed as the stars of heaven, and thou shalt spread forth to the 4 sides of heaven, and in thee and in thy seed shall all the families of the earth be blessed. 18. And thou didst establish thy words, and didst give unto me riches, and children and cattle, as the utmost wishes of my heart didst. Thou give unto thy servant. Thou didst give unto me all that I asked from thee, so that I lacked nothing. 19. And thou didst afterward say unto me, Return to thy parents and to thy birthplace, and I will still do well with thee. 20. And now that I have come, and thou didst deliver me from Laban, I shall fall in the hands of Esau, who will slay me, yet together with the mothers of my children. 21. Now therefore, O Lord God, deliver me, I pray thee, also from the hands of my brother Esau, for I am greatly afraid of him. 22. And if there is no righteousness in me, do it for the sake of Abraham and my father Isaac. 23. For I know that through kindness and mercy have I acquired this wealth. Now therefore I beseech thee to deliver me this day with thy kindness, and to answer me. 24. And Jacob ceased praying to the Lord, and he divided the people that were with him with the flocks and cattle into 2 camps, and he gave the half to the care of Damesek, the son of Eleazar, Abraham's servant, for a camp with his children, and the other half he gave to the care of his brother Elianas, the son of Eleazar, to be for a camp with his children. 25. And he commanded them, saying, Keep yourselves at a distance with your camps, and do not come too near each other. And if Esau come to one camp and slay it, the other camp at a distance from it will escape him. 26. And Jacob tarried there that night, and during the whole night he gave his servants instructions concerning the forces and his children. 27. And the Lord heard the prayer of Jacob on that day, and the Lord then delivered Jacob from the hands of his brother Esau. 28. And the Lord sent 3 angels of the angels of heaven, and they went before Esau and came to him. 29. And these angels appeared unto Esau and his people as 2,000 men, riding upon horses furnished with all sorts of war instruments. And they appeared in the sight of Esau and all his men, to be divided into 4 camps, with 4 chiefs to them. 30. And one camp went on, and they found Esau coming with 400 men toward his brother Jacob. And this camp ran toward Esau and his people, and terrified them. And Esau fell off the horse in alarm. And all his men separated from him in that place, for they were greatly afraid. 31. And the whole of the camp shouted after them when they fled from Esau. And all the warlike men answered, saying, 32. Surely we are the servants of Jacob, who is the servant of God, and who then can stand against us? And Esau said unto them, O then, my Lord and brother Jacob is your Lord, whom I have not seen for these 20 years, and now that I have this day come to see him, do you treat me in this manner? 33. And the angels answered him, saying, As the Lord liveth, or not, Jacob of whom thou speakest thy brother, we had not let one remaining from thee and thy people, but only on account of Jacob we will do nothing to them. 34. And this camp passed from Esau and his men, and it went away. And Esau and his men had gone from them about a league when the second camp came toward him with all sorts of weapons, and they also did unto Esau and his men as the first camp had done to them. 35. And when they had left it to go on, behold, the third camp came toward him, and they were all terrified. And Esau fell off the horse, and the whole camp cried out and said, Surely we are the servants of Jacob, who is the servant of God, and who can stand against us? 36. And Esau again answered them, saying, O then, Jacob my lord and your Lord is my brother, and for 20 years I have not seen his countenance, and hearing this day that he was coming, I went this day to meet him, and do you treat me in this manner? 37. And they answered him, and said unto him, As the Lord liveth, were not Jacob thy brother, as thou didst say, we had not left a remnant from thee and thy men, but on account of Jacob, of whom thou speakest, being thy brother, we will not meddle with thee or thy men. 38. And the third camp also passed from them, and he still continued his road with his men toward Jacob, when the fourth camp came toward him. And they also did unto him and his men as the others had done. 39. And when Esau beheld the evil which the four angels had done to him and to his men, he became greatly afraid of his brother Jacob, and he went to meet him in peace. 40. And Esau concealed his hatred against Jacob, because he was afraid of his life on account of his brother Jacob, and because he imagined that the four camps that he had lighted upon were Jacob's servants. 41. And Jacob tarried that night with his servants in their camps, and he resolved with his servants to give unto Esau a present from all that he had with him, and from all his property. And Jacob rose up in the morning, he and his men, and they chose from amongst the cattle a present for Esau. 42. And this is the amount of the present which Jacob chose from his flock to give unto his brother Esau. And he selected 240 head from the flocks, and he selected from the camels and asses 30 each, and of the herds he chose 50 kine. 43. And he put them all in 10 droves, and he placed each sort by itself, and he delivered them into the hands of 10 of his servants, each drove by itself. 44. And he commanded them, and said unto them, Keep yourselves at a distance from each other, and put a space between the droves, and when Esau and those who are with him shall meet you and ask you, saying, Whose are you, and whither do you go, and to whom belongeth all this before you, you shall say unto them, We are the servants of Jacob, and we come to meet Esau in peace, and behold, Jacob cometh behind us. 45. And that which is before us is a present sent from Jacob to his brother Esau. 46. And if they shall say unto you, Why doth he delay behind you from coming to meet his brother, and to see his face? Then you shall say unto them, Surely he cometh joyfully behind us to meet his brother. For he said, I will appease him with a present that goeth to him, and after this I will see his face. Peradventure he will accept of me. 47. So the whole present passed on in the hands of his servants, and went before him on that day, and he lodged that night with his camps by the border of the brook of Jabbok, and he rose up in the midst of the night, and he took his wives and his maidservants, and all belonging to him, and he that night passed them over the ford Jabbok. 48. And when he passed all belonging to him over the brook, Jacob was left by himself, and a man met him, and he wrestled with him that night until the breaking of the day, and the hollow of Jacob's thigh was out of joint through wrestling with him. 49. And at the break of day the man left Jacob there, and he blessed him and went away. And Jacob passed the brook at the break of day, and he halted upon his thigh. 50. And the sun rose upon him when he had passed the brook, and he came up to the place of his cattle and children. 51. And they went on till midday, and whilst they were going, the present was passing on before them. 52. And Jacob lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, Esau was at a distance, coming along with many men, about 400, and Jacob was greatly afraid of his brother. 53. And Jacob hastened and divided his children unto his wives and his handmaids, and his daughter Dinah he put in a chest, and delivered her into the hands of his servants. 54. And he passed before his children and wives to meet his brother, and he bowed down to the ground, yea, he bowed down 7 times, until he approached his brother, and God caused Jacob to find grace and favor in the sight of Esau and his men, for God had heard the prayer of Jacob. 55. And the fear of Jacob and his terror fell upon his brother Esau. For Esau was greatly afraid of Jacob for what the angels of God had done to Esau, and Esau's anger against Jacob was turned into kindness. 56. And when Esau saw Jacob running toward him, he also ran toward him, and he embraced him, and he fell upon his neck, and they kissed, and they wept. 57. And God put fear and kindness toward Jacob in the hearts of the men that came with Esau, and they also kissed Jacob and embraced him. 58. And also Eliphaz, the son of Esau, with his 4 brothers, sons of Esau, wept with Jacob, and they kissed him and embraced him, for the fear of Jacob had fallen upon them all. 59. And Esau lifted up his eyes and saw the women with their offspring, the children of Jacob, walking behind Jacob and bowing along the road to Esau. 60. And Esau said unto Jacob, Who are these with thee, my brother? Are they thy children or thy servants? And Jacob answered Esau and said, They are my children, which God hath graciously given to thy servant. 61. And whilst Jacob was speaking to Esau and his men, Esau beheld the whole camp, and he said unto Jacob, Whence didst thou get the whole of the camp that I met yesternight? And Jacob said, To find favor in the sight of my Lord. It is that which God graciously gave to Esau. 62. And the present came before Esau, and Jacob pressed Esau, saying, Take, I pray thee, the present that I have brought to my Lord. And Esau said, Wherefore is this my purpose? Keep that which thou hast unto thyself. 63. And Jacob said, It is incumbent upon me to give all this, since I have seen thy face, that thou still livest in peace. 64. And Esau refused to take the present, and Jacob said unto him, I beseech thee, my Lord, if now I have found favor in thy sight, then receive my present at my hand, for I have therefore seen thy face, as though I had seen a godlike face, because thou wast pleased with me. 65. And Esau took the present, and Jacob also gave unto Esau silver and gold and bdellium, for he pressed him so much that he took them. 66. And Esau divided the cattle that were in the camp, and he gave the half to the men who had come with him, for they had come on hire, and the other half he delivered unto the hands of his children. 67. And the silver and gold and bdellium he gave in the hands of Eliphaz his eldest son, and Esau said unto Jacob, Let us remain with thee, and we will go slowly along with thee until thou comest to my place with me, that we may dwell there together. 68. And Jacob answered his brother and said, I would do as my Lord speaketh unto me, but my Lord knoweth that the children are tender, and the flocks and herds with their young who are with me. Go but slowly, for if they went swiftly they would all die, for thou knowest their burdens and their fatigue. 69. Therefore let my Lord pass on before his servant, and I will go on slowly for the sake of the children and the flock, until I come to my Lord's place to Seir. 70. And Esau said unto Jacob, I will place with thee some of the people that are with me to take care of thee in the road, and to bear thy fatigue and burden. And he said, What needeth it, my Lord, if I may find grace in thy sight? 71. Behold, I will come unto thee to Seir, to dwell there together as thou hast spoken. Go thou then with thy people, for I will follow thee. 72. And Jacob said this to Esau in order to remove Esau and his men from him, so that Jacob might afterward go to his father's house to the land of Canaan. 73. And Esau hearkened to the voice of Jacob, and Esau returned with the 400 men that were with him on their road to Seir. And Jacob and all belonging to him went that day as far as the extremity of the land of Canaan in its borders, and he remained. There's some time. Understood. The Book of Jasher, chapter 33. 1. And in some time after Jacob went away from the borders of the land, and he came to the land of Shalem, that is the city of Shechem, which is in the land of Canaan, and he rested in front of the city. 2. And he bought a parcel of the field which was there from the children of Hamor, the people of the land, for 5 shekels. 3. And Jacob there built himself a house, and he pitched his tent there, and he made booths for his cattle. Therefore he called the name of that place Succos. 4. And Jacob remained in Succos a year and 6 months. 5. At that time some of the women of the inhabitants of the land went to the city of Shechem to dance and rejoice with the daughters of the people of the city. And when they went forth, and Rachel and Leah, the wives of Jacob with their families, also went to behold the rejoicing of the daughters of the city. 6. And Dinah, the daughter of Jacob, also went along with them and saw the daughters of the city, and they remained there before these daughters, whilst all the people of the city were standing by them, to behold their rejoicings, and all the great people of the city were there. 7. And Shechem the son of Hamor, the prince of the land, was also standing there to see them. 8. And Shechem beheld Dinah the daughter of Jacob sitting with her mother before the daughters of the city, and the damsel pleased him greatly. And he there asked his friends and his people, saying, Whose daughter is that sitting amongst the women whom I do not know in this city? 9. And they said unto him, Surely this is the daughter of Jacob the son of Isaac the Hebrew, who has dwelt in this city for some time. And when it was reported that the daughters of the land were going forth to rejoice, she went with her mother and made servants to sit amongst them, as thou sayest. 10. And Shechem beheld Dinah the daughter of Jacob, and when he looked at her, his soul became fixed upon Dinah. 11. And he sent and had her taken by force, and Dinah came to the house of Shechem, and he seized her forcibly, and lay with her, and humbled her, and he loved her exceedingly, and placed her in his house. 12. And they came and told the thing unto Jacob, and when Jacob heard that Shechem had defiled his daughter Dinah, Jacob sent 12 of his servants to fetch Dinah from the house of Shechem, and they went and came to the house of Shechem to take away Dinah from there. 13. And when they came, Shechem went out to them with his men and drove them from his house, and he would not suffer them to come before Dinah. But Shechem was sitting with Dinah, kissing and embracing her before their eyes. 14. And the servants of Jacob came back and told him, saying, When we came, he and his men drove us away. And thus did Shechem do unto Dinah before our eyes. 15. And Jacob knew moreover that Shechem had defiled his daughter, but he said nothing, and his sons were feeding his cattle in the field. And Jacob remained silent till their return. 16. And before his sons came home, Jacob sent 2 maidens from his servants' daughters to take care of Dinah in the house of Shechem, and to remain with her. And Shechem sent 3 of his friends too. His father Hamor the son of Chiddekem, the son of Pered, saying, Give me this damsel for a wife. 17. And Hamor the son of Chiddekem the Hivite came to the house of Shechem his son, and he sat before him. And Hamor said unto his son Shechem, Is there then no woman amongst the daughters of thy people, that thou wilt take an Hebrew woman who is not of thy people? 18. And Shechem said to him, Her only must thou get from me, for she is delightful in my sight. And Hamor did according to the word of his son, for he was greatly beloved by him. 19. And Hamor went forth to Jacob to commune with him concerning this matter. And when he had gone from the house of his son Shechem, before he came to Jacob to speak unto him, behold, the sons of Jacob had come from the field, as soon as they heard the thing that Shechem the son of Hamor had done. 20. And the men were very much grieved concerning their sister, and they all came home fired with anger before the time of gathering in their cattle. 21. And they came and sat before their father, and they spoke unto him, kindled with wrath, saying, Surely death is due to this man and to his household, because the Lord God of the whole earth commanded Noah and his children that man shall never rob, nor commit adultery. Now behold, Shechem has both ravaged and committed fornication with our sister, and not one of all the people of the city spoke a word to him. 22. Surely thou knowest and understandest that the judgment of death is due to Shechem, and to his father, and to the whole city on account of the thing which he has done. 23. And whilst they were speaking before their father in this matter, behold, Hamor, the father of Shechem, came to speak to Jacob the words of his son concerning Dinah, and he sat before Jacob and before his sons. 24. And Hamor spoke unto them, saying, The soul of my son Shechem longeth for your daughter. I pray you give her unto him for a wife, and intermarry with us. Give us your daughters, and we will give you our daughters, and you shall dwell with us in our land, and we will be as one people in the land. 25. For our land is very extensive, so dwell ye and trade therein, and get possessions in it, and do therein as you desire, and no one shall prevent you by saying a word to you. 26. And Hamor ceased speaking unto Jacob and his sons, and behold, Shechem his son had come after him, and he sat before them. 27. And Shechem spoke before Jacob and his sons, saying, May I find favor in your sight, that you will give me your daughter, and whatever you say unto me, that will I do for her. 28. Ask me for abundance of dowry and gift, and I will give it, and whatever you shall say unto me, that will I do, and whoever he be that will rebel against your orders, he shall die. Only give me the damsel for a wife. 29. And Simeon and Levi answered Hamor, Shechem his son, deceitfully, saying, All you have spoken unto us we will do for you. 30. And behold, our sister is in your house, but keep away from her, until we send to our father Isaac concerning this matter, for we can do nothing without his consent. 31. For he knoweth the ways of our father Abraham, and whatever he saith unto us we will tell you. We will conceal nothing from you. 32. And Simeon and Levi spoke this unto Shechem and his father in order to find a pretext, and to seek counsel what was to be done to Shechem and to his city in this matter. 33. And when Shechem and his father heard the words of Simeon and Levi, it seemed good in their sight, and Shechem and his father came forth to go home. 34. And when they had gone, the sons of Jacob said unto their father, saying, Behold, we know that death is due to these wicked ones and to their city, because they transgressed that which God had commanded unto Noah and his children and his seed after them. 35. And also because Shechem did this thing to our sister Dinah in defiling her, for such vileness shall never be done amongst us. 36. Now therefore know and see what you will do, and seek counsel and pretext what is to be done to them, in order to kill all the inhabitants of this city. 37. And Simeon said to them, Here is a proper advice for you. Tell them to circumcise every male amongst them as we are circumcised, and if they do not wish to do this, we shall take our daughter from them and go away. 38. And if they consent to do this and will do it, then when they are sunk down with pain, we will attack them with our swords as upon one who is quiet and peaceable, and we will slay every male person amongst them. 39. And Simeon's advice pleased them, and Simeon and Levi resolved to do unto them as it was proposed. 40. And on the next morning Shechem and Hamor his father came again unto Jacob and his sons, to speak concerning Dinah, and to hear what answer the sons of Jacob would give to their words. 41. And the sons of Jacob spoke deceitfully to them, saying, We told our father Isaac all your words, and your words pleased him. 42. But he spoke unto us, saying, Thus did Abraham his father command him from God the Lord of the whole earth, that any man who is not of his descendants that should wish to take one of his daughters shall cause every male belonging to him to be circumcised, as we are circumcised, and then we may give him our daughter for a wife. 43. Now we have made known to you all our ways that our father spoke unto us, for we cannot do this of which you spoke unto us, to give our daughter to an uncircumcised man, for it is a disgrace to us. 44. But herein will we consent to you, to give you our daughter, and we will also take unto ourselves your daughters, and will dwell amongst you, and be one people as you have spoken, if you will hearken to us, and consent to be like us, to circumcise every male belonging to you, as we are circumcised. 45. And if you will not hearken unto us, to have every male circumcised, as we are circumcised, as we have commanded, then we will come to you, and take our daughter from you, and go away. 46. And Shechem and his father Hamor heard the words of the sons of Jacob, and the thing pleased them exceedingly, and Shechem and his father Hamor hastened to do the wishes of the sons of Jacob, for Shechem was very fond of Dinah, and his soul was riveted to her. 47. And Shechem and his father Hamor hastened to the gate of the city, and they assembled all the men of their city, and spoke unto them the words of the sons of Jacob, saying, 48. We came to these men, the sons of Jacob, and we spoke unto them concerning their daughter, and these men will consent to do according to our wishes, and behold, our land is of great extent for them, and they will dwell in it, and trade in it, and we shall be one people. We will take their daughters, and our daughters we will give unto them for wives. 49. But only on this condition will these men consent to do this thing, that every male amongst us be circumcised, as they are circumcised, as their God commanded them. And when we shall have done according to their instructions to be circumcised, then will they dwell amongst us, together with their cattle and possessions, and we shall be as one people with them. 50. And when all the men of the city heard the words of Shechem and his father Hamor, then all the men of their city were agreeable to this proposal, and they obeyed to be circumcised, for Shechem and his father Hamor were greatly esteemed by them, being the princes of the land. 51. And on the next day, Shechem and Hamor his father rose up early in the morning, and they assembled all the men of their city into the middle of the city, and they called for the sons of Jacob, who circumcised every male belonging to them on that day and the next. 52. And they circumcised Shechem and Hamor his father, and the 5 brothers of Shechem. And then everyone rose up and went home, for this thing was from the Lord against the city of Shechem, and from the Lord was Simeon's counsel in this matter, in order that the Lord might deliver the city of Shechem into the hands of Jacob's 2 sons. Underscore. The Book of Jasher, chapter 34. 1. And the number of all the males that were circumcised were 645 men and 246 children. 2. But Chiddekem, son of Pered, the father of Hamor, and his 6 brothers, would not listen unto Shechem and his father Hamor, and they would not be circumcised, for the proposal of the sons of Jacob was loathsome in their sight, and their anger was greatly roused at this, that the people of the city had not hearkened to them. 3. And in the evening of the 2nd day they found 8 small children who had not been circumcised, for their mothers had concealed them from Shechem and his father Hamor, and from the men of the city. 4. And Shechem and his father Hamor sent to have them brought before them to be circumcised, when Chiddekem and his 6 brothers sprang at them with their swords, and sought to slay them. 5. And they sought to slay also Shechem and his father Hamor, and they sought to slay Dinah with them on account of this matter. 6. And they said unto them, What is this thing that you have done? Are there no women amongst the daughters of your brethren, the Canaanites, that you wish to take unto yourselves daughters of the Hebrews, whom ye knew not before, and will do this act which your fathers never commanded you? 7. Do you imagine that you will succeed through this act which you have done? And what will you answer in this affair to your brethren, the Canaanites, who will come tomorrow and ask you concerning this thing? 8. And if your act shall not appear just and good in their sight, what will you do for your lives, and me for our lives in you not, having hearkened to our voices? 9. And if the inhabitants of the land and all your brethren, the children of Ham, shall hear of your act, saying, 10. On account of a Hebrew woman did Shechem and Hamor his father, and all the inhabitants of their city, do that with which they had been unacquainted, and which their ancestors never commanded them. Where then will you fly, or where conceal your shame all your days before your brethren, the inhabitants of the land of Canaan? 11. Now therefore we cannot bear up against this thing which you have done, neither can we be burdened with this yoke upon us, which our ancestors did not command us. 12. Behold, tomorrow we will go and assemble all our brethren, the Canaanitish brethren who dwell in the land, and we will all come, and smite you and all those who trust in you, that there shall not be a remnant left from you or them. 13. And when Hamor and his son Shechem and all the people of the city heard the words of Chiddekem and his brothers, they were terribly afraid of their lives at their words, and they repented of what they had done. 14. And Shechem and his father Hamor answered their father Chiddekem and his brethren, and they said unto them, all the words which you spoke unto us are true. 15. Now do not say, nor imagine in your hearts that on account of the love of the Hebrews we did this thing that our ancestors did not command us. 16. But because we saw that it was not their intention and desire to accede to our wishes concerning their daughter as to our taking her, except on this condition, so we hearkened to their voices and did this act which you saw, in order to obtain our desire from them. 17. And when we shall have obtained our request from them, we will then return to them, and do unto them that which you say unto us. 18. We beseech you then to wait and tarry until our flesh shall be healed, and we again become strong, and we will then go together against them, and do unto them that which is in your hearts and in ours. 19. And Dinah the daughter of Jacob heard all these words which Chiddekem and his brothers had spoken, and what Hamor and his son Shechem and the people of their city had answered them. 20. And she hastened and sent one of her maidens that her father had sent to take care of her in the house of Shechem, to Jacob her father, and to her brethren, saying, 21. Thus did Chiddekem and his brothers advise concerning you, and thus did Hamor and Shechem and the people of the city answer them. 22. And when Jacob heard these words, he was filled with wrath, and he was indignant at them, and his anger was kindled against them. 23. And Simeon and Levi swore, and said, as the Lord liveth, the God of the whole earth, by this time tomorrow there shall not be a remnant left in the whole city. 24. And 20 young men had concealed themselves who were not circumcised, and these young men fought against Simeon and Levi, and Simeon and Levi killed 18 of them, and 2 fled from them, and escaped to some lime pits that were in the city, and Simeon and Levi sought for them, but could not find them. 25. And Simeon and Levi continued to go about in the city, and they killed all the people of the city at the edge of the sword, and they left none remaining. 26. And there was a great consternation in the midst of the city, and the cry of the people of the city ascended to heaven, and all the women and children cried aloud. 27. And Simeon and Levi slew all the city. They left not a male remaining in the whole city. 28. And they slew Hamor and Shechem his son at the edge of the sword. And they brought away Dinah from the house of Shechem, and they went from there. 29. And the sons of Jacob went and returned, and came upon the slain, and spoiled all their property which was in the city and the field. 30. And whilst they were taking the spoil, 300 men stood up, and threw dust at them, and struck them with stones, when Simeon turned to them, and he slew them all with the edge of the sword. And Simeon turned before Levi, and came into the city. 31. And they took away their sheep, and their oxen, and their cattle, and also the remainder of the women and little ones, and they led all these away. And they opened a gate, and went out, and came unto their father Jacob with vigor. 32. And when Jacob saw all that they had done to the city, and saw the spoil that they took from them, Jacob was very angry at them. And Jacob said unto them, what is this that you have done to me? Behold, I obtained rest amongst the Canaanitish inhabitants of the land, and none of them meddled with me. 33. And now you have done to make me obnoxious to the inhabitants of the land amongst the Canaanites and the Perizzites, and I am but of a small number, and they will all assemble against me and slay me when they hear of your work with their brethren. and I and my household will be destroyed. 34. And Simeon and Levi and all their brothers with them answered their father Jacob, and said unto him, Behold, we live in the land. And shall Shechem do this to our sister? Why art thou silent at all, that Shechem has done? And shall he deal with our sister as with a harlot in the streets? 35. And the number of women whom Simeon and Levi took captive from the city of Shechem, whom they did not slay, was 85 who had not known man. 36. And amongst them was a young damsel of beautiful appearance and well favored, whose name was Bunah, and Simeon took her for a wife. And the number of the males which they took captives and did not slay was 47 men, and the rest they slew. 37. And all the young men and women that Simeon and Levi had taken captives from the city of Shechem were servants to the sons of Jacob and to their children after them, until the day of the sons of Jacob going forth from the land of Egypt. 38. And when Simeon and Levi had gone forth from the city, the two young men that were left, who had concealed themselves in the city, and did not die amongst the people of the city, rose up, and these young men went into the city and walked about in it, and found the city desolate without man, and only women weeping. And these young men cried out and said, Behold, this is the evil which the sons of Jacob the Hebrew did to this city in their having this day, destroyed one of the Canaanitish cities, and were not afraid of their lives of all the land of Canaan. 39. And these men left the city and went to the city of Tapnach, and they came there and told the inhabitants of Tapnach all that had befallen them, and all that the sons of Jacob had done to the city of Shechem. 40. And the information reached Jasher king of Tapnach, and he sent men to the city of Shechem to see those young men, for the king did not believe them in this account, saying, How could two men lay waste such a large town as Shechem? 41. And the messengers of Jasher came back and told him, saying, We came unto the city, and it is destroyed. There is not a man there, only weeping women. Neither is any flock or cattle there, for all that was in the city the sons of Jacob took away. 42. And Jasher wondered at this, saying, How could two men do this thing, to destroy so large a city, and not one man able to stand against them? 43. For the like has not been from the days of Nimrod, and not even from the remotest time has the like taken place. And Jasher king of Tapnach said to his people, Be courageous, and we will go and fight against these Hebrews, and do unto them as they did unto the city, and we will avenge the cause of the people of the city. 44. And Jasher king of Tapnach consulted with his counselors about this matter, and his advisers said unto him, Alone thou wilt not prevail over the Hebrews, for they must be powerful to do this work to the whole city. 45. If two of them laid waste the whole city, and no one stood against them, surely if thou wilt go against them, they will all rise against us and destroy us likewise. 46. But if thou wilt send to all the kings that surround us, and let them come together, then we will go with them and fight against the sons of Jacob. Then wilt thou prevail against them. 47. And Jasher heard the words of his counselors, and their words pleased him and his people, and he did so. And Jasher king of Tapnach sent to all the kings of the Amorites that surrounded Shechem and Tapnach, saying, 48. Go up with me and assist me, and we will smite Jacob the Hebrew and all his sons, and destroy them from the earth, for thus did he do to the city of Shechem. And do you not know of it? 49. And all the kings of the Amorites heard the evil that the sons of Jacob had done to the city of Shechem, and they were greatly astonished at them. 50, and the 7 kings of the Amorites assembled with all their armies, about 10,000 men with drawn swords, and they came to fight against the sons of Jacob. And Jacob heard that the kings of the Amorites had assembled to fight against his sons, and Jacob was greatly afraid, and it distressed him. 51. And Jacob exclaimed against Simeon and Levi, saying, What is this act that you did? Why have you injured me, to bring against me all the children of Canaan to destroy me and my household? For I was at rest, even I and my household, and you have done this thing to me, and provoked the inhabitants of the land against me by your proceedings. 52. And Judah answered his father, saying, Was it for naught my brothers Simeon and Levi killed all the inhabitants of Shechem? Surely it was because Shechem had humbled our sister, and transgressed the command of our God to Noah and his children. 4. Shechem took our sister away by force, and committed adultery with her. 53. And Shechem did all this evil, and not one of the inhabitants of his city interfered with him, to say, Why wilt thou do this? Surely 4. This my brothers went and smote the city, and the Lord delivered it into their hands, because its inhabitants had transgressed the commands of our God. Is it then for naught that they have done all this? 54. And now why art thou afraid or distressed, and why art thou displeased at my brothers, and why is thine anger kindled against them? 55. Surely our God, who delivered into their hand the city of Shechem, and its people, he will also deliver into our hands all the Canaanitish kings who are coming against us, and we will do unto them as my brothers did unto Shechem. 56. Now be tranquil about them, and cast away thy fears, but trust in the Lord our God, and pray unto him to assist us and deliver us, and deliver our enemies into our hands. 57. And Judah called to one of his father's servants, Go now and see where those kings who are coming against us are situated with their armies. 58. And the servant went and looked far off, and went up opposite Mount Sion, and saw all the camps of the kings standing in the fields. And he returned to Judah, and said, Behold, the kings are situated in the field with all their camps, a people exceedingly numerous, like unto the sand upon the seashore. 59. And Judah said unto Simeon and Levi, and unto all his brothers, Strengthen yourselves, and be sons of valor, for the Lord our God is with us. Do not fear them. 60. Stand forth each man, girt with his weapons of war, his bow, and his sword, and we will go and fight against these uncircumcised men. The Lord is our God, he will save us. 61. And they rose up, and each girt on his weapons of war, great and small, 11 sons of Jacob, and all the servants of Jacob with them. 62. And all the servants of Isaac who were with Isaac in Hebron, all came to them equipped in all sorts of war instruments, and the sons of Jacob and their servants, being 112 men, went towards these kings, and Jacob also went with them. 63. And the sons of Jacob sent unto their father Isaac the son of Abraham to Hebron, the same is Kirjatharba, saying, 64. Pray, we beseech thee, for us unto the Lord our God, to protect us from the hands of the Canaanites who are coming against us, and to deliver them into our hands. 65. And Isaac the son of Abraham prayed unto the Lord for his sons, and he said, O Lord God, thou didst promise my father, saying, I will multiply thy seed as the stars of heaven, and thou didst also promise me, and establish thou thy word, now that the kings of Canaan are coming together to make war with my children because they committed no violence. 66. Now therefore, O Lord God, God of the whole earth, pervert, I pray, thee, the counsel of these kings, that they may not fight against my sons. 67. And impress the hearts of these kings and their people with the terror of my sons, and bring down their pride, and that they may turn away from my sons. 68. And with thy strong hand and outstretched arm deliver my sons and their servants from them, for power and might are in thy hands to do all this. 69. And the sons of Jacob and their servants went toward these kings, and they trusted in the Lord their God. And whilst they were going, Jacob their father also prayed unto the Lord and said, O Lord God, powerful and exalted God, who has reigned from days of old, from thence till now and forever. 70. Thou art he who stirreth up wars and causeth them to cease. In thy hand are power and might to exalt and to bring down. O may my prayer be acceptable before thee, that thou mayest turn to me with thy mercies, to impress the hearts of these kings and their people with the terror of my sons, and terrify them in their camps, and with thy great kindness deliver all those that trust in thee. For it is thou who canst bring people under us and reduce nations under our power. Underscore The Book of Jasher, chapter 35. 1. And all the kings of the Amorites came and took their stand in the field to consult with their counselors what was to be done with the sons of Jacob, for they were still afraid of them, saying, Behold, 2 of them slew the whole of the city of Shechem. 2. And the Lord heard the prayers of Isaac and Jacob, and he filled the hearts of all these kings' advisers with great fear and terror, that they unanimously exclaimed, 3. Are you silly this day, or is there no understanding in you that you will fight with the Hebrews, and why will you take a delight in your own destruction this day? For, behold, 2 of them came to the city of Shechem without fear or terror, and they killed all the inhabitants of the city that no man stood up against them. And how will you be able to fight with them all? 5. Surely you know that their God is exceedingly fond of them, and has done mighty things for them, such as have not been done from days of old, and amongst all the gods of nations there is none can do like unto his mighty deeds. 6. Surely he delivered their father Abraham, the Hebrew, from the hand of Nimrod, and from the hand of all his people who had many times sought to slay him. 7. He delivered him also from the fire in which King Nimrod had cast him, and his God delivered him from it. 8. And who else can do the like? Surely it was Abraham who slew the 5 kings of Elam, when they had touched his brother's son, who in those days dwelt in Sodom. 9. And took his servant that was faithful in his house, and a few of his men, and they pursued the kings of Elam in one night, and killed them, and restored to his brother's son all his property which they had taken from him. 10. And surely you know the God of these Hebrews is much delighted with them, and they are also delighted with him, for they know that he delivered them from all their enemies. 11. And behold, through his love toward his God, Abraham took his only and precious son and intended to bring him up as a burnt offering to his God. And had it not been for God who prevented him from doing this, he would then have done it through his love to his God. 12. And God saw all his works and swore unto him and promised him that he would deliver his sons and all his seed from every trouble that would befall them, because he had done this thing, and through his love to his God stifled his compassion for his child. 13. And have you not heard what their God did to Pharaoh king of Egypt, and to Abimelech king of Gerar, through taking Abraham's wife, who said of her, She is my sister, lest they might slay him on account of her, and think of taking her for a wife? And God did unto them and their people all that you heard of. 14. And behold, we ourselves saw with our eyes that Esau, the brother of Jacob, came to him with 400 men, with the intention of slaying him, for he called to mind that he had taken away from him his father's blessing. 15. And he went to meet him when he came from Syria to smite the mother with the children, and who delivered him from his hands, but his God in whom he trusted, he delivered him from the hand of his brother, and also from the hands of his enemies, and surely he again will protect them. 16. Who does not know that it was their God who inspired them with strength to do to the town of Shechem the evil which you heard of? 17. Could it then be with their own strength that 2 men could destroy such a large city as Shechem, had it not been for their God in whom they trusted? He said and did unto them all this to slay the inhabitants of the city in their city. 18. And can you then prevail over them who have come forth together from your city to fight with the whole of them, even if 1,000 times as many more should come to your assistance? 19. Surely you know and understand that you do not come to fight with them, but you come to war with their God who made choice of them. And you have therefore all come this day to be destroyed. 20. Now therefore refrain from this evil which you are endeavoring to bring upon yourselves, and it will be better for you not to go to battle with them, although they are but few in numbers, because their God is with them. 21. And when the kings of the Amorites heard all the words of their advisers, their hearts were filled with terror, and they were afraid of the sons of Jacob, and would not fight against them. 22. And they inclined their ears to the words of their advisers, and they listened to all their words and the words of the counselors. Greatly pleased the kings, and they did so. 23. And the kings turned and refrained from the sons of Jacob, for they durst not approach them to make war with them, for they were greatly afraid of them, and their hearts melted within them from their fear of them. 24. For this proceeded from the Lord to them, for he heard the prayers of his servants Isaac and Jacob, for they trusted in him. And all these kings returned with their camps on that day, each to his own city, and they did not at that time fight with the sons of Jacob. 25. And the sons of Jacob kept their station that day till evening, opposite Mount Sion, and seeing that these kings did not come to fight against them, the sons of Jacob returned home. The Book of Jasher, chapter 36. 1. At that time the Lord appeared unto Jacob, saying, Arise, go to Bethel, and remain there, and make there an altar to the Lord who appeareth unto thee, who delivered thee and thy sons from affliction. 2. And Jacob rose up with his sons, and all belonging to him, and they went and came to Bethel according to the word of the Lord. 3. And Jacob was 99 years old when he went up to Bethel, and Jacob and his sons and all the people that were with him remained in Bethel in Luz. And he there built an altar to the Lord who appeared unto him. And Jacob and his sons remained in Bethel 6 months. For at that time died Deborah the daughter of Uzi, the nurse of Rebekah, who had been with Jacob, and Jacob buried her beneath Bethel under an oak that was there. 5. And Rebekah the daughter of Bethuel, the mother of Jacob, also died at that time in Hebron. The same is Kirith-arba, and she was buried in the cave of Machpelah, which Abraham had bought from the children of Heth. 6. And the life of Rebekah was 133 years, and she died. And when Jacob heard that his mother Rebekah was dead, he wept bitterly for his mother, and made a great mourning for her, and for Deborah her nurse beneath the oak. And he called the name of that place Allon-Bashuth. 7. And Laban the Syrian died in those days, for God smote him because he transgressed the covenant that existed between him and Jacob. 8. And Jacob was 100 years old when the Lord appeared unto him, and blessed him, and called his name Israel. And Rachel the wife of Jacob conceived in those days. 9. And at that time Jacob and all belonging to him journeyed from Bethel to go to his father's house, to Hebron. 10. And whilst they were going on the road, and there was yet but a little way to come to Ephrath, Rachel bare a son, and she had hard labor, and she died. 11. And Jacob buried her in the way to Ephrath, which is Bethlehem, and he set a pillar upon her grave, which is there unto this day. And the days of Rachel were 45 years, and she died. 12. And Jacob called the name of his son that was born to him, which Rachel bare unto him, Benjamin, for he was born to him in the land on the right hand. 13. And it was after the death of Rachel that Jacob pitched his tent in the tent of her handmaid Bilhah. 14. And Reuben was jealous for his mother Leah on account of this, and he was filled with anger. And he rose up in his anger, and went and entered the tent of Bilhah, and he thence removed his father's bed. 15. At that time the portion of birthright, together with the kingly and priestly offices, was removed from the sons of Reuben, for he had profaned his father's bed, and the birthright was given unto Joseph, the kingly office to Judah, and the priesthood unto Levi, because Reuben had defiled his father's bed. 16. And these are the generations of Jacob who were born to him in Padan Aram, and the sons of Jacob were 12. 17. The sons of Leah were Reuben the firstborn, and Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, and their sister Dinah. And the sons of Rachel were Joseph and Benjamin. 18. The sons of Zilpah, Leah's handmaid, were Gad and Asher. And the sons of Bilhah, Rachel's handmaid, were Dan and Naphtali. These are the sons of Jacob, which were born to him in Padan Aram. 19. And Jacob and his sons, and all belonging to him journeyed and came to Mamre, which is Kirith-arba, that is in Hebron, where Abraham and Isaac sojourned, and Jacob with his sons, and all belonging to Him dwelt with his father in Hebron. 20. And his brother Esau and his sons, and all belonging to him, went to the land of Seir and dwelt there, and had possessions in the land of Seir. And the children of Esau were fruitful and multiplied exceedingly in the land of Seir. 21. And these are the generations of Esau that were born to him in the land of Canaan. And the sons of Esau were 5. 22. And Adah bare to Esau his firstborn Eliphaz, and she also bare to him Ruel, and Alabama bare to him Jush, Yalam, and Korah. 23. These are the children of Esau who were born to him in the land of Canaan. And the sons of Eliphaz the son of Esau were Taman, Omar, Zepho, Gadam, Kenaz, and Amaleks. And the sons of Ruel were Nakith, Zerach, Shammah, and Mizah. 24. And the sons of Jush were Timnah, Alva, Jetheth. And the sons of Yalam were Allah, Finner, and Kenaz. 25. And the sons of Korah were Taman, Mibzar, Magdiel, and Eram. These are the families of the sons of Esau, according to their dukedoms in the land of Seir. 26. And these are the names of the sons of Seir the Horite, inhabitants of the land of Seir: Lotan, Shobal, Zibeon, Anna, Dishon, Ezer, and Dishan, being 7 sons. 27. And the children of Lotan were Hori, Heman, and their sister Timnah. That is Timnah, who came to Jacob and his sons, and they would not give ear to her. And she went and became a concubine to Eliphaz the son of Esau, and she bare to him Amalek. 28. And the sons of Shobal were Alvan, Manahath, Ebal, Shepho, and Onam. And the sons of Zibeon were Ajah and Anna. This was that Anna, who found the Yemim in the wilderness when he fed the asses of Zibeon his father. 29. And whilst he was feeding his father's asses, he led them to the wilderness at different times to feed them. 30. And there was a day that he brought them to one of the deserts on the seashore, opposite the wilderness of the people. And whilst he was feeding them, behold, a very heavy storm came from the other side of the sea and rested upon the asses that were feeding there, and they all stood still. 31. And after were about 120 great and terrible animals came out from the wilderness at the other side of the sea, and they all came to the place where the asses were, and they placed themselves there. 32. And those animals, from their middle downward, were in the shape of the children of men, and from their middle upward, some had the likeness of bears, and some the likeness of the keepaz, with tails behind them from between their shoulders, reaching down to the earth like the tails of the Dukiphath. And these animals came, and mounted and rode upon these asses, and led them away, and they went away unto this day. 33. And one of these animals approached Anna, and smote him with his tail, and then fled from that place. 34. And when he saw this work, he was exceedingly afraid of his life, and he fled and escaped to the city. 35. And he related to his sons and brothers all that had happened to him. And many men went to seek the asses, but could not find them. And Anna and his brothers went no more to that place from that day following, for they were greatly afraid of their lives. 36. And the children of Anna the son of Seir were Dishan and his sister Alabama. And the children of Dishan were Hemdan, Eshban, Ithran, and Cheran. And the children of Ezer were Bilhan, Zavin, and Akan. And the children of Dishan were Uzi and Aaron. 37. These are the families of the children of Seir the Horite, according to their dukedoms in the land of Seir. 38. And Esau and his children dwelt in the land of Seir the Horite, the inhabitant of the land, and they had possessions in it, and were fruitful and multiplied exceedingly, and Jacob and his children and all belonging to them, dwelt with their father Isaac in the land of Canaan, as the Lord had commanded Abraham, their father. Underscore The Book of Jasher, Chapter 37. 1. And in the 105th year of the life of Jacob, that is, the 9th year of Jacob's dwelling with his children in the land of Canaan, he came from Padan Aram. 2. And in those days Jacob journeyed with his children from Hebron, and they went and returned to the city of Shechem, they and all, belonging to them, and they dwelt there, for the children of Jacob obtained good and fat pasture land for their cattle in the city of Shechem, the city of Shechem having then been rebuilt, and there were in it about 300 men and women. 3. And Jacob and his children and all belonging to him dwelt in the part of the field which Jacob had bought from Hamor, the father of Shechem, when he came from Padan Aram before Simeon and Levi had smitten the city. And all those kings of the Canaanites and Amorites that surrounded the city of Shechem heard that the sons of Jacob had again come to Shechem and dwelt there. 5. And they said, Shall the sons of Jacob the Hebrew again come to the city and dwell therein, after that they have smitten its inhabitants and driven them out? Shall they now return, and also drive out those who are dwelling in the city, or slay them? 6. And all the kings of Canaan again assembled, and they came together to make war with Jacob and his sons. 7. And Jashub king of Tapnach sent also to all his neighboring kings, to Elon king of Gash, and to Ehuri king of Shiloh, and to Parathon king of Chazar, and to Suzi king of Sarton, and to Laban king of Bethcaran, and to Shaber king of Othnimah, saying, 8. Come up to me and assist me, and let us smite Jacob the Hebrew, and his sons, and all belonging to him, for they are again come to Shechem to possess it, and to slay its inhabitants as before. 9. And all these kings assembled together, and came with all their camps, a people exceedingly plentiful, like the sand upon the sea. Sure, and they were all opposite to Tapnach. 10. And Jashub king of Tapnach went forth to them with all his army, and he encamped with them opposite to Tapnach without the city, and all these kings they divided into 7 divisions, being 7 camps against the sons of Jacob. 11. And they sent a declaration to Jacob and his son, saying, Come you, all forth to us, that we may have an interview together in the plain, and revenge the cause of the men of Shechem, whom you slew in their city, and you will now again return to the city of Shechem, and dwell therein, and slay its inhabitants as before. 12. And the sons of Jacob heard this, and their anger was kindled exceedingly at the words of the kings of Canaan. And 10 of the sons of Jacob hastened and rose up, and each of them girt on his weapons of war, and there were 102 of their servants with them equipped in battle array. 13. And all these men, the sons of Jacob with their servants, went toward these kings, and Jacob their father was with them, and they all stood upon the heap of Shechem. 14. And Jacob prayed to the Lord for his sons, and he spread forth his hands to the Lord. And he said, O God, thou art an almighty God. Thou art our Father. Thou didst form us, and we are the works of thine hands. I pray thee deliver my sons through thy mercy from the hand of their enemies, who are this day coming to fight with them, and save them from their hand. For in thy hand is power and might, to save the few from the many. 15. And give unto my sons, thy servants, strength of heart and might to fight with their enemies, to subdue them, and make their enemies fall before them. And let not my sons and their servants die through the hands of the children of Canaan. 16. But if it seemeth good in thine eyes to take away the lives of my sons and their servants, take them in thy great mercy through the hands of thy ministers, that they may not perish this day by the hands of the kings of the Amorites. 17. And when Jacob ceased praying to the Lord, the earth shook from its place, and the sun darkened, and all these kings were terrified, and a great consternation seized them. 18. And the Lord hearkened to the prayer of Jacob, and the Lord impressed the hearts of all the kings and their hosts with the terror and awe of the sons of Jacob. 19. For the Lord caused them to hear the voice of chariots, and the voice of mighty horses from the sons of Jacob, and the voice of a great army accompanying them. 20. And these kings were seized with great terror at the sons of Jacob. And whilst they were standing in their quarters, behold, the sons of Jacob advanced upon them with 112 men, with a great and tremendous shouting. 21. And when the kings saw the sons of Jacob advancing toward them, they were still more panic-struck, and they were inclined to retreat from before the sons of Jacob as at first, and not to fight with them. 22. But they did not retreat, saying, It would be a disgrace to us thus twice to retreat from before the Hebrews. 23. And the sons of Jacob came near and advanced against all these kings and their armies, and they saw, and behold, it was a very mighty people, numerous as the sand of the sea. 24. And the sons of Jacob called unto the Lord and said, Help us, O Lord, help us and answer us, for we trust in thee, and let us not die by the hands of these uncircumcised men, who this day have come against us. 25. And the sons of Jacob girt on their weapons of war, and they took in their hands each man his shield and his javelin, and they approached to battle. 26. And Judah, the son of Jacob, ran first before his brethren, and 10 of his servants with him, and he went toward these kings. 27. And Jasher, king of Tapnach, also came forth first with his army before Judah, and Judah saw Jasher and his army coming toward him. And Judah's wrath was kindled, and his anger burned within him, and he approached to battle, in which Judah ventured his life. 28. And Jasher and all his army were advancing toward Judah, and he was riding upon a very strong and powerful horse, and Jasher was a very valiant man, and covered with iron and brass from head to foot. 29. And whilst he was upon the horse, he shot arrows with both hands, from before and behind, as was his manner in all his battles, and he never missed the place to which he aimed his arrows. 30. And when Jasher came to fight with Judah, and was darting many arrows against Judah, the Lord bound the hand of Jasher, and all the arrows that he shot rebounded upon his own men. 31. And notwithstanding this, Jasher kept advancing toward Judah to challenge him with the arrows, but the distance between them was about 30 cubits. And when Judah saw Jasher darting forth his arrows against him, he ran to him with his wrath-excited might. 32. And Judah took up a large stone from the ground, and its weight was 60 shekels. And Judah ran toward Jashub, and with a stone struck him on his shield, that Jashub was stunned with a blow, and fell off from his horse to the ground. 33. And the shield burst asunder out of the hand of Jashub, and through. The force of the blow sprang to the distance of about 15 cubits, and the shield fell before the second camp. 34. And the kings that came with Jashub saw at a distance the strength of Judah, the son of Jacob, and what he had done to Jashub, and they were terribly afraid of Judah. 35. And they assembled near Jashub's camp, seeing his confusion, and Judah drew his sword and smote 42 men of the camp of Jashub. And the whole of Jashub's camp fled before Judah, and no man stood against him. And they left Jashub and fled from him, and Jashub was still prostrate upon the ground. 36. And Jashub, seeing that all the men of his camp had fled from him, hastened and rose up with terror against Judah, and stood upon his legs opposite Judah. 37. And Jashub had a single combat with Judah, placing shield toward shield, and Jashub's men all fled, for they were greatly afraid of Judah. 38. And Jashub took his spear in his hand to strike Judah upon his head, but Judah had quickly placed his shield to his head against Jashub's spear, so that the shield of Judah received the blow from Jashub's spear, and the shield was split in two. 39. And when Judah saw that his shield was split, he hastily drew his sword and smote Jashub at his ankles, and cut off his feet, that Jashub fell upon the ground, and the spear fell from his hand. 40. And Judah hastily picked up Jashub's spear, with which he severed his head, and cast it next to his feet. 41. And when the sons of Jacob saw what Judah had done to Jashub, they all ran into the ranks of the other kings, and the sons of Jacob fought with the army of Jashub and the armies of all the kings that were there. 42. And the sons of Jacob caused 15,000 of their men to fall, and they smote them as if smiting at gourds, and the rest fled for their lives. 43. And Judah was still standing by the body of Jashub, and stripped Jashub of his coat of mail. 44. And Judah also took off the iron and brass that was about Jashub, and behold, 9 men of the captains of Jashub came along to fight against Judah. 45. And Judah hastened and took up a stone from the ground, and with it smote one of them upon the head, and his skull was fractured, and the body also fell from the horse to the ground. 46. And the 8 captains that remained, seeing the strength of Judah, were greatly afraid, and they fled, and Judah with his 10 men pursued them, and they overtook them and slew them. 47. And the sons of Jacob were still smiting the armies of the kings, and they slew many of them, but those kings daringly kept their stand with their captains, and did not retreat from their places. And they exclaimed against those of their armies that fled from before the sons of Jacob, but none would listen to them, for they were afraid of their lives, lest they should die. 48. And all the sons of Jacob, after having smitten the armies of the kings, returned and came before Judah, and Judah was still slaying the 8 captains of Jashub, and stripping off their garments. 49. And Levi saw Elon, king of Gash, advancing toward him with his 14 captains to smite him, but Levi did not know it for certain. 50. And Elon with his captains approached nearer, and Levi looked back, and saw that battle was given him in the rear, and Levi ran with 12 of his servants, and they went and slew Elon and his captains with the edge of the sword. underscore 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 The Book of Jasher, chapter 38. 1. And Ehuri king of Shiloh came up to assist Elon, and he approached Jacob, when Jacob drew his bow that was in his hand, and with an arrow struck Ehuri, which caused his death. 2. And when Ehuri king of Shiloh was dead, the 4 remaining kings fled from their station with the rest of the captains, and they endeavored to retreat, saying, "We have no more strength with the Hebrews after their having killed the 3 kings and their captains who were more powerful than we are." 3. And when the sons of Jacob saw that the remaining kings had removed from their station, they pursued them, and Jacob also came from the heap of Shechem from the place where he was standing, and they went after the kings, and they approached them with their servants. 4. And the kings and the captains with the rest of their armies, seeing that the sons of Jacob approached them, were afraid of their lives and fled till they reached the city of Jasher. 5. And the sons of Jacob pursued them to the gate of the city of Jasher, and they smote a great smiting amongst the kings and their armies, about 4,000 men. And whilst they were smiting the army of the kings, Jacob was occupied with his bow, confining himself to smiting the kings, and he slew them all. 6. And he slew Parathon king of Jasher at the gate of the city of Jasher, and he afterward smote Suzi king of Sarton, and Laban king of Bethcorin, and Shaber king of Machnema, and he slew them all, with arrows, an arrow to each of them, and they died. 7. And the sons of Jacob, seeing that all the kings were dead, and that they were broken up and retreating, continued to carry on the battle with the armies of the kings opposite the gate of Jasher, and they still smote about 400 of their men. 8. And 3 men of the servants of Jacob fell in that battle. And when Judah saw that 3 of his servants had died, it grieved him greatly, and his anger burned within him against the Amorites. 9. And all the men that remained of the armies of the kings were greatly afraid of their lives, and they ran and broke the gate of the walls of the city of Jasher, and they all entered the city for safety. 10. And they concealed themselves in the midst of the city of Jasher. For the city of Jasher was very large and extensive, and when all these armies had entered the city, the sons of Jacob ran after them to the city. 11. And 4 mighty men, experienced in battle, went forth from the city and stood against the entrance of the city with drawn swords and spears in their hands, and they placed themselves opposite the sons of Jacob and would not suffer them to enter the city. 12. And Naphtali ran and came between them, and with his sword smote 2 of them, and cut off their heads at one stroke. 13. And he turned to the other 2, and behold, they had fled, and he pursued them, overtook them, smote them, and slew them. 14. And the sons of Jacob came to the city and saw, and behold, there was another wall to the city, and they sought for the gate of the wall, and could not find it. And Judah sprang upon the top of the wall, and Simeon and Levi followed him, and they all 3 descended from the wall into the city. 15. And Simeon and Levi slew all the men who ran for safety into the city, and also the inhabitants of the city with their wives and little ones. They slew with the edge of the sword, and the cries of the city ascended up to heaven. 16. And Dan and Naphtali sprang upon the wall to see what caused the noise of lamentation, for the sons of Jacob felt anxious about their brothers, and they heard the inhabitants of the city speaking with weeping and supplications, saying, Take all that we possess in the city and go away, only do not put us to death. 17. And when Judah, Simeon, and Levi had ceased smiting the inhabitants of the city, they ascended the wall and called to Dan and Naphtali, who were upon the wall, and to the rest of their brothers. And Simeon and Levi informed them of the entrance into the city, and all the sons of Jacob came to fetch the spoil. 18. And the sons of Jacob took the spoil of the city of Jasher, the flocks and herds and the property, and they took all that could be captured, and went away that day from the city. 19. And on the next day the sons of Jacob went to Sarton, for they heard that the men of Sarton who had remained in the city were assembling to fight with them for having slain their king. And Sarton was a very high and fortified city, and it had a deep rampart surrounding the city. 20. And the pillar of the rampart was about 50 cubits, and its breadth 40 cubits, and there was no place for a man to enter the city on account of the rampart. And the sons of Jacob saw the rampart of the city, and they sought an entrance in it, but could not find it. 21. For the entrance to the city was at the rear, and every man that wished to come into the city came by that road, and went around the whole city, and he afterwards entered the city. 22. And the sons of Jacob, seeing they could not find the way into the city, their anger was kindled greatly, and the inhabitants of the city, seeing that the sons of Jacob were coming to them, were greatly afraid of them, for they had heard of their strength and what they had done to Jasher. 23. And the inhabitants of the city of Sarton could not go out toward the sons of Jacob after having assembled in the city to fight against them, lest they might thereby get into the city. But when they saw that they were coming toward them, they were greatly afraid of them, for they had heard of their strength and what they had done to Jasher. 24. So the inhabitants of Sarton speedily took away the bridge of the road of the city from its place before the sons of Jacob came, and they brought it into the city. 25. And the sons of Jacob came and sought the way into the city, and could not find it. And the inhabitants of the city went up to the top of the wall, and saw, and behold, the sons of Jacob were seeking an entrance into the city. 26. And the inhabitants of the city reproached the sons of Jacob from the top of the wall, and they cursed them. And the sons of Jacob heard the reproaches, and they were greatly incensed, and their anger burned within them. 27. And the sons of Jacob were provoked at them, and they all rose and sprang over the rampart with the force of their strength, and through their might passed the 40 cubits breadth of the rampart. 28. And when they had passed the rampart, they stood under the wall of the city, and they found all the gates of the city enclosed with iron doors. 29. And the sons of Jacob came near to break open the doors of the gates of the city, and the inhabitants did not let them, for from the top of the wall they were casting stones and arrows upon them. 30. And the number of the people that were upon the wall was about 400 men. And when the sons of Jacob saw that the men of the city would not let them open the gates of the city, they sprang and ascended the top of the wall, and Judah went up first to the east part of the city. 31. And Gad and Asher went up after him to the west corner of the city. and Simeon and Levi to the north, and Dan and Reuben to the south. 32. And the men who were on the top of the wall, the inhabitants of the city, seeing that the sons of Jacob were coming up to them, they all fled from the wall, descended into the city, and concealed themselves in the midst of the city. 33. And Issachar and Naphtali that remained under the wall approached, and broke the gates of the city, and kindled a fire at the gates of the city, that the iron melted, and all the sons of Jacob came into the city, they and all their men, and they fought with the inhabitants of the city of Sarton, and smote them with the edge of the sword, and no man stood up before them. 34. And about 200 men fled from the city, and they all went and hid themselves in a certain tower in the city, and Judah pursued them to the tower, and he broke down the tower, which fell upon the men, and they all died. 35. And the sons of Jacob went up the road to the roof of that tower, and they saw, and behold, there was another strong and high tower at a distance in the city, and the top of it reached to heaven. And the sons of Jacob hastened and descended, and went with all their men to that tower, and found it filled with about 300 men, women, and little ones. 36. And the sons of Jacob smote a great smiting amongst those men in the tower, and they ran away and fled from them. 37. And Simeon and Levi pursued them, when 12 mighty and valiant men came out to them from the place where they had concealed themselves. 38. And those 12 men maintained a strong battle against Simeon and Levi, and Simeon and Levi could not prevail over them. And those valiant men broke the shields of Simeon and Levi, and one of them struck at Levi's head with his sword, when Levi hastily placed his hand to his head, for he was afraid of the sword, and the sword struck Levi's hand, and it wanted but little to the hand of Levi, being cut off. 39. And Levi seized the sword of the valiant man in his hand, and took it forcibly from the man, and with it he struck at the head of the powerful man, and he severed his head. 40. And 11 men approached to fight with Levi, for they saw that one of them was killed, and the sons of Jacob fought, but the sons of Jacob could not prevail over them, for those men were very powerful. 41. And the sons of Jacob, seeing that they could not prevail over them, Simeon gave a loud and tremendous shriek, and the 11 powerful men were stunned at the voice of Simeon's shrieking. 42. And Judah at a distance knew the voice of Simeon shouting, and Naphtali and Judah ran with their shields to Simeon and Levi, and found them fighting with those powerful men, unable to prevail over them, as their shields were broken. 43. And Naphtali saw that the shields of Simeon and Levi were broken, and he took 2 shields from his servants and brought them to Simeon and Levi. 44. And Simeon, Levi, and Judah on that day fought all 3 against the 11 mighty men until the time of sunset, but they could not prevail over them. 45. And this was told unto Jacob, and he was sorely grieved, and he prayed unto the Lord. And he and Naphtali his son went against these mighty men. 46. And Jacob approached, and drew his bow, and came nigh unto the mighty men, and slew 3 of their men with the bow, and the remaining 8 turned back, and behold, the war waged against them, in the front and rear, and they were greatly afraid of their lives, and could not stand before the sons of Jacob, and they fled from before them. 47. And in their flight they met Dan and Asher coming toward them, and they suddenly fell upon them, and fought with them, and slew 2 of them. And Judah and his brothers pursued them, and smote the remainder of them, and slew them. 48. And all the sons of Jacob returned, and walked about the city, searching if they could find any men, and they found about 20 young men in a cave in the city, and Gad and Asher smote them all, and Dan and Naphtali lighted upon the rest of the men who had fled, and escaped from the second tower, and they smote them all, 49. And the sons of Jacob smote all the inhabitants of the city of Sarton, but the women and little ones they left in the city and did not slay them. 50, and all the inhabitants of the city of Sarton were powerful men. One of them would pursue 1,000, and 2 of them would not flee, from 10,000 of the rest of men. 51, and the sons of Jacob slew all the inhabitants of the city of Sarton with the edge of the sword, that no man stood up against them, and they left the women in the city. 52, and the sons of Jacob took all the spoil of the city, and captured what they desired, and they took flocks and herds and property from the city, and the sons of Jacob did unto Sarton and its inhabitants, as they had done to Chazar and its inhabitants, and they turned and went away. Underscore. The Book of Jasher, chapter 39. 1. And when the sons of Jacob went from the city of Sarton, they had gone about 200 cubits when they met the inhabitants of Tapnach coming toward them, for they went out to fight with them, because they had smitten the king of Tapnach and all his men. 2. So all that remained in the city of Tapnach came out to fight with the sons of Jacob, and they thought to retake from them the booty and the spoil which they had captured from Chazar and Sarton. 3. And the rest of the men of Tapnach fought with the sons of Jacob in that place, and the sons of Jacob smote them, and they fled before them, and they pursued them to the city of Arbelin, and they all fell before the sons of Jacob. 4. And the sons of Jacob returned and came to Tapnach to take away the spoil of Tapnach. And when they came to Tapnach, they heard that the people of Arbelin had gone out to meet them to save the spoil of their brethren. And the sons of Jacob left 10 of their men in Tapnach to plunder the city, and they went out toward the people of Arbelin. 5. And the men of Arbelin went out with their wives to fight with the sons of Jacob, for their wives were experienced in battle, and they went out, about 400 men and women. 6. And all the sons of Jacob shouted with a loud voice, and they all ran toward the inhabitants of Arbelin, and with a great and tremendous voice. 7. And the inhabitants of Arbelin heard the noise of the shouting of the sons of Jacob, and their roaring like the noise of lions, and like the roaring of the sea and its waves. 8. And fear and terror possessed their hearts on account of the sons of Jacob, and they were terribly afraid of them, and they retreated, and fled before them into the city, and the sons of Jacob pursued them to the gate of the city, and they came upon them in the city. 9. And the sons of Jacob fought with them in the city, and all there. Women were engaged in slinging against the sons of Jacob, and the combat was very severe amongst them the whole of that day till evening. 10. And the sons of Jacob could not prevail over them, and the sons of Jacob had almost perished in that battle, and the sons of Jacob cried unto the Lord and greatly gained strength toward evening. And the sons of Jacob smote all the inhabitants of Arbelan by the edge of the sword, men, women, and little ones. 11. And also the remainder of the people who had fled from Sarton. The sons of Jacob smote them in Arbelan, and the sons of Jacob did unto Arbelan and Tapnach as they had done to Chazar and Sarton. And when the women saw that all the men were dead, they went upon the roofs of the city and smote the sons of Jacob by showering down stones, like rain. 12. And the sons of Jacob hastened and came into the city and seized all the women and smote them with the edge of the sword. And the sons of Jacob captured all the spoil and booty, flocks and herds, and cattle. 13. And the sons of Jacob did unto Machnamah as they had done to Tapnach, to Chazar, and to Shiloh, and they turned from there and went away. 14. And on the 5th day the sons of Jacob heard that the people of Gash had gathered against them to battle, because they had slain their king and their captains, for there had been 14 captains in the city of Gash, and the sons of Jacob had slain them all in the first battle. 15. And the sons of Jacob that day girt on their weapons of war, and they marched to battle against the inhabitants of Gash. And in Gash there was a strong and mighty people of the Amorites, and Gash was the strongest and best fortified city of all the cities of the Amorites, and it had 3 walls. 16. And the sons of Jacob came to Gash, and they found the gates of the city locked, and about 500 men standing at the top of the outermost wall, and a people numerous as the sand upon the sea. Sure were in ambush for the sons of Jacob from without the city at the rear thereof. 17. And the sons of Jacob approached to open the gates of the city, and whilst they were drawing nigh, behold, those who were in ambush at the rear of the city came forth from their places and surrounded the sons of Jacob. 18. And the sons of Jacob were enclosed between the people of Gash, and the battle was both to their front and rear, and all the men that were upon the wall were casting from the wall upon them arrows and stones. 19. And Judah, seeing that the men of Gash were getting too heavy for them, gave a most piercing and tremendous shriek, and all the men of Gash were terrified at the voice of Judah's cry, and men fell from the wall at his powerful shriek, and all those that were from without and within the city were greatly afraid of their lives. 20. And the sons of Jacob still came nigh to break the doors of the city, when the men of Gash threw stones and arrows upon them from the top of the wall, and made them flee from the gate. 21. And the sons of Jacob returned against the men of Gash who were with them from without the city, and they smote them terribly, as striking against gourds, and they could not stand against the sons of Jacob, for fright and terror had seized them at the shriek of Judah. 22. And the sons of Jacob slew all those men who were without the city. And the sons of Jacob still drew nigh to effect an entrance into the city and to fight under the city walls, but they could not, for all the inhabitants of Gash who remained in the city had surrounded the walls of Gash in every direction, so that the sons of Jacob were unable to approach the city to fight with them. 23. And the sons of Jacob came nigh to one corner to fight under the wall. The inhabitants of Gash threw arrows and stones upon them, like showers of rain, and they fled from under the wall. 24. And the people of Gash who were upon the wall, seeing that the sons of Jacob could not prevail over them from under the wall, reproached the sons of Jacob in these words, saying, 25. What is the matter with you in the battle that you cannot prevail? can you then do unto the mighty city of Gash and its inhabitants, as you did to the cities of the Amorites that were not so powerful? Surely to those weak ones amongst us you did those things, and slew them in the entrance of the city, for they had no strength when they were terrified at the sound of your shouting. 26. And will you now then be able to fight in this place? Surely here you will all die, and we will avenge the cause of those cities that you have laid waste. 27. And the inhabitants of Gash greatly reproached the sons of Jacob, and reviled them with their gods, and continued to cast arrows and stones upon them from the wall. 28. And Judah and his brothers heard the words of the inhabitants of Gash, and their anger was greatly roused, and Judah was jealous of his God in this matter. And he called out and said, O Lord, send help to us and our brothers. 29. And he ran at a distance with all his might, with his drawn sword in his hand, and he sprang from the earth, and by dint of his strength mounted the wall, and his sword fell from his hand. 30. And Judah shouted upon the wall, and all the men that were upon the wall were terrified, and some of them fell from the wall into the city and died. And those who were yet upon the wall, when they saw Judah's strength, they were greatly afraid and fled for their lives into the city for safety. 31. And some were emboldened to fight with Judah upon the wall, and they came nigh to slay him when they saw there was no sword in Judah's hand, and they thought of casting him from the wall to his brothers. And 20 men of the city came up to assist them, and they surrounded Judah, and they all shouted over him, and approached him with drawn swords, and they terrified Judah, and Judah cried out to his brothers from the wall. 32. And Jacob and his sons drew the bow from under the wall, and smote 3 of the men that were upon the top of the wall, and Judah continued to cry, and he exclaimed, O Lord, help us, O Lord, deliver us. And he cried out with a loud voice upon the wall, and the cry was heard at a great distance. 33. And after this cry he again repeated to shout, and all the men who surrounded Judah on the top of the wall were terrified, and they each threw his sword from his hand at the sound of Judah's shouting, and his tremor, and fled. 34. And Judah took the swords which had fallen from their hands, and Judah fought with them, and slew 20 of their men upon the wall. 35. And about 80 men and women still ascended the wall from the city, and they all surrounded Judah. And the Lord impressed the fear of Judah in their hearts, that they were unable to approach him. 36. And Jacob and all who were with him drew the bow from under the wall, and they slew 10 men upon the wall, and they fell below the wall before Jacob and his sons. 37. And the people upon the wall, seeing that 20 of their men had fallen, they still ran toward Judah with drawn swords, but they could not approach him, for they were greatly terrified at Judah's strength. 38. And one of their mighty men, whose name was Arad, approached to strike Judah upon the head with his sword, when Judah hastily put his shield to his head, and the sword hit the shield, and it was split in two. 39. And this mighty man, after he had struck Judah, ran for his life at the fear of Judah, and his feet slipped upon the wall, and he fell amongst the sons of Jacob who were below the wall, and the sons of Jacob smote him and slew him. 40. And Judah's head pained him from the blow of the powerful man, and Judah had nearly died from it. 41. And Judah cried out upon the wall, owing to the pain produced by the blow, when Dan heard him, and his anger burned within him, and he also rose up and went at a distance, and ran and sprang from the earth, and mounted the wall with his wrath-excited strength. 42. And when Dan came upon the wall near unto Judah, all the men upon the wall fled, who had stood against Judah, and they went up to the second wall. And they threw arrows and stones upon Dan and Judah from the second wall, and endeavored to drive them from the wall. 43. And the arrows and stones struck Dan and Judah, and they had nearly been killed upon the wall. And wherever Dan and Judah fled from the wall, they were attacked with arrows and stones from the second wall. 44. And Jacob and his sons were still at the entrance of the city below the first wall, and they were not able to draw their bow against the inhabitants of the city, as they could not be seen by them, being upon the second wall. 45. And Dan and Judah, when they could no longer bear the stones and arrows that fell upon them from the second wall, they both sprang upon the second wall near the people of the city. And when the people of the city who were upon the second wall saw that Dan and Judah had come to them upon the second wall, they all cried out and descended below between the walls. 46. And Jacob and his sons heard the noise of the shouting from the people of the city, and they were still at the entrance of the city, and they were anxious about Dan and Judah, who were not seen by them, they being upon the second wall. 47. And Naphtali went up with his wrath-excited might, and sprang upon the first wall to see what caused the noise of shouting which they had heard in the city. And Issachar and Zebulun drew nigh to break the doors of the city, and they opened the gates of the city, and came into the city. 48. And Naphtali leaped from the first wall to the second, and came to assist his brothers, and the inhabitants of Gash, who were upon the wall, seeing that Naphtali was the third who had come up to assist his brothers, they all fled and descended into the city. And Jacob and all his sons and all their young men came into the city to them. 49. And Judah and Dan and Naphtali descended from the wall into the city, and pursued the inhabitants of the city. And Simeon and Levi were from without the city, and knew not that the gate was opened. And they went up from there to the wall, and came down to their brothers into the city. 50. And the inhabitants of the city had all descended into the city. And the sons of Jacob came to them in different directions, and the battle waged against them from the front and the rear. And the sons of Jacob smote them terribly, and slew about 20,000 of them, men and women. Not one of them could stand up against the sons of Jacob. 51. And the blood flowed plentifully in the city, and it was like a brook of water, and the blood flowed like a brook to the outer part of the city, and reached the desert of Bethcorin. 52. And the people of Bethcorin saw at a distance the blood flowing from the city of Gash, and about 70 men from amongst them ran to see the blood, and they came to the place where the blood was. 53. And they followed the track of the blood, and came to the wall of the city of Gash, and they saw the blood issue from the city, and they heard the voice of crying from the inhabitants of Gash, for it ascended unto heaven, and the blood was continuing to flow abundantly like a brook of water. 54. And all the sons of Jacob were still smiting the inhabitants of Gash, and were engaged in slaying them till evening, about 20,000 men and women. And the people of Corinth said, Surely this is the work of the Hebrews, for they are still carrying on war in all the cities of the Amorites. 55. And those people hastened and ran to Bethcorin, and each took his weapons of war. And they cried out to all the inhabitants of Bethcorin, who also gird on their weapons of war to go and fight with the sons of Jacob. 56. And when the sons of Jacob had done smiting the inhabitants of Gash, they walked about the city to strip all the slain, and coming in the innermost part of the city and farther on they met 3 very powerful men, and there was no sword in their hand. 57. And the sons of Jacob came up to the place where they were, and the powerful men ran away. And one of them had taken Zebulun, who he saw was a young lad and of short stature, and with his might dashed him to the ground. 58. And Jacob ran to him with his sword, and Jacob smote him below his loins with the sword, and cut him in two, and the body fell upon Zebulun. 59. And the second one approached, and seized Jacob to fell him to the ground. And Jacob turned to him and shouted to him, while Simeon and Levi ran, and smote him on the hips with the sword, and felled him to the ground. 60. And the powerful man rose up from the ground with wrath excited. Might and Judah came to him before he had gained his footing, and struck him upon the head with the sword, and his head was split, and he died. 61. And the third powerful man, seeing that his companions were killed, ran from before the sons of Jacob, and the sons of Jacob pursued him in the city. And whilst the powerful man was fleeing, he found one of the swords of the inhabitants of the city, and he picked it up and turned to the sons of Jacob, and fought them with that sword. 62. And the powerful man ran to Judah to strike him upon the head with the sword, and there was no shield in the hand of Judah. And whilst he was aiming to strike him, Naphtali hastily took his shield and put it to Judah's head, and the sword of the powerful man hit the shield of Naphtali, and Judah escaped the sword. 63. And Simeon and Levi ran upon the powerful man with their swords, and struck at him forcibly with their swords, and the two swords entered the body of the powerful man, and divided it in two, lengthwise. 64. And the sons of Jacob smote the 3 mighty men at that time, together with all the inhabitants of Gash, and the day was about to decline. 65. And the sons of Jacob walked about Gash, and took all the spoil of the city, even the little ones and women they did not suffer to live. And the sons of Jacob did unto Gash as they had done to Sarton and Shiloh. Underscore. The Book of Jasher, chapter 40. 1. And the sons of Jacob led away all the spoil of Gash, and went out of the city by night. 2. They were going out marching toward the castle of Bethcorin, and the inhabitants of Bethcorin were going to the castle to meet them. And on that night the sons of Jacob fought with the inhabitants of Bethcorin in the castle of Bethcorin. 3. And all the inhabitants of Bethcorin were mighty men. One of them would not flee from before 1,000 men, and they fought on that night upon the castle, and their shouts were heard on that night from afar, and the earth quaked at their shouting. 4. And all the sons of Jacob were afraid of those men, as they were not accustomed to fight in the dark, and they were greatly confounded. And the sons of Jacob cried unto the Lord, saying, Give help to us, O Lord, deliver us, that we may not die by the hands of these uncircumcised men. 5. And the Lord hearkened to the voice of the sons of Jacob, and the Lord caused great terror and confusion to seize the people of Bethchorin, and they fought amongst themselves the one with the other in the darkness of night, and smote each other in great numbers. 6. And the sons of Jacob, knowing that the Lord had brought a spirit of perverseness amongst those men, and that they fought each man with his neighbor, went forth from among the bands of the people of Bethchorin, and went as far as the descent of the castle of Bethchorin, and farther, and they tarried there securely with their young men on that night. 7. And the people of Bethchorin fought the whole night, one man with his brother, and the other with his neighbor, and they cried out in every direction upon the castle, and their cry was heard at a distance, and the whole earth shook at their voice, for they were powerful above all the people of the earth. 8. And all the inhabitants of the cities of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Hivites, and all the kings of Canaan, and also those who were on the other side of the Jordan, heard the noise of the shouting on that night. 9. And they said, Surely these are the battles of the Hebrews who are fighting against the 7 cities, who came nigh unto them. And who can stand against those Hebrews? 10. And all the inhabitants of the cities of the Canaanites, and all those who were on the other side of the Jordan, were greatly afraid of the sons of Jacob, for they said, Behold, the same will be done to us as was done to those cities, for who can stand against their mighty strength? 11. And the cries of the Koranites were very great on that night, and continued to increase. And they smote each other till morning, and numbers of them were killed. 12. And the morning appeared, and all the sons of Jacob rose up at daybreak, and went up to the castle, and they smote those who remained of the Koranites in a terrible manner, and they were all killed in the castle. 13. And the 6th day appeared, and all the inhabitants of Canaan saw, at a distance, all the people of Bethchorin lying dead in the castle of Bethchorin, and strewed about as the carcasses of lambs and goats. 14. And the sons of Jacob led all the spoil which they had captured from Gash, and went to Bethchorin, and they found the city full of people like the sand of the sea, and they fought with them. And the sons of Jacob smote them there till evening time. 15. And the sons of Jacob did unto Bethchorin as they had done to Gash, and Tapnach, and as they had done to Chazer, to Sarton, and to Shiloh. 16. And the sons of Jacob took with them the spoil of Bethchorin, and all the spoil of the cities, and on that day they went home to Shechem. 17. And the sons of Jacob came home to the city of Shechem, and they remained without the city, and they then rested there from the war, and tarried there all night. 18. And all their servants together with all the spoil that they had taken from the cities, they left without the city, and they did not enter the city, for they said, Peradventure there may be yet more fighting against us, and they may come to besiege us in Shechem. 19. And Jacob and his sons and their servants remained on that night. And the next day, in the portion of the field which Jacob had purchased from Hamor for 5 shekels, and all that they had, capture was with them. 20. And all the booty which the sons of Jacob had captured was in the portion of the field, immense as the sand upon the seashore. 21. And the inhabitants of the land observed them from afar, and all the inhabitants of the land were afraid of the sons of Jacob who had done this thing, for no king from the days of old had ever done the like. 22. And the 7 kings of the Canaanites resolved to make peace with the sons of Jacob, for they were greatly afraid of their lives on account of the sons of Jacob. 23. And on that day, being the 7th day, Japhia king of Hebron sent secretly to the king of Ai, and to the king of Gibeon, and to the king of Shalem, and to the king of Adulam, and to the king of Lachish, and to the king of Chazar, and to all the Canaanitish kings who were under their subjection, saying, 24, Go up with me, and come to me that we may go to the sons of Jacob, and I will make peace with them, and form a treaty with them, lest all your lands be destroyed by the swords of the sons of Jacob, as they did to Shechem and the cities around it, as you have heard and seen. 25. And when you come to me, do not come with many men, but let every king bring his 3 head captains, and every captain bring 3 of his officers. 26. And come all of you to Hebron, and we will go together to the sons of Jacob, and supplicate them that they shall form a treaty of peace with us. 27. And all those kings did as the king of Hebron had sent to them, for they were all under his counsel and command. And all the kings of Canaan assembled to go to the sons of Jacob to make peace with them. And the sons of Jacob returned and went to the portion of the field that was in Shechem, for they did not put confidence in the kings of the land. 28. And the sons of Jacob returned and remained in the portion of the field 10 days, and no one came to make war with them. 29. And when the sons of Jacob saw that there was no appearance of war, they all assembled and went to the city of Shechem, and the sons of Jacob remained in Shechem. 30. And at the expiration of 40 days, all the kings of the Amorites assembled from all their places and came to Hebron, to Japhia, king of Hebron. 31. And the number of kings that came to Hebron to make peace with the sons of Jacob was 21 kings, and the number of captains that came with them was 69, and their men were 189. And all these kings and their men rested by Mount Hebron. 32. And the king of Hebron went out with his 3 captains and 9 men, and these kings resolved to go to the sons of Jacob to make peace. 33. And they said unto the king of Hebron, Go thou before us with thy men, and speak for us unto the sons of Jacob, and we will come after thee and confirm thy words. And the king of Hebron did so. 34. And the sons of Jacob heard that all the kings of Canaan had gathered together and rested in Hebron, and the sons of Jacob sent for their servants as spies, saying, Go and spy these kings, and search and examine their men, whether they are few or many. And if they are but few in number, number them all and come back. 35. And the servants of Jacob went secretly to these kings, and did as the sons of Jacob had commanded them. And on that day they came back to the sons of Jacob, and said unto them, We came unto those kings, and they are but few in number, and we numbered them all. And behold, they were 288 kings and men. 36. And the sons of Jacob said, They are but few in number, therefore we will not all go out to them. And in the morning the sons of Jacob rose up and chose 62 of their men, and 10 of the sons of Jacob went with them. And they girt on their weapons of war, for they said, They are coming to make war with us, for they knew not that they were coming to make peace with them. 37. And the sons of Jacob went with their servants to the gate of Shechem toward those kings, and their father Jacob was with them. 38. And when they had come forth, behold, the king of Hebron and his 3 captains and 9 men with him were coming along the road against the sons of Jacob. And the sons of Jacob lifted up their eyes and saw at a distance Japhia, king of Hebron, with his captains coming toward them. And the sons of Jacob took their stand at the place of the gate of Shechem, and did not proceed. 39. And the king of Hebron continued to advance, he and his captains, until he came nigh to the sons of Jacob, and he and his captains bowed down to them to the ground, and the king of Hebron sat with his captains before Jacob and his sons. 40. And the sons of Jacob said unto him, What has befallen thee, O king of Hebron? Why hast thou come to us this day? What dost thou require from us? And the king of Hebron said unto Jacob, I beseech thee, my lord, all the kings of the Canaanites have this day come to make peace with you. 41. And the sons of Jacob heard the words of the king of Hebron, and they would not consent to his proposals, for the sons of Jacob had no faith in him, for they imagined that the king of Hebron had spoken deceitfully to them. 42. And the king of Hebron knew from the words of the sons of Jacob that they did not believe his words, and the king of Hebron approached nearer to Jacob, and said unto him, I beseech thee, my lord, to be assured that all these kings have come to you on peaceable terms, for they have not come with all their men, neither did they bring their weapons of war with them, for they have come to seek peace for my lord and his sons. 43. And the sons of Jacob answered the king of Hebron, saying, Send thou to all these kings, and if thou speakest truth unto us, let them each come singly before us. And if they come unto us unarmed, we shall then know that they seek peace from us. 44. And Japhia, king of Hebron, sent one of his men to the kings, and they all came before the sons of Jacob, and bowed down to them to the ground. And these kings sat before Jacob and his sons, and they spoke unto them, saying, 45. We have heard all that you did unto the kings of the Amorites with your sword and exceedingly mighty arm, so that no man could stand up before you, and we were afraid of you for the sake of our lives, lest it should befall us as it did to them. 46. So we have come unto you to form a treaty of peace between us, and now therefore contract with us a covenant of peace and truth, that you will not meddle with us, inasmuch as we have not meddled with you. 47. And the sons of Jacob knew that they had really come to seek peace from them, and the sons of Jacob listened to them, and formed a covenant with them. 48. And the sons of Jacob swore unto them that they would not meddle with them, and all the kings of the Canaanites swore also to them, and the sons of Jacob made them tributary from that day forward. 49. And after this all the captains of these kings came with their men before Jacob, with presents in their hands for Jacob and his sons, and they bowed down to him to the ground. 50. And these kings then urged the sons of Jacob, and begged of them to return all the spoil they had captured from the 7 cities of the Amorites. And the sons of Jacob did so, and they returned all that they had captured, the women, the little ones, the cattle, and all the spoil which they had taken, and they sent them off, and they went away, each to his city. 51. And all these kings again bowed down to the sons of Jacob, and they sent or brought them many gifts in those days. And the sons of Jacob sent off these kings and their men, and they went peaceably away from them to their cities. And the sons of Jacob also returned to their home to Shechem. 52. And there was peace from that day forward between the sons of Jacob and the kings of the Canaanites, until the children of Israel came to inherit the land of Canaan. Underscore. The Book of Jasher, chapter 41. 1. And at the revolution of the year, the sons of Jacob journeyed from Shechem, and they came to Hebron, to their father Isaac, and they dwelt there, but their flocks and herds they fed daily in Shechem. For there was there in those days good and fat pasture, and Jacob and his sons and all their household dwelt in the valley of Hebron. 2. And it was in those days, in that year, being the 106th year of the life of Jacob, in the 10th year of Jacob's coming from Padan Aram, that Leah the wife of Jacob died. She was 51 years old when she died in Hebron. 3. And Jacob and his sons buried her in the cave of the field of Machpelah, which is in Hebron, which Abraham had bought from the children of Het, for the possession of a burial place. 4. And the sons of Jacob dwelt with their father in the valley of Hebron, and all the inhabitants of the land knew their strength, and their fame went throughout the land. 5. And Joseph the son of Jacob, and his brother Benjamin, the sons of Rachel, the wife of Jacob, were yet young in those days, and did not go out with their brethren during their battles in all the cities of the Amorites. 6. And when Joseph saw the strength of his brethren and their greatness, he praised them and extolled them, but he ranked himself greater than them, and extolled himself above them. And Jacob, his father, also loved him more than any of his sons, for he was a son of his old age, and through his love toward him, he made him a coat of many colors. 7. And when Joseph saw that his father loved him more than his brethren, he continued to exalt himself above his brethren, and he brought unto his father evil reports concerning them. 8. And the sons of Jacob, seeing the whole of Joseph's conduct toward them, and that their father loved him more than any of them, they hated him and could not speak peaceably to him all the days. 9. And Joseph was 17 years old, and he was still magnifying himself above his brethren, and thought of raising himself above them. 10. At that time he dreamed a dream, and he came unto his brothers, and told them his dream. And he said unto them, I dreamed a dream, and behold, we were all binding sheaves in the field, and my sheaf rose, and placed itself upon the ground, and your sheaves surrounded it, and bowed down to it. 11. And his brethren answered him, and said unto him, What meaneth this dream that thou didst dream? Dost thou imagine in thy heart to reign or rule over us? 12. And he still came, and told the thing to his father Jacob. And Jacob kissed Joseph when he heard these words from his mouth. And Jacob blessed Joseph. 13. And when the sons of Jacob saw that their father had blessed Joseph, and had kissed him, and that he loved him exceedingly, they became jealous of him, and hated him the more. 14. And after this Joseph dreamed another dream, and related the dream to his father in the presence of his brethren. And Joseph said unto his father and brethren, Behold, I have again dreamed a dream, and behold, the sun and the moon and the 11 stars bowed down to me. 15. And his father heard the words of Joseph and his dream, and seeing that his brethren hated Joseph on account of this matter, Jacob therefore rebuked Joseph before his brethren on account of this thing, saying, What meaneth this dream which thou hast dreamed, and this magnifying thyself before thy brethren who are older than thou art? 16. Dost thou imagine in thy heart that I and thy mother and thy 11 brethren will come and bow down to thee, that thou speakest these things? 17. And his brethren were jealous of him on account of his words and dreams, and they continued to hate him. And Jacob reserved the dreams in his heart. 18. And the sons of Jacob went one day to feed their father's flock in Shechem, for they were still herdsmen in those days. And whilst the sons of Jacob were that day feeding in Shechem, they delayed. And the time of gathering in the cattle was past, and they had not arrived. 19. And Jacob saw that his sons were delayed in Shechem. And Jacob said within himself, Peradventure the people of Shechem have risen up to fight against them. Therefore they have delayed coming this day. 20. And Jacob called Joseph his son, and commanded him, saying, Behold, thy brethren are feeding in Shechem this day, and behold, they have not yet come back. Go now, therefore, and see where they are, and bring me word back concerning the welfare of thy brethren and the welfare of the flock. 21. And Jacob sent his son Joseph to the valley of Hebron, and Joseph came for his brothers to Shechem, and could not find them. And Joseph went about the field which was near Shechem, to see where his brothers had turned, and he missed his road in the wilderness, and knew not which way he should go. 22. And an angel of the Lord found him wandering in the road toward the field. And Joseph said unto the angel of the Lord, I seek my brethren. Hast thou not heard where they are feeding? And the angel of the Lord said unto Joseph, I saw thy brethren feeding here, and I heard them say they would go to feed in Dothan. 23. And Joseph hearkened to the voice of the angel of the Lord, and he went to his brethren in Dothan, and he found them in Dothan feeding the flock. 24. And Joseph advanced to his brethren, and before he had come nigh unto them, they had resolved to slay him. 25. And Simeon said to his brethren, Behold, the man of dreams is coming unto us this day. And now therefore come, and let us kill him, and cast him in one of the pits that are in the wilderness. And when his father shall seek him from us, we will say an evil beast has devoured him. 26. And Reuben heard the words of his brethren concerning Joseph, and he said unto them, You should not do this thing, for how can we look up to our father Jacob? Cast him into this pit to die there, but stretch not forth a hand upon him to spill his blood. And Reuben said this in order to deliver him from their hand, to bring him back to his father. 27. And when Joseph came to his brethren, he sat before them, and they rose upon him, and seized him, and smote him to the earth, and stripped the coat of many colors which he had on. 28. And they took him, and cast him into a pit, and in the pit there was no water, but serpents and scorpions. And Joseph was afraid of the serpents and scorpions that were in the pit. And Joseph cried out with a loud voice, and the Lord hid the serpents and scorpions in the sides of the pit, and they did no harm unto Joseph. 29. And Joseph called out from the pit to his brethren, and said unto them, What have I done unto you, and in what have I sinned? Why do you not fear the Lord concerning me? Am I not of your bones and flesh? And is not Jacob your father my father? Why do you do this thing unto me this day? And how will you be able to look up to our father Jacob? 30. And he continued to cry out and call unto his brethren from the pit. And he said, O Judah, Simeon, and Levi, my brethren, lift me up from the place of darkness in which you have placed me, and come this day to have compassion on me, ye children of the Lord, and sons of Jacob my father. And if I have sinned unto you, are you not the sons of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? If they saw an orphan, they had compassion over him, or one that was hungry, they gave him bread to eat, or one that was thirsty, they gave him water to drink. or one that was naked, they covered him with garments. 31. And how then will you withhold your pity from your brother? For I am of your flesh and bones. And if I have sinned unto you, surely you will do this on account of my father. 32. And Joseph spoke these words from the pit, and his brethren could not listen to him, nor incline their ears to the words of Joseph. And Joseph was crying and weeping in the pit. 33. And Joseph said, Oh, that my father knew this day the act which my brothers have done unto me, and the words which they have this day spoken unto me. 34. And all his brethren heard his cries and weeping in the pit. And his brethren went and removed themselves from the pit, so that they might not hear the cries of Joseph and his weeping in the pit. Underscore. The Book of Jasher, chapter 42. 1. And they went and sat on the opposite side, about the distance of a bow shot, and they sat there to eat bread. And whilst they were eating, they held counsel together what was to be done with him, whether to slay him or to bring him back to his father. 2. They were holding the counsel when they lifted up their eyes and saw, and behold, there was a company of Ishmaelites coming at a distance by the road of Gilead, going down to Egypt. 3. And Judah said unto them, What gain will it be to us if we slay our brother? Peradventure God will require him from us. This then is the counsel proposed concerning him, which you shall do unto him. Behold, this company of Ishmaelites going down to Egypt. 4. Now therefore, come, let us dispose of him to them, and let not our hand be upon him. And they will lead him along with them, and he will be lost amongst the people of the land, and we will not put him to death with our own hands. And the proposal pleased his brethren, and they did according to the word of Judah. 5. And whilst they were discoursing about this matter, and before the company of Ishmaelites had come up to them, 7 trading men of Midian passed by them. And as they passed, they were thirsty, and they lifted up their eyes, and saw the pit in which Joseph was immured. And they looked, and behold, every species of bird was upon him. 6. And these Midianites ran to the pit to drink water, for they thought that it contained water. And on coming before the pit, they heard the voice of Joseph crying and weeping in the pit. And they looked down into the pit, and they saw, and behold, there was a youth of comely appearance and well-favored. 7. And they called unto him and said, Who art thou, and who brought thee hither? And who placed thee in this pit in the wilderness? And they all assisted to raise up Joseph, and they drew him out, and brought him up from the pit, and took him, and went away on their journey, and passed by his brethren. 8. And these said unto them, Why do you do this, to take our servant from us, and to go away? Surely we placed this youth in the pit, because he rebelled against us. And you come and bring him up, and let him away. Now then give us back our servant. 9. And the Midianites answered and said unto the sons of Jacob, Is this your servant, Or does this man attend you? Peradventure you are all his servants, for he is more comely and well-favored than any of you. And why do you all speak falsely unto us? 10. Now therefore we will not listen to your words, nor attend to you. For we found a youth in the pit in the wilderness, and we took him. We will therefore go on. 11. And all the sons of Jacob approached them, and rose up to them, and said unto them, Give us back our servant, and why will you all die? By the edge of the sword? And the Midianites cried out against them, and they drew their swords, and approached to fight with the sons of Jacob. 12. And behold, Simeon rose up from his seat against them, and sprang upon the ground, and drew his sword, and approached the Midianites. And he gave a terrible shout before them, so that his shouting was heard at a distance, and the earth shook at Simeon's shouting. 13. And the Midianites were terrified on account of Simeon and the noise of his shouting, and they fell upon their faces, and were excessively alarmed. 14. And Simeon said unto them, Verily I am Simeon, the son of Jacob the Hebrew, who have, only with my brother, destroyed the city of Shechem and the cities of the Amorites. So shall God moreover do unto me, that if all your brethren, the people of Midian, and also the kings of Canaan, were to come with you, they could not fight against me. 15. Now therefore give us back the youth whom you have taken, lest I give your flesh to the birds of the skies and the beasts of the earth. 16. And the Midianites were more afraid of Simeon, and they approached the sons of Jacob with terror and fright, and with pathetic words, saying, 17. Surely you have said that the young man is your servant, and that he rebelled against you, and therefore you placed him in the pit. What then will you do with a servant who rebels against his master? Now therefore sell him unto us, and we will give you all that you require for him. And the Lord was pleased to do this in order that the sons of Jacob should not slay their brother. 18. And the Midianites saw that Joseph was of a comely appearance and well-favored. They desired him in their hearts, and were urgent to purchase him from his brethren. 19. And the sons of Jacob hearkened to the Midianites, and they sold their brother Joseph to them for 20 pieces of silver. And Reuben their brother was not with them. And the Midianites took Joseph and continued their journey to Gilead. 20. They were going along the road, and the Midianites repented of what they had done in having purchased the young man. And one said to the other, What is this thing that we have done in taking this youth from the Hebrews, who is of comely appearance and well favored? 21. Perhaps this youth is stolen from the land of the Hebrews, and why? And have we done this thing? And if he should be sought for and found in our hands, we shall die through him. 22. Now surely hardy and powerful men have sold him to us, the strength of one of whom you saw this day. Perhaps they stole him from his land with their might and with their powerful arm, and have therefore sold him to us for the small value which we gave unto them. 23. And whilst they were thus discoursing together, they looked, and behold, the company of Ishmaelites, which was coming at first, and which the sons of Jacob saw, was advancing toward the Midianites. And the Midianites said to each other, Come, let us sell this youth to the company of Ishmaelites who are coming toward us, and we will take for him the little that we gave for him, and we will be delivered from his evil. 24. And they did so, and they reached the Ishmaelites, and the Midianites sold Joseph to the Ishmaelites for 20 pieces of silver which they had given for him to his brethren. 25. And the Midianites went on their road to Gilead, and the Ishmaelites took Joseph, and they let him ride upon one of the camels, and they were leading him to Egypt. 26. And Joseph heard that the Ishmaelites were proceeding to Egypt, And Joseph lamented and wept at this thing, that he was to be so far removed from the land of Canaan, from his father, and he wept bitterly whilst he was riding upon the camel. And one of their men observed him, and made him go down from the camel and walk on foot. And notwithstanding this, Joseph continued to cry and weep, and he said, O my father, my father. 27. And one of the Ishmaelites rose up and smote Joseph upon the cheek. And still he continued to weep. And Joseph was fatigued in the road, and was unable to proceed on account of the bitterness of his soul. And they all smote him and afflicted him in the road, and they terrified him in order that he might cease from weeping. 28. And the Lord saw the ambition of Joseph and his trouble, and the Lord brought down upon those men darkness and confusion, and the hand of every one that smote him became withered. 29. And they said to each other, What is this thing that God has done to us in the road? And they knew not that this befell them on account of Joseph. And the men proceeded on the road, and they passed along the road of Ephrath, where Rachel was buried. 30. And Joseph reached his mother's grave, and Joseph hastened and ran to his mother's grave, and fell upon the grave and wept. 31. And Joseph cried aloud upon his mother's grave, and he said, O my mother, my mother, O thou who didst give me birth, awake now, and rise and see thy son, how he has been sold for a slave, and no one to pity him. 32. O rise and see thy son, weep with me on account of my troubles, and see the heart of my brethren. 33. Arouse my mother, arouse, awake from thy sleep for me, and direct thy battles against my brethren. Oh, how have they stripped me of my coat, and sold me already twice for a slave, and separated me from my father, and there is no one to pity me. 34. Arouse and lay thy cause against them before God, and see whom God will justify in the judgment, and whom he will condemn. 35. Rise, O my mother, rise, awake from thy sleep, and see my father how his soul is with me this day, and comfort him and ease his heart. 36. And Joseph continued to speak these words, and Joseph cried aloud, and wept bitterly upon his mother's grave. And he ceased speaking, and from bitterness of heart he became still as a stone upon the grave. 37. And Joseph heard a voice speaking to him from beneath the ground, which answered him with bitterness of heart, and with a voice of weeping and praying in these words. 38. My son Joseph, I have heard the voice of thy weeping and the voice of thy lamentation. I have seen thy tears. I know thy troubles, my son, and it grieves me for thy sake, and abundant grief is added to my grief. 39. Now therefore, my son, Joseph, my son, hope to the Lord, and wait for him, and do not fear, for the Lord is with thee. He will deliver thee from all trouble. 40. Rise, my son, go down unto Egypt with thy masters, and do not fear, for the Lord is with thee, my son. And she continued to speak like unto these words unto Joseph, and she was still. 41. And Joseph heard this, and he wondered greatly at this, and he continued to weep. And after this, one of the Ishmaelites observed him crying and weeping upon the grave, and his anger was kindled against him, and he drove him from there, and he smote him and cursed him. 42. And Joseph said unto the men, May I find grace in your sight too. Take me back to my father's house, and he will give you abundance of riches. 43. And they answered him, saying, Art thou not a slave? And where is thy father? And if thou hadst a father, thou wouldst not already twice have been sold for a slave for so little value. And their anger was still roused against him, and they continued to smite him, and to chastise him, and Joseph wept bitterly. 44. And the Lord saw Joseph's affliction, and Lord again smote these men, and chastised them. And the Lord caused darkness to envelope them upon the earth, and the lightning flashed, and the thunder roared, and the earth shook at the voice of the thunder and of the mighty wind. And the men were terrified, and knew not where they should go. 45. And the beasts and camels stood still, and they led them, but they would not go. They smote them, and they crouched upon the ground. And the men said to each other, What is this that God has done to us? What are our transgressions, and what are our sins that this thing has thus befallen us? 46. And one of them answered and said unto them, Perhaps on account of the sin of afflicting this slave has this thing happened this day to us. Now therefore implore him strongly to forgive us, and then we shall know on whose account this evil befalleth us. And if God shall have compassion over us, then we shall know that all this cometh to us on account of the sin of afflicting this slave. 47. And the men did so, and they supplicated Joseph, and pressed him to forgive them. And they said, We have sinned to the Lord and to thee. Now therefore vouchsafe to request of thy God that he shall put away this death from amongst us, for we have sinned to him. 48. And Joseph did according to their words, and the Lord hearkened to Joseph. And the Lord put away the plague which he had inflicted upon those men on account of Joseph. And the beasts rose up from the ground, and they conducted them. And they went on, and the raging storm abated, and the earth became tranquilized. And the men proceeded on their journey to go down to Egypt. And the men knew that this evil had befallen them on account of Joseph. 49. And they said to each other, Behold, we know that it was on account of his affliction that this evil befell us. Now therefore why shall we bring this death upon our souls? Let us hold counsel what to do to this slave. 50. And one answered and said, Surely he told us to bring him back to his father. Now therefore come, let us take him back, and we will go to the place that he will tell us, and take from his family the price that we gave for him, and we will then go away. 51. And one answered again and said, Behold, this counsel is very good, but we cannot do so, for the way is very far from us, and we cannot go out of our road. 52. And one more answered and said unto them, This is the counsel to be adopted. We will not swerve from it. Behold, we are this day going to Egypt, and when we shall have come to Egypt, we will sell him there at a high price, and we will be delivered from his evil. 53. And this thing pleased the men, and they did so, and they continued their journey to Egypt with Joseph. Underscore. The Book of Jasher, chapter 43. 1. And when the sons of Jacob had sold their brother Joseph to the Midianites, their hearts were smitten on account of him, and they repented of their acts, and they sought for him to bring him back, but could not find him. 2. And Reuben returned to the pit in which Joseph had been put, in order to lift him out, and restore him to his father. And Reuben stood by the pit, and he heard not a word, and he called out, Joseph, Joseph, and no one answered or uttered a word. 3. And Reuben said, Joseph has died through fright, or some serpent has caused his death. And Reuben descended into the pit, and he searched for Joseph, and could not find him in the pit. And he came out again. 4. And Reuben tore his garments, and he said, The child is not there. And how shall I reconcile my father about him, if he be dead? And he went to his brethren, and found them grieving on account of Joseph, and counseling together how to reconcile their father about him. And Reuben said unto his brethren, I came to the pit, and behold, Joseph was not there. What then shall we say unto our father? For my father will only seek the lad for me. 5. And his brethren answered him, saying, Thus and thus we did, and our hearts afterward smote us on account of this act, and we now sit to seek a pretext how we shall reconcile our father to it. 6. And Reuben said unto them, What is this you have done to bring down the gray hairs of our father in sorrow to the grave? The thing is not good that you have done. 7. And Reuben sat with them, and they all rose up and swore to each other not to tell this thing unto Jacob. And they all said, The man who will tell this to our father or his household, or who will report this to any of the children of the land, we will all rise up against him and slay him with the sword. 8. And the sons of Jacob feared each other in this matter, from the youngest to the oldest, and no one spoke a word, and they concealed the thing in their hearts. 9. And they afterward sat down to determine and invent something to say unto their father Jacob concerning all these things. 10. And Issachar said unto them, Here is an advice for you, if it seem good in your eyes to do this thing. Take the coat which belongeth to Joseph, and tear it, and kill a kid of the goats, and dip it in its blood. 11. And send it to our father, and when he seeth it, he will say an evil beast has devoured him. Therefore tear ye his coat, and behold, his blood will be upon his coat, and by your doing this we shall be free of our father's murmurings. 12. And Issachar's advice pleased them, and they hearkened unto him, and they did according to the word of Issachar, which he had counseled them. 13. And they hastened and took Joseph's coat, and tore it, and they killed the kid of the goats, and dipped the coat in the blood of the kid, and then trampled it in the dust. And they sent the coat to their father Jacob by the hand of Naphtali, and they commanded him to say these words. 14. We had gathered in the cattle, and had come as far as the road to Shechem and farther, when we found this coat upon the road in the wilderness, dipped in blood and in dust. Now therefore know whether it be thy son's coat or not. 15. And Naphtali went, and he came unto his father, and he gave him the coat, and he spoke unto him all the words which his brethren had commanded him. 16. And Jacob saw Joseph's coat, and he knew it, and he fell upon his face to the ground, and became as still as a stone. And he afterward rose up and cried out with a loud and weeping voice, and he said, It is the coat of my son Joseph. 17. And Jacob hastened and sent one of his servants to his sons, who went to them and found them coming along the road with the flock. 18. And the sons of Jacob came to their father about evening, and behold, their garments were torn, and dust was upon their heads. And they found their father crying out and weeping with a loud voice. 19. And Jacob said unto his sons, Tell me truly, what evil have you this day suddenly brought upon me? And they answered their father Jacob, saying, We were coming along this day, after the flock had been gathered in, and we came as far as the city of Shechem by the road, in the wilderness, and we found this coat filled with blood upon the ground, and we knew it, and we sent unto thee if thou couldst know it. 20. And Jacob heard the words of his sons, and he cried out with a loud voice, and he said, It is the coat of my son, an evil beast has devoured him. Joseph is rent in pieces, for I sent him this day too. See whether it was well with you, and well with the flocks, and two. Bring me word again from you. And he went as I commanded him. And this has happened to him this day, whilst I thought my son was with you. 21. And the sons of Jacob answered and said, He did not come to us, neither have we seen him from the time of our going out from thee, until now. 22. And when Jacob heard their words, he again cried out aloud, and he rose up and tore his garments, and he put sackcloth upon his loins. And he wept bitterly, and he mourned and lifted up his voice weeping, and exclaimed and said these words. 23. Joseph my son, O my son Joseph, I sent thee this day after the welfare of thy brethren, and behold, thou hast been torn in pieces. Through my hand has this happened to my son. 24. It grieves me for thee, Joseph my son, it grieves me for thee. How sweet wast thou to me during life, and now how exceedingly bitter is thy death to me. 25. That I had died in thy stead, Joseph my son, for it grieves me sadly. For thee, my son, O my son, my son. Joseph my son, where art thou, and where hast thou been drawn? Arouse, arouse from thy place, and come and see my grief for thee, O my son Joseph. 26. Come now, and number the tears gushing from my eyes down my cheeks, and bring them up before the Lord, that his anger may turn from me. 27. Joseph my son, how didst thou fall by the hand of one by whom no one had fallen from the beginning of the world unto this day? 4. Thou hast been put to death by the smiting of an enemy, inflicted with cruelty, but surely I know that this has happened to thee on account of the multitude of my sins. 28. Arouse now, and see how bitter is my trouble for thee, my son, although I did not rear thee, nor fashion thee, nor give thee breath and soul, but it was God who formed thee and built thy bones, and covered them with flesh, and breathed in thy nostrils the breath of life, and then he gave thee unto me. 29. Now truly God who gave thee unto me, he has taken thee from me, and such then has befallen thee. 30. And Jacob continued to speak like unto these words concerning Joseph, and he wept bitterly. He fell to the ground and became still. 31. And all the sons of Jacob, seeing their father's trouble, they repented of what they had done, and they also wept bitterly. 32. And Judah rose up and lifted his father's head from the ground, and placed it upon his lap, and he wiped his father's tears from his cheeks. And Judah wept an exceeding great weeping, whilst his father's head was reclining upon his lap, still as a stone. 33. And the sons of Jacob saw their father's trouble, and they lifted up their voices and continued to weep, and Jacob was yet lying upon the ground still as a stone. 34. And all his sons and his servants' children rose up and stood round him to comfort him, and he refused to be comforted. 35. And the whole household of Jacob rose up and mourned great mourning on account of Joseph and their father's trouble. And the intelligence reached Isaac, the son of Abraham, the father of Jacob, and he wept bitterly on account of Joseph, he and all his household. And he went from the place where he dwelt in Hebron, and his men with him. And he comforted Jacob his son, and he refused to be comforted. 36. And after this, Jacob rose up from the ground, and his tears were running down his cheeks. And he said unto his sons, Rise up, and take your swords and your bows, and go forth into the field, and seek whether you can find my son's body, and bring it unto me, that I may bury it. 37. Seek also, I pray you, among the beasts and hunt them, and that which shall come the first before you seize, and bring it unto me. Perhaps the Lord will this day pity my affliction, and prepare before you that which did tear my son in pieces, and bring it unto me, and I will avenge the cause of my son. 38. And his sons did as their father had commanded them, and they rose up early in the morning, and each took his sword and his bow in his hand, and they went forth into the field to hunt the beasts. 39. And Jacob was still crying aloud and weeping and walking to and fro in the house, and smiting his hands together, saying, Joseph my son, Joseph my son. 40. And the sons of Jacob went into the wilderness to seize the beasts. And behold, a wolf came toward them, and they seized him, and brought him unto their father. And they said unto him, This is the first we have found, and we have brought him unto thee as thou didst command us, and thy son's body we could not find. 41. And Jacob took the beast from the hands of his sons, and he cried out with a loud and weeping voice, holding the beast in his hand. And he spoke with a bitter heart unto the beast, Why didst thou devour my son Joseph? And how didst thou have no fear of the God of the earth, or of my trouble for my son Joseph? 42. And thou didst devour my son for naught, because he committed no violence, and didst thereby render me culpable on his account. Therefore God will require him that is persecuted. 43. And the Lord opened the mouth of the beast in order to comfort Jacob with its words. And it answered Jacob, and spoke these words unto him. 44. As God liveth, who created us in the earth, and as thy soul liveth, my Lord, I did not see thy son, neither did I tear him to pieces. But from a distant land I also came to seek my son who went from me this day, and I know not whether he be living or dead. 45. And I came this day into the field to seek my son, and your sons found me, and seized me, and increased my grief, and have this day brought me before thee. And I have now spoken all my words to thee. 46. And now therefore, O Son of man, I am in thy hands, and do unto me this day as it may seem good in thy sight, but by the life of God, who created me, I did not see thy son, nor did I tear him to pieces, neither has the flesh of man entered my mouth all the days of my life. 47. And when Jacob heard the words of the beast, he was greatly astonished, and sent forth the beast from his hand, and she went her way. 48. And Jacob was still crying aloud and weeping for Joseph day after day, and he mourned for his son many days. The Book of Jasher, chapter 44. 1. And the sons of Ishmael who had bought Joseph from the Midianites, who had bought him from his brethren, went to Egypt with Joseph. And they came upon the borders of Egypt. And when they came near unto Egypt, they met 4 men of the sons of Medon the son of Abraham, who had gone forth from the land of Egypt on their journey. 2. And the Ishmaelites said unto them, do you desire to purchase this slave from us? And they said, Deliver him over to us. And they delivered Joseph over to them. And they beheld him, that he was a very comely youth, and they purchased him for 20 shekels. 3. And the Ishmaelites continued their journey to Egypt, and the Medinim also returned that day to Egypt. And the Medinim said to each other, Behold, we have heard that Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, captain of the guard, seeketh a good servant who shall stand before him to attend him, and to make him overseer over his house and all belonging to him. 4. Now, therefore, come, let us sell him to him for what we may desire, if he be able to give unto us that which we shall require for him. 5. And these Medinim went and came to the house of Potiphar, and said unto him, We have heard that thou seekest a good servant to attend thee. Behold, we have a servant that will please thee, if thou canst. Give unto us that which we may desire, and we will sell him unto thee. 6. And Potiphar said, Bring him before me, and I will see him, and if he please me, I will give unto you that which you may require for him. 7. And the Medinim went and brought Joseph and placed him before Potiphar, and he saw him, and he pleased him exceedingly. And Potiphar said unto them, Tell me what you require for this youth. 8. And they said, 400 pieces of silver we desire for him. And Potiphar said, I will give it you if you bring me the record of his sale to you, and will tell me his history, for perhaps he may be stolen. For this youth is neither a slave, nor the son of slave, but I observe in him the appearance of a goodly and handsome person. 9. And the Medinim went and brought unto him the Ishmaelites who had sold him to them. And they told him, saying, He is a slave, and we sold him to them. 10. And Potiphar heard the words of the Ishmaelites in his giving the silver unto the Medinim. And the Medinim took the silver and went on their journey. And the Ishmaelites also returned home. 11. And Potiphar took Joseph and brought him to his house that he might serve him. And Joseph found favor in the sight of Potiphar, and he placed confidence in him, and made him overseer over his house, and all that belonged to him he delivered over into his hand. 12. And the Lord was with Joseph, and he became a prosperous man. And the Lord blessed the house of Potiphar for the sake of Joseph. 13. And Potiphar left all that he had in the hand of Joseph, and Joseph was one that caused things to come in and go out, and everything was regulated by his wish in the house of Potiphar. 14. And Joseph was 18 years old, a youth with beautiful eyes and of comely appearance, and like unto him was not in the whole land of Egypt. 15. At that time, whilst he was in his master's house, going in and out of the house, and attending his master, Zelicah, his master's wife, lifted up her eyes toward Joseph, and she looked at him, and behold, he was a youth comely and well-favored. 16. And she coveted his beauty in her heart, and her soul was fixed upon Joseph, and she enticed him day after day, and Zelicah persuaded Joseph daily, but Joseph did not lift up his eyes to behold his master's wife. 17. And Zelicah said unto him, How goodly are thy appearance and form! Truly I have looked at all the slaves, and have not seen so beautiful a slave as thou art. And Joseph said unto her, Surely he who created me in my mother's womb created all mankind. 18. And she said unto him, How beautiful are thine eyes, with which thou hast dazzled all the inhabitants of Egypt, men and women. And he said unto her, How beautiful they are whilst we are alive, but shouldst thou behold them in the grave, surely thou wouldst move away from them. 19. And she said unto him, how beautiful and pleasing are all thy words. Take now, I pray thee, the harp which is in the house, and play with thy hands, and let us hear thy words. 20. And he said unto her, how beautiful and pleasing are my words when I speak the praise of my God and his glory. And she said unto him, how very beautiful is the hair of thy head. Behold the golden comb, which is in the house. Take it, I pray thee, and curl the hair of thy head. 21. And he said unto her, how long wilt thou speak these words? Cease to utter these words to me, and rise and attend to thy domestic affairs. 22. And she said unto him, there is no one in my house, and there is nothing to attend to but to thy words and to thy wish. Yet, notwithstanding all this, she could not bring Joseph unto her. Neither did he place his eye upon her, but directed his eyes below, to the ground. 23. And Zelicah desired Joseph in her heart, that he should lie with her. And at the time that Joseph was sitting in the house doing his work, Zelicah came and sat before him, and she enticed him daily with her discourse to lie with her or ever to look at her, but Joseph would not hearken to her. 24. And she said unto him, if thou wilt not do according to my words, I will chastise thee with the punishment of death, and put an iron yoke upon thee. 25. And Joseph said unto her, surely God who created man looseth the fetters of prisoners, and it is he who will deliver me from thy prison and from thy judgment. 26. And when she could not prevail over him to persuade him, and her soul being still fixed upon him, her desire threw her into a grievous sickness. 27. And all the women of Egypt came to visit her, and they said unto her, why art thou in this declining state? Thou that lackest nothing, surely thy husband is a great and esteemed prince in the sight of the king. Shouldst thou lack anything of what thy heart desireth? 28. And Zelicah answered them, saying, this day it shall be made known to you whence this disorder springs in which you see me. And she commanded her maid servants to prepare food for all the women, and she made a banquet for them, and all the women ate in the house of Zelicah. 29. And she gave them knives to peel the citrons to eat them, and she commanded that they should dress Joseph in costly garments, and that he should appear before them. And Joseph came before their eyes, and all the women looked on Joseph, and could not take their eyes from off him. And they all cut their hands with the knives that they had in their hands, and all the citrons that were in their hand were filled with blood. 30. And they knew not what they had done, but they continued to look at the beauty of Joseph, and did not turn their eyelids from him. 31. And Zelicah saw what they had done, and she said unto them, what is this work that you have done? Behold, I gave you citrons to eat, and you have all cut your hands. 32. And all the women saw their hands, and behold, they were full of blood, and their blood flowed down upon their garments. And they said unto her, this slave in your house has overcome us, and we could not turn our eyelids from him on account of his beauty. 33. And she said unto them, surely this happened to you in the moment that you looked at him, and you could not contain yourselves from him. How then can I refrain when he is constantly in my house, and I see him day after day going in and out of my house? How then can I keep from declining, or even from perishing on account of this? 34. And they said unto her, the words are true, for who can see this beautiful form in the house, and refrain from him? And is he not thy slave and attendant in thy house? And why dost thou not tell him that which is in thy heart, and sufferest thy soul to perish through this matter? 35. And she said unto them, I am daily endeavoring to persuade him, and he will not consent to my wishes, and I promised him everything That is good, and yet I could meet with no return from him. I am, therefore, in a declining state, as you see. 36. And Zelicah became very ill on account of her desire toward Joseph, and she was desperately lovesick on account of him. And all the people of the house of Zelicah and her husband knew nothing of this matter, that Zelicah was ill on account of her love to Joseph. 37. And all the people of her house asked her, saying, Why art thou ill, and declining, and lackest nothing? And she said unto them, I know not this thing which is daily increasing upon me. 38. And all the women and her friends came daily to see her, and they spoke with her. And she said unto them, This can only be through the love of Joseph. And they said unto her, Entice him and seize him secretly. Perhaps he may hearken to thee, and put off this death from thee. 39. And Zelicah became worse from her love to Joseph, and she continued to decline, till she had scarce strength to stand. 40. And on a certain day Joseph was doing his master's work in the house, and Zelicah came secretly and fell suddenly upon him. And Joseph rose up against her, and he was more powerful than she, and he brought her down to the ground. 41. And Zelicah wept on account of the desire of her heart toward him, and she supplicated him with weeping, and her tears flowed down her cheeks. And she spoke unto him in a voice of supplication and in bitterness of soul, saying, 42. Hast thou ever heard, seen, or known of so beautiful a woman as I am, or better than myself, who speak daily unto thee, fall into a decline through love for thee, confer all this honor upon thee, and still thou wilt not hearken to my voice? 43. And if it be through fear of thy master, lest he punish thee, as the king liveth, no harm shall come to thee from thy master through this thing. Now, therefore pray, listen to me, and consent for the sake of the honor which I have conferred upon thee, and put off this death from me. And why should I die for thy sake? And she ceased to speak. 44. And Joseph answered her, saying, Refrain from me, and leave this matter to my master. Behold, my master knoweth not what there is with me in the house, for all that belongeth to him he has delivered into my hand. And how shall I do these things in my master's house? 45. For he hath also greatly honored me in his house, and he hath also made me overseer over his house, and he hath exalted me. And there is no one greater in this house than I am, and my master hath refrained nothing from me, excepting thee who art his wife. How then canst thou speak these words unto me? And how can I do this great evil and sin to God and to thy husband? 46. Now therefore refrain from me, and speak no more such words as these, for I will not hearken to thy words. But Zelicah would not hearken to Joseph when he spoke these words unto her, but she daily enticed him to listen to her. 47. And it was after this that the brook of Egypt was filled above all its sides, and all the inhabitants of Egypt went forth, and also the king and princes went forth with timbrels and dances, for it was a great rejoicing in Egypt, and a holiday at the time of the inundation of the sea Sire, and they went there to rejoice all the day. 48. And when the Egyptians went out to the river to rejoice, as was their custom, all the people of the house of Potiphar went with them. But Zelicah would not go with them, for she said, I am indisposed. And she remained alone in the house, and no other person was with her in the house. 49. And she rose up and ascended to her temple in the house, and dressed herself in princely garments, and she placed upon her head precious stones of onyx stones, inlaid with silver and gold. And She beautified her face and skin with all sorts of women's purifying liquids, and she perfumed the temple and the house with cassia and frankincense, and she spread myrrh and aloes, and she afterward sat in the entrance of the temple, in the passage of the house, through which Joseph passed to do his work, and behold, Joseph came from the field, and entered the house to do his master's work. 50. And he came to the place through which he had to pass, and he saw all the work of Zelicah, and he turned back. 51. And Zelicah saw Joseph turning back from her, and she called out to him, saying, What aileth thee, Joseph? Come to thy work, and behold, I will make room for thee until thou shalt have passed to thy seat. 52. And Joseph returned and came to the house, and passed from thence to the place of his seat, and he sat down to do his master's work, as usual. And behold, Zelicah came to him, and stood before him in princely garments, and the scent from her clothes was spread to a distance. 53. And she hastened and caught hold of Joseph and his garments, and she said unto him, As the king liveth, if thou wilt not perform my request, thou shalt die this day. And she hastened and stretched forth her other hand, and drew a sword from beneath her garments. And she placed it upon Joseph's neck, and she said, Rise and perform my request, and if not, thou deest this day. 54. And Joseph was afraid of her at her doing this thing, and he rose up to flee from her, and she seized the front of his garments, and in the terror of his flight, the garment which Zelicah seized was torn, and Joseph left the garment in the hand of Zelicah, and he fled and got out, for he was in fear. 55. And when Zelicah saw that Joseph's garment was torn, and that he had left it in her hand, and had fled, she was afraid of her life, lest the report should spread concerning her. And she rose up, and acted with cunning, and put off the garments in which she was dressed, and she put on her other garments. 56. And she took Joseph's garment, and she laid it beside her, and she went and seated herself in the place where she had sat in her illness, before the people of her house had gone out to the river. And she called a young lad who was then in the house, and she ordered him to call the people of the house to her. 57. And when she saw them, she said unto them with a loud voice and lamentation, See what a Hebrew your master has brought to me in the house, for he came this day to lie with me. 58. For when you had gone out, he came to the house, and seeing that there was no person in the house, he came unto me, and caught hold of me, with intent to lie with me. 59. And I seized his garments, and tore them, and called out against him with a loud voice. And when I had lifted up my voice, he was afraid of his life, and left his garment before me, and fled. 60. And the people of her house spoke nothing, but their wrath was very much kindled against Joseph. And they went to his master and told him the words of his wile. 61. And Potiphar came home enraged, and his wife cried out to him, saying, What is this thing that thou hast done unto me in bringing a Hebrew servant into my house? For he came unto me this day to sport with me. Thus did he do unto me this day. 62. And Potiphar heard the words of his wife, and he ordered Joseph to be punished with severe stripes, and they did so to him. 63. And whilst they were smiting him, Joseph called out with a loud voice, and he lifted up his eyes to heaven, and he said, O Lord God, thou knowest that I am innocent of all these things, and why shall I die this day through falsehood by the hand of these uncircumcised wicked men, whom thou knowest? 64. And whilst Potiphar's men were beating Joseph, he continued to cry out and weep. And there was a child there 11 months old, and the Lord opened the mouth of the child, and he spake these words before Potiphar's men, who were smiting Joseph, saying, 65. What do you want of this man, and why do you do this evil unto him? My mother speaketh falsely and uttereth lies. Thus was the transaction. 66. And the child told him accurately all that happened, and all the words of Zelicah to Joseph day after day did he declare unto them. 67. And all the men heard the words of the child, and they wondered greatly at the child's words, and the child ceased to speak, and became still. 68. And Potiphar was very much ashamed at the words of his son, and he commanded his men not to beat Joseph any more, and the men ceased beating Joseph. 69. And Potiphar took Joseph and ordered him to be brought to justice before the priests, who were judges belonging to the king, in order to judge him concerning this affair. 70. And Potiphar and Joseph came before the priests who were the king's judges, and he said unto them, Decide, I pray you, what judgment is due to his servant, for thus has he done. 71. And the priests said unto Joseph, Why didst thou do this thing to thy master? And Joseph answered them, saying, Not so, my lords, thus was the matter. And Potiphar said unto Joseph, Surely I entrusted in thy hands all that belonged to me, and I withheld nothing from thee but my wife. And how couldst thou do this evil? 72. And Joseph answered, saying, Not so, my lord, as the Lord liveth, and as thy soul liveth, my lord, the word which thou didst hear from thy wife is untrue, for thus was the affair this day. 73. A year has elapsed to me since I have been in thy house. Hast thou seen any iniquity in me, or anything which might cause thee to demand my life? 74. And the priest said unto Potiphar, Send, we pray thee, and let them bring before us Joseph's torn garment, and let us see the tear in it. And if it shall be that the tear is in front of the garment, then his face must have been opposite to her, and she must have caught hold of him to come to her, and with deceit did thy wife do all that she has spoken. 75. And they brought Joseph's garment before the priests who were judges, and they saw, and behold, the tear was in front of Joseph. And all the judging priests knew that she had pressed him, and they said, The judgment of death is not due to this slave, for he has done nothing, but his judgment is that he be placed in the prison house on account of the report which through him has gone forth against thy wife. 76. And Potiphar heard their words, and he placed him in the prison house, the place where the king's prisoners are confined. And Joseph was in the house of confinement 12 years. 77. And notwithstanding this, his master's wife did not turn from him, and she did not cease from speaking to him day after day to hearken to her. And at the end of 3 months Zelicah continued going to Joseph to the house of confinement day by day, and she enticed him to hearken to her. And Zelicah said unto Joseph, How long wilt thou remain in this house? But hearken now to my voice, and I will bring thee out of this house. 78. And Joseph answered her, saying, It is better for me to remain in this house than to hearken to thy words, to sin against God. And she said unto him, If thou wilt not perform my wish, I will pluck out thine eyes, add fetters to thy feet, and will deliver thee into the hands of them whom thou didst not know before. 79. And Joseph answered her and said, Behold, the God of the whole earth is able to deliver me from all that thou canst do unto me. For he openeth the eyes of the blind, and looseth those that are bound, and preserveth all strangers who are unacquainted with the land. 80. And when Zelicah was unable to persuade Joseph to hearken to her, she left off going to entice him, and Joseph was still confined in the house of confinement. And Jacob the father of Joseph, and all His brethren who were in the land of Canaan still mourned and wept in those days on account of Joseph, for Jacob refused to be comforted for his son Joseph. And Jacob cried aloud and wept and mourned all those days. Underscore, 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 The Book of Jasher, chapter 45. 1. And it was at that time in that year, which is the year of Joseph's, going down to Egypt after his brothers had sold him, that Reuben, the son of Jacob, went to Timnah, and took unto him for a wife Eliram, the daughter of Avi the Canaanite, and he came to her. 2. And Eliram the wife of Reuben conceived, and bare him Hanok, Palu, Chetzron, and Carmi, for sons, and Simeon his brother took his sister Dinah for a wife, and she bare unto him Memuel, Yamin, Ohad, Jachin, and Zochar, 5 sons. 3. And he afterward came to Beunah, the Canaanitish woman, the same is Beunah, whom Simeon took captive from the city of Shechem, and Beunah was before Dinah, and attended upon her, and Simeon came to her, and she bare unto him Saul. 4. And Judah went at that time to Adullam, and he came to a man of Adullam, and his name was Hira, and Judah saw there the daughter of a man from Canaan, and her name was Eliath, the daughter of Shua, and he took her, and came to her, and Eliath bare unto Judah Onan, and Shiloh, 3 sons. 5. And Levi and Issachar went to the land of the east, and they took unto themselves for wives the daughters of Jobab the son of Joktan, the son of Eber. And Jobab the son of Joktan had 2 daughters. Name of the elder was Adinah, and the name of the younger was Arida. 6. And Levi took Adinah, and Issachar took Arida, and they came to the land of Canaan, to their father's house, and Adinah bare unto Levi, Gershon, Kahath, and Merari, 3 sons. 7. And Arida bare unto Issachar Tola, Puvah, Job, and Shamron, 4 sons. And Dan went to the land of Moab, and took for a wife Aphleleth, the daughter of Camudin the Moabite, and he brought her to the land of Canaan. 8. And Aphleleth was barren. She had no offspring, and God afterward remembered Aphleleth the wife of Dan, and she conceived and bare a son, and she called his name Chushim. 9. And Gad and Naphtali went to Haran, and took from thence the daughters of Amram the son of Uzi, the son of Nahor, for wives. 10. And these are the names of the daughters of Amram. The name of the elder was Merimah, and the name of the younger Uzith. And Naphtali took Merimah, and Gad took Uzith, and brought them to the land of Canaan, to their father's house. 11. And Merimah bare unto Naphtali Yoxeel, Guni, Jazer, and Shalem, for sons, and Uzith bare unto Gad Zephion, Chagi, Shuni, Esben, Eri, Arodi, and Arali, 7 sons. 12. And Asher went forth, and took Adon the daughter of Aphlel, the son of Hadad, the son of Ishmael, for a wife, and he brought her to the land of Canaan. 13. And Adon the wife of Asher died in those days. She had no offspring. And it was after the death of Adon that Asher went to the other side of the river and took for a wife Hedurah, the daughter of Abimael, the son of Eber, the son of Shem. 14. And the young woman was of a comely appearance, and a woman of sense, and she had been the wife of Malchiel the son of Elam, the son of Shem. 15. And Hedurah bare a daughter unto Malchiel, and he called her name Sirach, and Malchiel died after this, and Hedurah went and remained in her father's house. 16. And after the death of the wife at Asher, he went and took Hedurah for a wife, and brought her to the land of Canaan, and Sirach her daughter he also brought with them, and she was 3 years old, and the damsel was brought up in Jacob's house. 17. And the damsel was of a comely appearance, and she went in the sanctified ways of the children of Jacob. She lacked nothing, and the Lord gave her wisdom and understanding. 18. And Hedurah the wife of Asher conceived, and bare unto him Yimnah, Yishvi, and Beriah for sons. 19. And Zebulun went to Midian, and took for a wife Marishah, the daughter of Molad, the son of Abidah, the son of Midian, and brought her to the land of Canaan. 20. And Marishah bare unto Zebulun Sered, Elon, and Jachleel, 3 sons. 21. And Jacob sent to Aram, the son of Zobah, the son of Terah, and he took for his son Benjamin Michaliah, the daughter of Aram, and she came to the land of Canaan to the house of Jacob, and Benjamin was 10 years old when he took Michaliah, the daughter of Aram, for a wife. 22. And Michaliah conceived, and bare unto Benjamin Bela, Becher, Ashbel, Gera, and Naaman, 5 sons, and Benjamin went afterward and took for a wife Aribath, the daughter of Shamron, the son of Abraham, in addition to his first wife, and he was 18 years old. And Aribath bare unto Benjamin Achi, Vash, Mupim, Chuppim, and Ord, 5 sons. 23. And in those days Judah went to the house of Shem, and took Tamar, the daughter of Elam, the son of Shem, for a wife for his first. Bonea. 24. And came to his wife Tamar, and she became his wife. And when he came to her, he outwardly destroyed his seed, and his work was evil in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord slew him. 25. And it was after the death of Judah's firstborn, that Judah said unto Onan, Go to thy brother's wife, and marry her as the next of kin, and raise up seed to thy brother. 26. And Onan took Tamar for a wife, and he came to her, and Onan also did like unto the work of his brother, and his work was evil in the sight of the Lord, and he slew him also. 27. And when Onan died, Judah said unto Tamar, Remain in thy father's house until my son Shiloh shall have grown up. And Judah did no more delight in Tamar, to give her unto Shiloh, for he said, Peradventure he will also die like his brothers. 28. And Tamar rose up, and went and remained in her father's house, and Tamar was in her father's house for some time. 29. And at the revolution of the year, Eliath the wife of Judah died. And Judah was comforted for his wife, and after the death of Eliath, Judah went up with his friend Hira to Timnah to shear their sheep. 30. And Tamar heard that Judah had gone up to Timnah to shear the sheep, and that Shiloh was grown up, and Judah did not delight in her. 31. And Tamar rose up and put off the garments of her widowhood, and she put a veil upon her, and she entirely covered herself, and she went and sat in the public thoroughfare, which is upon the road to Timnah. 32. And Judah passed and saw her, and took her, and he came to her, and she conceived by him. And at the time of being delivered, behold, There were twins in her womb, and he called the name of the first Perez, and the name of the second Zara. Underscore, 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 The Book of Jasher, chapter 46. 1. In those days Joseph was still confined in the prison house in the land of Egypt. 2. At that time the attendants of Pharaoh were standing before him, the chief of the butlers and the chief of the bakers, which belonged to the king of Egypt. 3. And the butler took wine and placed it before the king to drink. And the baker placed bread before the king to eat. And the king drank of the wine and ate of the bread, he and his servants and ministers that ate at the king's table. 4. And whilst they were eating and drinking, the butler and the baker remained there, and Pharaoh's ministers found many flies in the wine which the butler had brought, and stones of niter were found in the baker's bread. 5. And the captain of the guard placed Joseph as an attendant on Pharaoh's officers, and Pharaoh's officers were in confinement 1 year. 6. And at the end of the year, they both dreamed dreams in one night, in the place of confinement where they were, and in the morning Joseph came to them to attend upon them as usual, and he saw them, and behold, their countenances were dejected and sad. 7. And Joseph asked them, Why are your countenances sad and dejected this day? And they said unto him, We dreamed a dream, and there is no one to interpret it. And Joseph said unto them, Relate, I pray, you, your dream unto me, and God shall give you an answer of peace, as you desire. 8. And the butler related his dream unto Joseph, and he said, I saw in my dream, and behold, a large vine was before me, and upon that vine I saw 3 branches, and the vine speedily blossomed and reached a great height, and its clusters were ripened and became grapes. 9. And I took the grapes and pressed them in a cup, and placed it in Pharaoh's hand, and he drank. And Joseph said unto him, The 3 branches that were upon the vine are 3 days. 10. Yet within 3 days the king will order thee to be brought out, and he will restore thee to thy office, and thou shalt give the king his wine to drink as at first when thou wast his butler. But let me find favor in thy sight, that thou shalt remember me to Pharaoh when it will be well with thee, and do kindness unto me, and get me brought forth from this prison, for I was stolen away from the land of Canaan, and was sold for a slave in this place. 11. And also that which was told thee concerning my master's wife is false, for they placed me in this dungeon for naught. And the butler answered Joseph, saying, If the king deal well with me as at first, as thou last interpreted to me, I will do all that thou desirest, and get thee brought out of this dungeon. 12. And the baker, seeing that Joseph had accurately interpreted the butler's dream, also approached and related the whole of his dream to Joseph. 13. And he said unto him, In my dream I saw, and behold, 3 white baskets upon my head. And I looked, and behold, there were in the uppermost basket all manner of baked meats for Pharaoh, and behold, the birds were eating them from off my head. 14. And Joseph said unto him, The 3 baskets which thou didst see are 3 days, yet within 3 days Pharaoh will take off thy head, and hang thee upon a tree, and the birds will eat thy flesh from off thee, as thou sawest in thy dream. 15. In those days the queen was about to be delivered, and upon that day she bare a son unto the king of Egypt. And they proclaimed that the king had gotten his firstborn son, and all the people of Egypt, together with the officers and servants of Pharaoh, rejoiced greatly. 16. And upon the 3rd day of his birth Pharaoh made a feast for his officers and servants, for the hosts of the land of Zor and of the land of Egypt. 17. And all the people of Egypt and the servants of Pharaoh came to eat and drink with the king at the feast of his son, and to rejoice at the king's rejoicing. 18. And all the officers of the king and his servants were rejoicing at that time for 8 days at the feast, and they made merry with all sorts of musical instruments, with timbrels and with dances in the king's house for 8 days. 19. And the butler, to whom Joseph had interpreted his dream, forgot Joseph, and he did not mention him to the king as he had promised. For this thing was from the Lord in order to punish Joseph, because he had trusted in man. 20. And Joseph remained after this in the prison house 2 years, until he had completed 12 years. The Book of Jasher, chapter 47. 1. And Isaac the son of Abraham was still living in those days in the land of Canaan. He was very aged, 180 years old. And Esau his son, the brother of Jacob, was in the land of Edom. And he and his sons had possessions in it amongst the children of Seir. 2. And Esau heard that his father's time was drawing nigh to die, and he and his sons and household came unto the land of Canaan, unto his father's house. And Jacob and his sons went forth from the place where they dwelt in Hebron, and they all came to their father Isaac, and they found Esau and his sons in the tent. 3. And Jacob and his sons sat before his father Isaac, and Jacob was still mourning for his son Joseph. 4. And Isaac said unto Jacob, Bring me hither thy sons, and I will bless them. And Jacob brought his 11 children before his father Isaac. 5. And Isaac placed his hands upon all the sons of Jacob, and he took hold of them, and embraced them, and kissed them one by one. And Isaac blessed them on that day. And he said unto them, May the God of your fathers bless you, and increase your seed like the stars of heaven for number. 6. And Isaac also blessed the sons of Esau, saying, May God cause you to be a dread and a terror to all that will behold you, and to all your enemies. 7. And Isaac called Jacob and his sons, and they all came and sat before Isaac. And Isaac said unto Jacob, The Lord God of the whole earth said unto me, Unto thy seed will I give this land for an inheritance, if thy children keep my statutes and my ways, and I will perform unto them the oath which I swore unto thy father, Abraham. 8. Now therefore, my son, teach thy children and thy children's children to fear the Lord, and to go in the good way which will please the Lord thy God. For if you keep the ways of the Lord and his statutes, the Lord will also keep unto you his covenant with Abraham, and will do well with you and your seed all the days. 9. And when Isaac had finished commanding Jacob and his children, he gave up the ghost and died, and was gathered unto his people. 10. And Jacob and Esau fell upon the face of their father Isaac, and they wept. And Isaac was 180 years old when he died in the land of Canaan, in Hebron, and his sons carried him to the cave of Machpelah, which Abraham had bought from the children of Het for a possession of a burial place. 11. And all the kings of the land of Canaan went with Jacob and Esau to bury Isaac, and all the kings of Canaan showed Isaac great honor at his death. 12. And the sons of Jacob and the sons of Esau went barefooted round about, walking and lamenting until they reached Kirith-Arba. 13. And Jacob and Esau buried their father Isaac in the cave of Machpelah, which is in Kirith-Arba in Hebron, and they buried him with very great honor, as at the funeral of kings. 14. And Jacob and his sons, and Esau and his sons, and all the kings of Canaan made a great and heavy mourning, and they buried him, and mourned for him many days. 15. And at the death of Isaac, he left his cattle and his possessions, and all belonging to him to his sons. And Esau said unto Jacob, Behold, I pray thee, all that our father has left we will divide it in 2 parts, and I will have the choice. And Jacob said, We will do so. 16. And Jacob took all that Isaac had left in the land of Canaan, the cattle and the property, and he placed them in 2 parts before Esau and his sons. And he said unto Esau, Behold, all this is before thee. Choose thou unto thyself the half which thou wilt take. 17. And Jacob said unto Esau, Hear thou, I pray thee, what I will speak unto thee, saying, The Lord God of heaven and earth spoke unto our fathers Abraham and Isaac, saying, Unto thy seed will I give this land for an inheritance forever. 18. Now therefore all that our father has left is before thee, and behold, all the land is before thee. Choose thou from them what thou desirest. 19. If thou desirest the whole land, take it for thee and thy children forever, and I will take this riches. And if thou desirest the riches, take it unto thee, and I will take this land for me and for my children to inherit it forever. 20. And Nebaioth, the son of Ishmael, was then in the land with his children. And Esau went on that day and consulted with him, saying, 21. Thus has Jacob spoken unto me, and thus has he answered me. Now give thy advice, and we will hear. 22. And Nebaioth said, What is this that Jacob hath spoken unto thee? Behold, all the children of Canaan are dwelling securely in their land, and Jacob saith he will inherit it with his seed all the days. 23. Go now, therefore, and take all thy father's riches, and leave Jacob, thy brother in the land, as he has spoken. 24. And Esau rose up and returned to Jacob, and did all that Nebaioth, the son of Ishmael, had advised. And Esau took all the riches that Isaac had left, the souls, the beasts, the cattle, and the property, and all the riches. He gave nothing to his brother Jacob, and Jacob took all the land of Canaan, from the brook of Egypt unto the river Euphrates, and he took it for an everlasting possession, and for his children, and for his seed after him forever. 25. Jacob also took from his brother Esau the cave of Machpelah, which is in Hebron, which Abraham had bought from Ephron for a possession, of a burial place for him and his seed forever. 26. And Jacob wrote all these things in the book of purchase, and he signed it, and he testified all this with 4 faithful witnesses. 27. And these are the words which Jacob wrote in the book, saying, The land of Canaan and all the cities of the Hittites, the Hivites, the Jebusites, the Amorites, the Perizzites, and the Girgashites, all, the 7 nations from the river of Egypt unto the river Euphrates. 28. And the city of Hebron, Kirith-arba, and the cave which is in it. The whole did Jacob buy from his brother Esau for value, for a possession, and for an inheritance for his seed after him forever. 29. And Jacob took the book of purchase, and the signature, the command, and the statutes, and the revealed book, and he placed them in an earthen vessel, in order that they should remain for a long time. And he delivered them into the hands of his children. 30. Esau took all that his father had left him after his death from his brother Jacob, and he took all the property from man and beast, camel and ass, ox and lamb, silver and gold, stones and bdellium, and all the riches which had belonged to Isaac the son of Abraham. There was nothing left which Esau did not take unto himself from all that Isaac had left after his death. 31. And Esau took all this, and he and his children went home to the land of Seir the Horite, away from his brother Jacob and his children. 32. And Esau had possessions amongst the children of Seir, and Esau returned not to the land of Canaan from that day forward. 33. And the whole land of Canaan became an inheritance to the children of Israel for an everlasting inheritance, and Esau with all his children inherited the mountain of Seir. Underscore, 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 The Book of Jasher, Chapter 48. 1. In those days, after the death of Isaac, the Lord commanded and caused a famine upon the whole earth. 2. At that time Pharaoh king of Egypt was sitting upon his throne in the land of Egypt, and lay in his bed and dreamed dreams. And Pharaoh saw in his dream that he was standing by the side of the river of Egypt. 3. And whilst he was standing, he saw, and behold, 7 fat-fleshed and well-favored kine came up out of the river. 4. And 7 other kine, lean-fleshed and ill-favored, came up after them, and the 7 ill-favored ones swallowed up the well-favored ones, and still their appearance was ill as at first. 5. And he awoke, and he slept again, and he dreamed a second time. And he saw, and behold, 7 ears of corn came up upon one stalk, rank and good, and 7 thin ears blasted with the east wind sprang up after them, and the thin ears swallowed up the full ones. And Pharaoh awoke out of his dream. 6. And in the morning the king remembered his dreams, and his spirit was sadly troubled on account of his dreams. And the king hastened, and sent, and called for all the magicians of Egypt, and the wise men, and they came and stood before Pharaoh. 7. And the king said unto them, I have dreamed dreams, and there is none to interpret them. And they said unto the king, Relate thy dreams to thy servants, and let us hear them. 8. And the king related his dreams to them, and they all answered and said with one voice to the king, May the king live forever. And this is the interpretation of thy dreams. 9. The 7 good kine which thou didst see denote 7 daughters that will be born unto thee in the latter days, and the 7 kine which thou sawest come up after them, and swallowed them up, are for a sign that the daughters which will be born unto thee will all die in the lifetime of the king. 10. And that which thou didst see in the second dream of 7 full good ears of corn coming up upon one stalk, this is their interpretation, that thou wilt build unto thyself in the latter days 7 cities throughout the land of Egypt. And that which thou sawest of the 7 blasted ears of corn springing up after them, and swallowing them up whilst thou didst behold them with thine eyes, is for a sign that the cities which thou wilt build will all be destroyed in the latter days, in the lifetime of the king. 11. And when they spoke these words, the king did not incline his ear to their words, neither did he fix his heart upon them, for the king knew in his wisdom that they did not give a proper interpretation of the dreams. And when they had finished speaking before the king answered them, saying, What is this thing that you have spoken unto me? Surely you have uttered falsehood and spoken lies. Therefore now give the proper interpretation of my dreams, that you may not die. 12. And the king commanded after this, and he sent and called again for other wise men, and they came and stood before the king, and the king related his dreams to them, and they all answered him according to the first interpretation. And the king's anger was kindled, and he was very wroth. And the king said unto them, Surely you speak lies and utter falsehood in what you have said. 13. And the king commanded that a proclamation should be issued throughout the land of Egypt, saying, It is resolved by the king and his great men, that any wise man who knoweth and understandeth the interpretation of dreams, and will not come this day before the king, shall die. 14. And the man that will declare unto the king the proper interpretation of his dreams, there shall be given unto him all that he will require from the king. And all the wise men of the land of Egypt came before the king, together with all the magicians and sorcerers that were in Egypt and in Goshen, in Ramesses, in Tachpanches, in Zor, and in all the places on the borders of Egypt, and they all stood before the king. 15. And all the nobles and the princes and the attendants belonging to the king came together from all the cities of Egypt, and they all sat before the king. And the king related his dreams before the wise men, and the princes and all that sat before the king were astonished at the vision. 16. And all the wise men who were before the king were greatly divided in their interpretation of his dreams. Some of them interpreted them to the king, saying, The 7 good kine are 7 kings who, from the king's issue, will be raised over Egypt. 17. And the 7 bad kine are 7 princes who will stand up against them in the latter days and destroy them. And the 7 years of corn are the 7 great princes belonging to Egypt, who will fall in the hands of the 7 less powerful princes of their enemies, in the wars of our Lord the king. 18. And some of them interpreted to the king in this manner, saying, The 7 good kine are the strong cities of Egypt, and the 7 bad kine are the 7 nations of the land of Canaan, who will come against the 7 cities of Egypt in the latter days and destroy them. 19. And that which thou sawest in the second dream of 7 good and bad ears of corn is a sign that the government of Egypt will again return to thy seed as at first. 20. And in his reign the people of the cities of Egypt will turn against the 7 cities of Canaan who are stronger than they are, and will destroy them, and the government of Egypt will return to PC. 21. And some of them said unto the king, This is the interpretation of thy dreams. The 7 good kine are 7 queens, whom thou wilt take for wives in the latter days, and the 7 bad kine denote that those women will all die in the lifetime of the king. 22. And the 7 good and bad ears of corn which thou didst see in the second dream are 14 children, and it will be in the latter days that they will stand up and fight amongst themselves, and 7 of them will smite the 7 that are more powerful. 23. And some of them said these words unto the king, saying, The 7 good kine denote that 7 children will be born to thee, and they will slay 7 of thy children's children in the latter days, and the 7 good ears of corn which thou didst see in the second dream are those princes against whom 7 other less powerful princes will fight and destroy them in the latter days and avenge thy children's cause, and the government will again return to thy seed. 24. And the king heard all the words of the wise men of Egypt and their interpretation of his dreams, and none of them pleased the king. 25. And the king knew in his wisdom that they did not altogether speak correctly in all these words, for this was from the Lord to frustrate the words of the wise men of Egypt, in order that Joseph might go forth from the house of confinement, and in order that he should become great in Egypt. 26. And the king saw that none amongst all the wise men and magicians of Egypt spoke correctly to him, and the king's wrath was kindled, and his anger burned within him. 27. And the king commanded that all the wise men and magicians should go out from before him, and they all went out from before the king, with shame and disgrace. 28. And the king commanded that a proclamation be sent throughout Egypt, to slay all the magicians that were in Egypt, and not one of them should be suffered to live. 29. And the captains of the guards belonging to the king rose up, and each man drew his sword, and they began to smite the magicians of Egypt and the wise men. 30. And after this Mered, chief butler to the king, came and bowed down before the king, and sat before him. 31. And the butler said unto the king, May the king live forever, and his government be exalted in the land. 32. Thou wast angry with thy servant in those days, now 2 years past, and didst place me in the ward, and I was for some time in the ward. I am the chief of the bakers. 33. And there was with us a Hebrew servant belonging to the captain of the guard. His name was Joseph, for his master had been angry with him, and placed him in the house of confinement, and he attended us there. 34. And in some time after, when we were in the ward, we dreamed dreams. In one night, I and the chief of the bakers, we dreamed, each man according to the interpretation of his dream. 35. And we came in the morning and told them to that servant, and he interpreted to us our dreams, to each man according to his dream. Did he correctly interpret? 36. And it came to pass as he interpreted to us, so was the event. There fell not to the ground any of his words. 37. And now, therefore, my lord and king, do not slay the people of Egypt. For not, behold, that slave is still confined in the house by the captain of the guard, his master, in the house of confinement. 38. If it pleaseth the king, let him send for him, that he may come before thee, and he will make known to thee the correct interpretation of the dream which thou didst dream. 39. And the king heard the words of the chief butler, and the king ordered that the wise men of Egypt should not be slain. 40. And the king ordered his servants to bring Joseph before him. And the king said unto them, Go to him, and do not terrify him, lest he be confused and will not know to speak properly. 41. And the servants of the king went to Joseph, and they brought him hastily out of the dungeon. And the king's servants shaved him, and he changed his prison garment, and he came before the king. 42. And the king was sitting upon his royal throne in a princely dress, girt around with a golden ephod, and the fine gold which was upon it sparkled, and the carbuncle, and the ruby, and the emerald, together with all the precious stones that were upon the king's head, dazzled the eye, and Joseph wondered greatly at the king. 43. And the throne upon which the king sat was covered with gold and silver, and with onyx stones, and it had 70 steps. 44. And it was their custom throughout the land of Egypt that every man who came to speak to the king, if he was a prince or one that was estimable in the sight of the king, he ascended to the king's throne as far as the 31st step, and the king would descend to the 36th step and speak with him. 45. If he was one of the common people, he ascended to the 3rd step, and the king would descend to the 4th and speak to him. And their custom was, moreover, that any man who understood to speak in all the 70 languages, he ascended the 70 steps and went up and spoke till he reached the king. 46. And any man who could not complete the 70, he ascended as many steps as the languages which he knew to speak in. 47. And it was customary in those days in Egypt that no one should reign over them, but who understood to speak in the 70 languages. 48. And when Joseph came before the king, he bowed down to the ground before the king, and he ascended to the 3rd step, and the king sat upon the 4th step and spoke with Joseph. 49. And the king said unto Joseph, I dreamed a dream, and there is no interpreter to interpret it properly, and I commanded this day that all the magicians of Egypt and the wise men thereof should come before me, and I related my dreams to them, and no one has properly interpreted them to me. 50. And after this I this day heard concerning thee, that thou art a wise man, and canst correctly interpret every dream that thou hearest. 51. And Joseph answered Pharaoh, saying, Let Pharaoh relate his dreams, that he dreamed. Surely the interpretations belong to God. And Pharaoh related his dreams to Joseph, the dream of the kine, and the dream of the ears of corn, and the king left off speaking. 52. And Joseph was then clothed with the Spirit of God before the king, and he knew all the things that would befall the king from that day forward, and he knew the proper interpretation of the king's dream, and he spoke before the king. 53. And Joseph found favor in the sight of the king, and the king inclined his ears and his heart, and he heard all the words of Joseph. And Joseph said unto the king, Do not imagine that they are 2 dreams, for it is only one dream, for that which God has chosen to do throughout the land he has shown to the king in his dream. And this is the proper interpretation of thy dream. 54. The 7 good kine and ears of corn are 7 years, and the 7 bad kine and ears of corn are also 7 years. It is one dream. 55. Behold, the 7 years that are coming there will be a great plenty throughout the land, and after that the 7 years of famine will follow them, a very grievous famine, and all the plenty will be forgotten from the land, and the famine will consume the inhabitants of the land. 56. The king dreamed one dream, and the dream was therefore repeated unto Pharaoh, because the thing is established by God, and God will surely bring it to pass. 57. Now therefore I will give thee counsel, and deliver thy soul, and the souls of the inhabitants of the land from the evil of the famine, that thou seek throughout thy kingdom for a man very discreet and wise, who knoweth all the affairs of government, and appoint him to superintend over the land of Egypt. 58. And let the man whom thou placest over Egypt appoint officers under him, that they gather in all the food of the good years that are coming, and let them lay up corn and deposit it in thy appointed stores. 59. And let them keep that food for the 7 years of famine, that it may be found for thee and thy people and thy whole land, and that thou and thy land be not cut off by the famine. 60. Let all the inhabitants of the land be also ordered that they gather in every man the produce of his field, of all sorts of food, during the 7 good years, and that they place it in their stores, that it may be found for them in the days of the famine, and that they may live upon it. 61. This is the proper interpretation of thy dream, and this is the counsel given to save thy soul and the souls of all thy subjects. 62. And the king answered and said unto Joseph, Who saith and who knoweth that thy words are correct? And he said unto the king, This shall be a sign for thee respecting all my words, that they are true, and that my advice is good for thee. 63. Behold, thy wife sitteth this day upon the stool of delivery, and she will bear thee a son, and thou wilt rejoice with him. When thy child shall have gone forth from his mother's womb, thy firstborn son that has been born these 2 years back shall die, and thou wilt be comforted in the child that will be born unto thee this day. 64. And Joseph finished speaking these words to the king, and he bowed down to the king, and he went out. And when Joseph had gone out from the king's presence, those signs which Joseph had spoken unto the king came to pass on that day. 65. And the queen bare a son on that day, and the king heard the glad tidings about his son, and he rejoiced. And when the reporter had gone forth from the king's presence, the king's servants found the firstborn son of the king fallen dead upon the ground. 66. And there was great lamentation and noise in the king's house, and the king heard it, and he said, What is the noise and lamentation that I have heard in the house? And they told the king that his firstborn son had died. Then the king knew that all Joseph's words that he had spoken were correct, and the king was consoled for his son by the child that was born to him on that day, as Joseph had spoken. Underscore, 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 The Book of Jasher, chapter 49. 1. After these things the king sent and assembled all his officers and servants, and all the princes and nobles belonging to the king, and they all came before the king. 2. And the king said unto them, Behold, you have seen and heard all the words of this Hebrew man, and all the signs which he declared would come to pass, and not any of his words have fallen to the ground. 3. You know that he has given a proper interpretation of the dream, and it will surely come to pass. Now, therefore, take counsel, and know what you will do, and how the land will be delivered from the famine. For Seek now, and see whether the like can be found, in whose heart there is wisdom and knowledge, and I will appoint him over the land. 5. For you have heard what the Hebrew man has advised concerning this, to save the land therewith from the famine. And I know that the land will not be delivered from the famine, but with the advice of the Hebrew man, him that advised me. 6. And they all answered the king, and said, The counsel which the Hebrew has given concerning this is good. Now therefore, our Lord and King, behold, the whole land is in thy hand. Do that which seemeth good in thy sight. 7. Him whom thou chooses, and whom thou in thy wisdom knowest to be wise and capable of delivering the land with his wisdom, him shall the king appoint to be under him over the land. 8. And the king said to all the officers, I have thought that since God has made known to the Hebrew man all that he has spoken, there is none so discreet and wise in the whole land as he is. If it seem good in your sight, I will place him over the land, for he will save the land with his wisdom. 9. And all the officers answered the king, and said, But surely it is written in the laws of Egypt, and it should not be violated, that no man shall reign over Egypt, nor be the second to the king, but one who has knowledge in all the languages of the sons of men. 10. Now therefore, our Lord and King, behold, this Hebrew man can only speak the Hebrew language, and how then can he be over us the second under government, a man who not even knoweth our language? 11. Now we pray thee, send for him, and let him come before thee, and prove him in all things, and do as thou see fit. 12. And the king said, It shall be done tomorrow, and the thing that you have spoken is good. And all the officers came on that day before the king. 13. And on that night the Lord sent one of his ministering angels, and he came into the land of Egypt unto Joseph, and the angel of the Lord stood over Joseph, and behold, Joseph was lying in the bed at night in his master's house in the dungeon, for his master had put him back into the dungeon on account of his wife. 14. And the angel roused him from his sleep, and Joseph rose up and stood upon his legs, and behold, the angel of the Lord was standing opposite to him. And the angel of the Lord spoke with Joseph, and he taught him all the languages of man in that night, and he called his name Jehoshaphat. 15. And the angel of the Lord went from him, and Joseph returned and lay upon his bed. And Joseph was astonished at the vision which he saw. 16. And it came to pass in the morning that the king sent for all his officers and servants, and they all came and sat before the king. And the king ordered Joseph to be brought, and the king's servants went and brought Joseph before Pharaoh. 17. And the king came forth and ascended the steps of the throne, and Joseph spoke unto the king in all languages, and Joseph went up to him and spoke unto the king until he arrived before the king in the 70th step, and he sat before the king. 18. And the king greatly rejoiced on account of Joseph, and all the king's officers rejoiced greatly with the king when they heard all the words of Joseph. 19. And the thing seemed good in the sight of the king and the officers to appoint Joseph to be second to the king over the whole land of Egypt. And the king spoke to Joseph, saying, 20. Now thou didst give me counsel to appoint a wise man over the land of Egypt, in order with his wisdom to save the land from the famine. Now therefore, since God has made all this known to thee, and all the words which thou hast spoken, there is not throughout the land a discreet and wise man like unto thee. 21. And thy name no more shall be called Joseph, but Zaphnath-Paneah shall be thy name. Thou shalt be second to me, and according to thy word shall be all the affairs of my government. and at thy word shall my people go out and come in. 22. Also from under thy hand shall my servants and officers receive their salary, which is given to them monthly, and to thee shall all the people of the land bow down. Only in my throne will I be greater than thou. 23. And the king took off his ring from his hand and put it upon the hand of Joseph. And the king dressed Joseph in a princely garment. And he put a golden crown upon his head, and he put a golden chain upon his neck. 24. And the king commanded his servants, and they made him ride in the second chariot belonging to the king, that went opposite to the king's chariot, and he caused him to ride upon a great and strong horse from the king's horses, and to be conducted through the streets of the land of Egypt. 25. And the king commanded that all those that played upon timbrels, harps, and other musical instruments should go forth with Joseph. 1,000 timbrels, 1,000 mekaloth, and 1,000 Nebalim went after him. 26. And 5,000 men with drawn swords glittering in their hands. And they went marching and playing before Joseph, and 20,000 of the great men of the king, girt with girdles of skin, covered with gold, marched at the right hand of Joseph, and 20,000 at his left. And all the women and damsels went upon the roofs or stood in the streets, playing and rejoicing at Joseph, and gazed at the appearance of Joseph and at his beauty. 27. And the king's people went before him and behind him, perfuming the road with frankincense and with cassia and with all sorts of fine perfume, and scattered myrrh and aloes along the road. And 20 men proclaimed these words before him throughout the land in a loud voice. 28. Do you see this man whom the king has chosen to be his second? All the affairs of government shall be regulated by him, and he that transgresses his orders, or that does not bow down before him to the ground, shall die, for he rebels against the king and his second. 29. And when the heralds had ceased proclaiming, all the people of Egypt bowed down to the ground before Joseph, and said, May the king live, also may his second live. And all the inhabitants of Egypt bowed down along the road. And when the herald approached them, they bowed down, and they rejoiced with all sorts of timbrels, Mechal and Nebel, before Joseph. 30. And Joseph upon his horse lifted up his eyes to heaven, and called out, and said, He riseth the poor man from the dust, he lifteth up the needy from the dunghill. O Lord of hosts, happy is the man who trusteth in thee. 31. And Joseph passed throughout the land of Egypt with Pharaoh's servants and officers, and they showed him the whole land of Egypt, and all the king's treasures. 32. And Joseph returned, and came on that day before Pharaoh, and a king gave unto Joseph a possession in the land of Egypt, a possession of fields and vineyards, and the king gave unto Joseph 3,000 talents of silver and 1,000 talents of gold, and onyx stones and bdellium and many gifts. 33. And on the next day the king commanded all the people of Egypt to bring unto Joseph offerings and gifts, and that he that violated the command of the king should die. And they made a high place in the street of the city, and they spread out garments there, and whoever brought anything to Joseph put it into the high place. 34. And all the people of Egypt cast something into the high place, one man a golden earring, and the other rings and earrings, and different vessels of gold and silver work, and onyx stones, and bdellium did he cast upon the high place. Every one gave something of what he possessed. 35. And Joseph took all these and placed them in his treasuries, and all the officers and nobles belonging to the king exalted Joseph. And they gave him many gifts, seeing that the king had chosen him to be his second. 36. And the king sent to Potipharah, the son of Ahiram priest of On, and he took his young daughter Osnath, and gave her unto Joseph for a wife. 37. And the damsel was very comely, a virgin, one whom man had not known. And Joseph took her for a wife. And the king said unto Joseph, I am Pharaoh, and beside thee none shall dare to lift up his hand or his foot to regulate my people throughout the land of Egypt. 38. And Joseph was 30 years old when he stood before Pharaoh. And Joseph went out from before the king, and he became the king's second in Egypt. 39. And the king gave Joseph 100 servants to attend him in his house. And Joseph also sent and purchased many servants, and they remained in the house of Joseph. 40. Joseph then built for himself a very magnificent house like unto the houses of kings before the court of the king's palace, and he made in the house a large temple, very elegant in appearance and convenient for his residence. 3 years was Joseph in erecting his house. 41. And Joseph made unto himself a very elegant throne of abundance of gold and silver, and he covered it with onyx stones and bdellium, and he made upon it the likeness of the whole land of Egypt, and the likeness of the river of Egypt that watereth the whole land of Egypt. And Joseph sat securely upon his throne in his house, and the Lord increased Joseph's wisdom. 42. And all the inhabitants of Egypt and Pharaoh's servants and his princes loved Joseph exceedingly, for this thing was from the Lord to Joseph. 43. And Joseph had an army that made war, going out in hosts and troops, to the number of 40,600 men, capable of bearing arms to assist the king and Joseph against the enemy, besides the king's officers and his servants and inhabitants of Egypt without number. 44. And Joseph gave unto his mighty men and to all his host shields and javelins and caps and coats of mail and stones for slinging. Underscore. The Book of Jasher, chapter 50. 1. At that time the children of Tarshish came against the sons of Ishmael, and made war with them, and the children of Tarshish spoiled the Ishmaelites for a long time. 2. And the children of Ishmael were small in number in those days, and they could not prevail over the children of Tarshish, and they were sorely oppressed. 3. And the old men of the Ishmaelites sent a record to the king of Egypt, saying, Send, I pray thee, unto thy servants' officers and hosts to help us to fight against the children of Tarshish, for we have been consuming away for a long time. 4. And Pharaoh sent Joseph with the mighty men and host which were with him, and also his mighty men from the king's house. 5. And they went to the land of Havilah to the children of Ishmael, to assist them against the children of Tarshish, and the children of Ishmael fought with the children of Tarshish, and Joseph smote the Tarshishites, and he subdued all their land, and the children of Ishmael dwell therein unto this day. 6. And when the land of Tarshish was subdued, all the Tarshishites ran away, and came on the border of their brethren, the children of Javan. And Joseph with all his mighty men and host returned to Egypt, not one man of them missing. 7. And at the revolution of the year, in the 2nd year of Joseph's reigning over Egypt, the Lord gave great plenty throughout the land, for 7 years as Joseph had spoken. For the Lord blessed all the produce of the earth in those days for 7 years, and they ate, and were greatly satisfied. 8. And Joseph at that time had officers under him, and they collected all the food of the good years, and heaped corn year by year, and they placed it in the treasuries of Joseph. 9. And at any time when they gathered the food, Joseph commanded that they should bring the corn in the ears, and also bring with it some of the soil of the field, that it should not spoil. 10. And Joseph did according to this year by year, and he heaped up corn like the sand of the sea for abundance, for his stores were immense, and could not be numbered for abundance. 11. And also all the inhabitants of Egypt gathered all sorts of food in their stores in great abundance during the 7 good years, but they did not do unto it as Joseph did. 12. And all the food which Joseph and the Egyptians had gathered during the 7 years of plenty was secured for the land and stores for the 7 years of famine, for the support of the whole land. 13. And the inhabitants of Egypt filled each man his store in his concealed place with corn, to be for support during the famine. 14. And Joseph placed all the food that he had gathered in all the cities of Egypt, and he closed all the stores and placed sentinels over them. 15. And Joseph's wife Osnath the daughter of Potiphar bare him 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim, and Joseph was 34 years old when he begot them. 16. And the lads grew up, and they went in his ways and in his instructions. They did not deviate from the way which their father taught them, either to the right or left. 17. And the Lord was with the lads, and they grew up and had understanding and skill in all wisdom and in all the affairs of government, and all the king's officers and his great men of the inhabitants of Egypt exalted the lads, and they were brought up amongst the king's children. 18. And the 7 years of plenty that were throughout the land were at an end, and the 7 years of famine came after them, as Joseph had spoken, and the famine was throughout the land. 19. And all the people of Egypt saw that the famine had commenced in the land of Egypt, and all the people of Egypt opened their stores of corn, for the famine prevailed over them. 20. And they found all the food that was in their stores full of vermin and not fit to eat, and the famine prevailed throughout the land, and all the inhabitants of Egypt came and cried before Pharaoh, for the famine was heavy upon them. 21. And they said unto Pharaoh, Give food unto thy servants, and wherefore shall we die through hunger before thy eyes, even we and our little ones? 22. And Pharaoh answered them, saying, And wherefore do you cry unto me? Did not Joseph command that the corn should be laid up during the 7 years of plenty for the years of famine? And wherefore did you not hearken to his voice? 23. And the people of Egypt answered the king, saying, As thy soul liveth, our Lord, thy servants have done all that Joseph ordered. For thy servants also gathered in all the produce of their fields during the 7 years of plenty, and laid it in the stores unto this day. 24. And when the famine prevailed over thy servants, we opened our stores, and behold, all our produce was filled with vermin, and was not fit for food. 25. And when the king heard all that had befallen the inhabitants of Egypt, the king was greatly afraid on account of the famine, and he was much terrified, and the king answered the people of Egypt, saying, Since all this has happened unto you, go unto Joseph do whatever he shall say unto you. Transgress not his commands. 26. And all the people of Egypt went forth and came unto Joseph, and said unto him, Give unto us food, and wherefore shall we die before thee through hunger? For we gathered in our produce during the 7 years as thou didst command, and we put in store, and thus has it befallen us. 27. And when Joseph heard all the words of the people of Egypt and what had befallen them, Joseph opened all his stores of the produce, and he sold it unto the people of Egypt. 28. And the famine prevailed throughout the land, and the famine was in all countries, but in the land of Egypt there was produce for sale. 29. And all the inhabitants of Egypt came unto Joseph to buy corn, for the famine prevailed over them, and all their corn was spoiled. And Joseph daily sold it to all the people of Egypt. 30. And all the inhabitants of the land of Canaan and the Philistines, and those beyond the Jordan, and the children of the east, and all the cities of the lands far and nigh heard that there was corn in Egypt, and they all came to Egypt to buy corn, for the famine prevailed over them. 31. And Joseph opened the stores of corn and placed officers over them, and they daily stood and sold to all that came. 32. And Joseph knew that his brethren also would come to Egypt to buy corn, for the famine prevailed throughout the earth. And Joseph commanded all his people that they should cause it to be proclaimed throughout the land of Egypt, saying, 33. Is the pleasure of the king, of his second, and of their great men, that any person who wishes to buy corn in Egypt shall not send his servants to Egypt to purchase, but his sons, and also any Egyptian or Canaanite who shall come from any of the stores from buying corn in Egypt, and shall go and sell it throughout the land. He shall die, for no one shall buy, but for the support of his household. 34. And any man leading 2 or 3 beasts shall die, for a man shall only lead his own beast. 35. And Joseph placed sentinels at the gates of Egypt, and commanded them, saying, Any person who may come to buy corn, suffer him not to enter until his name, and the name of his father, and the name of his father's father be written down, and whatever is written by day, send their names unto me in the evening, that I may know their names. 36. And Joseph placed officers throughout the land of Egypt, and he commanded them to do all these things. 37. And Joseph did all these things, and made these statutes in order, that he might know when his brethren should come to Egypt to buy corn. And Joseph's people caused it daily to be proclaimed in Egypt, according to these words and statutes which Joseph had commanded. 38. And all the inhabitants of the east and west country, and of all the earth, heard of the statutes and regulations which Joseph had enacted in Egypt, and the inhabitants of the extreme parts of the earth came, and they bought corn in Egypt day after day, and then went away. 39. And all the officers of Egypt did as Joseph had commanded, and all that came to Egypt to buy corn, the gatekeepers would write their names and their fathers' names, and daily bring them in the evening before Joseph. Underscore 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 underscore. The Book of Jasher, chapter 51. 1. And Jacob afterward heard that there was corn in Egypt, and he called unto his sons to go to Egypt to buy corn, for upon them also did the famine prevail. And he called unto his sons, saying, 2. Behold, I hear that there is corn in Egypt, and all the people of the earth go there to purchase. Now therefore why will you show yourselves satisfied before the whole earth? Go you also down to Egypt, and buy us a little corn amongst those that come there, that we may not die. 3. And the sons of Jacob hearkened to the voice of their father, and they rose up to go down to Egypt in order to buy corn amongst the rest that came there. 4. And Jacob their father commanded them, saying, when you come into the city, do not enter together in one gate, on account of the inhabitants of the land. 5. And the sons of Jacob went forth, and they went to Egypt, and the sons of Jacob did all as their father had commanded them. And Jacob did not send Benjamin, for he said, lest an accident might befall him on the road like his brother. And 10 of Jacob's sons went forth. 6. And whilst the sons of Jacob were going on the road, they repented of what they had done to Joseph. And they spoke to each other, saying, we know that our brother Joseph went down to Egypt, and now we will seek him where we go. And if we find him, we will take him from his master for a ransom, and if not, by force, and we will die for him. 7. And the sons of Jacob agreed to this thing and strengthened themselves on account of Joseph, to deliver him from the hand of his master. And the sons of Jacob went to Egypt, and when they came near to Egypt, they separated from each other, and they came through 10 gates of Egypt, and the gatekeepers wrote their names on that day, and brought them to Joseph in the evening. 8. And Joseph read the names from the hand of the gatekeepers of the city, and he found that his brethren had entered at the 10 gates of the city. And Joseph at that time commanded that it should be proclaimed throughout the land of Egypt, saying, 9. Go forth all ye store guards, close all the corn stores, and let only one remain open, that those who come may purchase from it. 10. And all the officers of Joseph did so at that time, and they closed all the stores and left only one open. 11. And Joseph gave the written names of his brethren to him that was set over the open store, and he said unto him, whosoever shall come to thee to buy corn, ask his name, and when men of these names shall come before thee, seize them and send them. And they did so. 12. And when the sons of Jacob came into the city, they joined together in the city to seek Joseph before they bought themselves corn. 13. And they went to the walls of the harlots, and they sought Joseph in the walls of the harlots for 3 days, for they thought that Joseph would come in the walls of the harlots, for Joseph was very comely and well-favored. And the sons of Jacob sought Joseph for 3 days, and they could not find him. 14. And the man who was set over the open store sought for those names, which Joseph had given him, and he did not find them. 15. And he sent to Joseph, saying, these 3 days have passed, and those men whose names thou didst give unto me have not come. And Joseph sent servants to seek the men in all Egypt, and to bring them before Joseph. 16. And Joseph's servants went and came into Egypt, and could not find them, and went to Goshen, and they were not there, and then went to the city of Ramesses, and could not find them. 17. And Joseph continued to send 16 servants to seek his brothers, And they went and spread themselves in the four corners of the city, and 4 of the servants went into the house of the harlots. And they found the 10 men there seeking their brother. 18. And those 4 men took them and brought them before him, and they bowed down to him to the ground. And Joseph was sitting upon his throne in his temple, clothed with princely garments, and upon his head was a large crown of gold, and all the mighty men were sitting around him. 19. And the sons of Jacob saw Joseph, and his figure and comeliness, and dignity of countenance seemed wonderful in their eyes, and they again bowed down to him to the ground. 20. And Joseph saw his brethren, and he knew them, but they knew him not. For Joseph was very great in their eyes, therefore they knew him not. 21. And Joseph spoke to them, saying, From whence come ye? And they all answered and said, Thy servants have come from the land of Canaan, to buy corn, for the famine prevails throughout the earth. And thy servants heard that there was corn in Egypt, so they have come amongst the other comers to buy corn for their support. 22. And Joseph answered them, saying, If you have come to purchase as you say, why do you come through 10 gates of the city? It can only be that you have come to spy through the land. 23. And they all together answered Joseph, and said, Not so, my lord, we are right. Thy servants are not spies, but we have come to buy corn, for thy servants are all brothers, the sons of one man in the land of Canaan. And our father commanded us, saying, When you come to the city, do not enter together at one gate on account of the inhabitants of the land. 24. And Joseph again answered them and said, That is the thing which I spoke unto you. You have come to spy through the land, therefore. You all came through 10 gates of the city. You have come to see the nakedness of the land. 25. Surely every one that cometh to buy corn goeth his way, and you are already 3 days in the land. And what do you do in the walls of harlots in which you have been for these 3 days? Surely spies do like unto these things. 26. And they said unto Joseph, Far be it from our Lord to speak thus, for we are 12 brothers, the sons of our father Jacob, in the land of Canaan, the son of Isaac, the son of Abraham, the Hebrew. And behold, the youngest is with our father this day in the land of Canaan, and one is not, for he was lost from us, and we thought, perhaps he might be in this land. So we're seeking him throughout the land, and have come even to the houses of harlots to seek him there. 27. And Joseph said unto them, And have you then sought him throughout the earth, that there only remained Egypt for you to seek him in? And what also should your brother do in the houses of harlots? Although he were in Egypt, have you not said that you are from the sons of Isaac, the son of Abraham? And what shall the sons of Jacob do then in the houses of harlots? 28. And they said unto him, Because we heard that Ishmaelites stole him from us, and it was told unto us that they sold him in Egypt. And thy servant, our brother, is very comely and well favored. So we thought he would surely be in the houses of harlots. Therefore thy servants went there to seek him and give ransom for him. 29. And Joseph still answered them, saying, Surely you speak falsely, and utter lies, to save yourselves that you are the sons of Abraham. As Pharaoh liveth, you are spies. Therefore have you come to the houses of harlots, that you should not be known. 30. And Joseph said unto them, And now if you find him, and his master requireth of you a great price, will you give it for him? And they said, It shall be given. 31. And he said unto them, And if his master will not consent to part with him for a great price, what will you do unto him on his account? And they answered him, saying, If he will not give him unto us, we will slay him, and take our brother and go away. 32. And Joseph said unto them, That is the thing which I have spoken to. You are spies, for you are come to slay the inhabitants of the land. For we heard that 2 of your brethren smote all the inhabitants of Shechem in the land of Canaan on account of your sister, and you now come to do the like in Egypt on account of your brother. 33. Only hereby shall I know that you are true men, if you will send home one from amongst you to fetch your youngest brother from your father, and to bring him here unto me, and by doing this thing I will know that you are right. 34. And Joseph called the 70 of his mighty men, and he said unto them, Take these men and bring them into the ward. 35. And the mighty men took the 10 men. They laid hold of them and put them into the ward, and they were in the ward 3 days. 36. And on the 3rd day Joseph had them brought out of the ward, and he said unto them, Do this for yourselves if you be true men, so that you may live. One of your brethren shall be confined in the ward whilst you go, and take home the corn for your household to the land of Canaan, and fetch your youngest brother, and bring him here unto me, that I may know that you are true men when you do this thing. 37. And Joseph went out from them, and came into the chamber, and wept a great weeping, for his pity was excited for them. And he washed his face, and returned to them again. And he took Simeon from them, and ordered him to be bound. But Simeon was not willing to be done so, for he was a very powerful man, and they could not bind him. 38. And Joseph called unto his mighty men, and 70 valiant men came before him with drawn swords in their hands, and the sons of Jacob were terrified at them. 39. And Joseph said unto them, Seize this man, and confine him in prison, until his brethren come to him. And Joseph's valiant men hastened, and they all laid hold of Simeon to bind him, and Simeon gave a loud and terrible shriek, and the cry was heard at a distance. 40. And all the valiant men of Joseph were terrified at the sound of the shriek, that they fell upon their faces, and they were greatly afraid and fled. 41. And all the men that were with Joseph fled, for they were greatly afraid of their lives, and only Joseph and Manasseh his son remained there. And Manasseh the son of Joseph saw the strength of Simeon, and he was exceedingly wroth. 42. And Manasseh the son of Joseph rose up to Simeon, and Manasseh smote Simeon a heavy blow with his fist against the back of his neck, and Simeon was stilled of his rage. 43. And Manasseh laid hold of Simeon, and he seized him violently, and he bound him, and brought him into the house of confinement. And all the sons of Jacob were astonished at the act of the youth. 44. And Simeon said unto his brethren, None of you must say that this is the smiting of an Egyptian, but it is the smiting of the house of my father. 45. And after this Joseph ordered him to be called, who was set over the storehouse, to fill their sacks with corn as much as they could carry, and to restore every man's money into his sack, and to give them provision for the road. And thus did he unto them. 46. And Joseph commanded them, saying, Take heed lest you transgress my orders to bring your brother, as I have told you. And it shall be, when you bring your brother hither unto me, then will I know that you are true men, and you shall traffic in the land, and I will restore unto you your brother, and you shall return in peace to your father. 47. And they all answered and said, According as our Lord speaketh, so will we do. And they bowed down to him to the ground. 48. And every man lifted his corn upon his ass, and they went out to go to the land of Canaan to their father. And they came to the inn, and Levi spread his sack to give provender to his ass, when he saw, and behold, his money in full weight was still in his sack. 49. And the man was greatly afraid. And he said unto his brethren, My money is restored, and lo, it is even in my sack. And the men were greatly afraid. And they said, What is this that God hath done unto us? 50. And they all said, And where is the Lord's kindness with our fathers, with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, that the Lord has this day delivered us into the hands of the king of Egypt to contrive against us? 51. And Judah said unto them, Surely we are guilty sinners before the Lord our God in having sold our brother, our own flesh. And wherefore do you say, Where is the Lord's kindness with our fathers? 52. And Reuben said unto them, Said I not unto you, Do not sin against the lad, and you would not listen to me? Now God requireth him from us. And how dare you say, Where is the Lord's kindness with our fathers, whilst you have sinned unto the Lord? 53. And they tarried overnight in that place, and they rose up early in the morning, and laded their asses with their corn, and they led them, and went on, and came to their father's house in the land of Canaan. 54. And Jacob and his household went out to meet his sons, and Jacob saw, and behold, their brother Simeon was not with them. And Jacob said unto his sons, Where is your brother Simeon, whom I do not see? And his sons told him all that had befallen them in Egypt. Underscore, The Book of Jasher, chapter 52. 1. And they entered their house, and every man opened his sack, and they saw, and behold, every man's bundle of money was there, at which they and their father were greatly terrified. 2. And Jacob said unto them, What is this that you have done to me? I sent your brother Joseph to inquire after your welfare, and you said unto me, A wild beast did devour him. 3. And Simeon went with you to buy food, and you say the king of Egypt hath confined him in prison, and you wish to take Benjamin to cause his death also, and bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to the grave on account of Benjamin and his brother Joseph. 4. Now therefore my son shall not go down with you, for his brother is dead, and he is left alone, and mischief may befall him by the way in which you go, as it befell his brother. 5. And Reuben said unto his father, Thou shalt slay my 2 sons if I do not bring thy son and place him before thee. And Jacob said unto his sons, Abide ye here, and do not go down to Egypt, for my son shall not go down with you to Egypt, nor die like his brother. 6. And Judah said unto them, Refrain ye from him until the corn is finished, and he will then say, Take down your brother, when he will find his own life and the life of his household in danger from the famine. 7. And in those days the famine was sore throughout the land, and all the people of the earth went and came to Egypt to buy food, for the famine prevailed greatly amongst them. And the sons of Jacob remained in Canaan a year and 2 months until their corn was finished. 8. And it came to pass after their corn was finished, the whole household of Jacob was pinched with hunger, and all the infants of The sons of Jacob came together, and they approached Jacob, and they all surrounded him. And they said unto him, Give unto us bread, and wherefore shall we all perish through hunger in thy presence? 9. Jacob heard the words of his sons' children, and he wept great, weeping, and his pity was roused for them. And Jacob called unto his sons, and they all came and sat before him. 10. And Jacob said unto them, And have you not seen how your children have been weeping over me this day, saying, Give unto us bread, and there is none? Now therefore return and buy for us a little food. 11. And Judah answered and said unto his father, If thou wilt send our brother with us, we will go down and buy corn for thee. And if thou wilt not send him, then we will not go down. For surely the king of Egypt particularly enjoined us, saying, You shall not see my face, unless your brother be with you. For the king of Egypt is a strong and mighty king. And behold, if we shall go to him without our brother, we shall all be put to death. 12. Dost thou not know, and hast thou not heard, that this king is very powerful and wise, and there is not like unto him in all the earth? Behold, we have seen all the kings of the earth, and we have not seen one like that king, the king of Egypt, surely amongst all the kings of the earth there is none greater than Abimelech, king of the Philistines, yet the king of Egypt is greater and mightier than he, and Abimelech can only be compared to one of his officers. 13. Father, thou hast not seen his palace and his throne and all his servants standing before him. Thou hast not seen that king upon his throne in his pomp and royal appearance, dressed in his kingly robes with a large golden crown upon his head. Thou hast not seen the honor and glory which God has given unto him, for there is not like unto him in all the earth. 14. Father, thou hast not seen the wisdom, the understanding, and the knowledge which God has given in his heart, nor heard his sweet voice when he spake unto us. 15. We know not, Father, who made him acquainted with our names and all that befell us. Yet he asked also after thee, saying, Is your father still living, and is it well with him? 16. Thou hast not seen the affairs of the government of Egypt regulated by him, without inquiring of Pharaoh his lord. Thou hast not seen the awe and fear which he impressed upon all the Egyptians. 17. And also when we went from him, we threatened to do unto Egypt like unto the rest of the cities of the Amorites, and we were exceedingly wroth against all his words which he spoke concerning us as spies. And now, when we shall again come before him, his terror will fall upon us all, and not one of us will be able to speak to him either a little or a great thing. 18. Now therefore, Father, send, we pray thee, the lad with us, and we will go down and buy thee food for our support, and not die through hunger. And Jacob said, Why have you dealt so ill with me to tell the king you had a brother? What is this thing that you have done unto me? 19. And Judah said unto Jacob his father, Give the lad into my care, and we will rise up and go down to Egypt and buy corn, and then return. And it shall be, when we return, if the lad be not with us, then let me bear thy blame forever. 20. Hast thou seen all our infants weeping over thee through hunger, and there is no power in thy hand to satisfy them? Now let thy pity be roused for them, and send our brother with us, and we will go. 21. For how will the Lord's kindness to our ancestors be manifested to thee when thou sayest that the king of Egypt will take away thy soul? As the Lord liveth, I will not leave him until I bring him and place him before thee. But pray for us unto the Lord, that he may deal kindly with us, to cause us to be received favorably and kindly before the king of Egypt and his men, for had we not delayed, surely now we had returned a second time with thy son. 22. And Jacob said unto his sons, I trust in the Lord God that he may deliver you and give you favor in the sight of the king of Egypt, and in the sight of all his men. 23. Now therefore rise up and go to the man, and take for him in your hands a present from what can be obtained in the land, and bring it before him. And may the Almighty God give you mercy before him, that he may send Benjamin and Simeon your brethren with you. 24. And all the men rose up, and they took their brother Benjamin, and they took in their hands a large present of the best of the land. And they also took a double portion of silver. 25. And Jacob strictly commanded his sons concerning Benjamin, saying, Take heed of him in the way in which you are going, and do not separate yourselves from him in the road, neither in Egypt. 26. And Jacob rose up from his sons, and spread forth his hands, and he prayed unto the Lord on account of his sons, saying, O Lord God of heaven and earth, remember thy covenant with our father Abraham. Remember it with my father Isaac, and deal kindly with my sons, and deliver them not into the hands of the king of Egypt. Do it, I pray thee, O God, for the sake of thy mercies, and redeem all my children, and rescue them from Egyptian power, and send them thereto. Brothers. 27. And all the wives of the sons of Jacob and their children lifted up their eyes to heaven, and they all wept before the Lord, and cried unto him to deliver their fathers from the hand of the king of Egypt. 28. And Jacob wrote a record to the king of Egypt, and gave it into the hand of Judah, and into the hands of his sons for the king of Egypt, saying, 29. From thy servant Jacob, son of Isaac, son of Abraham the Hebrew, the prince of God, to the powerful and wise king, the revealer of secrets, king of Egypt, greeting. 30. Be it known to my lord the king of Egypt, the famine was sore upon us in the land of Canaan, and I sent my sons to thee to buy us a little food from thee for our support. 31. For my sons surrounded me, and I being very old cannot see with my eyes, for my eyes have become very heavy through age, as well as with daily weeping for my son, for Joseph, who was lost from before me. And I commanded my sons that they should not enter the gates of the city when they came to Egypt, on account of the inhabitants of the land. 32. And I also commanded them to go about Egypt to seek for my son Joseph, perhaps they might find him there. And they did so, and thou didst consider them as spies of the land. 33. Have we not heard concerning thee that thou didst interpret Pharaoh's dream, and didst speak truly unto him? How then dost thou not know in thy wisdom whether my sons are spies or not? 34. Now therefore, my lord and king, behold, I have sent my son before thee, as thou didst speak unto my sons. I beseech thee to put thy eyes upon him, until he is returned to me in peace with his brethren. 35. For dost thou not know, or hast thou not heard that which our God did unto Pharaoh when he took my mother Sarah, and what he did unto Abimelech king of the Philistines on account of her, and also what our father Abraham did unto the 9 kings of Elam, how he smote them all with a few men that were with him? 36. And also what my 2 sons Simeon and Levi did unto the 8 cities of the Amorites, how they destroyed them on account of their sister Dinah? 37. And also on account of their brother Benjamin, they consoled themselves for the loss of his brother Joseph. What will they then do for him when they see the hand of any people prevailing over them for his sake? 38. Dost thou not know, O king of Egypt, that the power of God is with us, and that also God ever heareth our prayers, and forsaketh us not all the days? 39. And when my sons told me of thy dealings with them, I called not unto the Lord on account of thee, for then thou wouldst have perished with thy men before my son Benjamin came before thee. But I thought that as Simeon my son was in thy house, perhaps thou mightest deal kindly with him. Therefore I did not this thing unto thee. 40. Now therefore, behold, Benjamin my son cometh unto thee with my sons. Take heed of him, and put thy eyes upon him, and then will God place his eyes over thee and throughout thy kingdom. 41. Now I have told thee all that is in my heart, and behold, my sons are coming to thee with their brother. Examine the face of the whole earth for their sake, and send them back in peace with their brethren. 42. And Jacob gave the record to his sons into the care of Judah to give it unto the king of Egypt. Underscore. The Book of Jasher, chapter 53. 1. And the sons of Jacob rose up and took Benjamin and the whole of the presents, and they went and came to Egypt, and they stood before Joseph. 2. And Joseph beheld his brother Benjamin with them, and he saluted them. And these men came to Joseph's house. 3. And Joseph commanded the superintendent of his house to give to his brethren to eat, and he did so unto them. 4. And at noontime Joseph sent for the men to come before him with Benjamin. And the men told the superintendent of Joseph's house concerning the silver that was returned in their sacks. And he said unto them, It will be well with you, fear not. And he brought their brother Simeon unto them. 5. And Simeon said unto his brethren, The Lord of the Egyptians has acted very kindly unto me. He did not keep me bound, as you saw, with your eyes. For when you went out from the city, he let me free, and dealt kindly with me in his house. 6. And Judah took Benjamin by the hand, and they came before Joseph, and they bowed down to him to the ground. 7. And the men gave the present unto Joseph, and they all sat before him. And Joseph said unto them, Is it well with you? Is it well with your children? Is it well with your aged father? And they said, It is well. And Judah took the record which Jacob had sent, and gave it into the hand of Joseph. 8. And Joseph read the letter, and knew his father's writing, and he wished to weep, and he went into an inner room, and he wept a great weeping, and he went out. 9. And he lifted up his eyes, and beheld his brother Benjamin, and he said, Is this your brother of whom you spoke unto me? And Benjamin approached Joseph, and Joseph placed his hand upon his head, and he said unto him, May God be gracious unto thee, my son. 10. And when Joseph saw his brother, the son of his mother, he again wished to weep, and he entered the chamber, and he wept there, and he washed his face, and went out, and refrained from weeping, and he said, Prepare food. 11. And Joseph had a cup from which he drank, and it was of silver, beautifully inlaid with onyx stones and bdellium, and Joseph struck the cup in the sight of his brethren, whilst they were sitting to eat with him. 12. And Joseph said unto the men, I know by this cup that Reuben the firstborn, Simeon and Levi and Judah, Issachar and Zebulun are children from one mother. Seat yourselves to eat according to your births. 13. And he also placed the others according to their births, and he said, I know that this your youngest brother has no brother, and I, like him, have no brother. He shall therefore sit down to eat with me. 14. And Benjamin went up before Joseph, and sat upon the throne, and the men beheld the acts of Joseph, and they were astonished at them. And the men ate and drank at that time with Joseph, and he then gave presents unto them. And Joseph gave one gift unto Benjamin. And Manasseh and Ephraim saw the acts of their father, and they also gave presents unto him. And Osnath gave him one present, and they were 5 presents in the hand of Benjamin. 15. And Joseph brought them out wine to drink, and they would not drink. And they said, From the day on which Joseph was lost we have not drunk wine, nor eaten any delicacies. 16. And Joseph swore unto them, and he pressed them hard, and they drank plentifully with him on that day. And Joseph afterward turned to his brother Benjamin to speak with him, and Benjamin was still sitting upon the throne before Joseph. 17. And Joseph said unto him, Hast thou begotten any children? And he said, Thy servant has 10 sons, and these are their names, Bela, Betcher, Eshbal, Gera, Naaman, Achi, Rosh, Mupim, Chuppim, and Ord. And I called their names after my brother, whom I have not seen. 18. And he ordered them to bring before him his map of the stars, whereby Joseph knew all the times. And Joseph said unto Benjamin, I have heard that the Hebrews are acquainted with all wisdom. Dost thou know anything of this? 19. And Benjamin said, Thy servant is knowing also in all the wisdom, which my father taught me. And Joseph said unto Benjamin, Look now at this instrument, and understand where thy brother Joseph is in Egypt, who you said went down to Egypt. 20. And Benjamin beheld that instrument with a map of the stars of heaven, and he was wise and looked therein to know where his brother was. And Benjamin divided the whole land of Egypt into 4 divisions. And he found that he who was sitting upon the throne before him was his brother Joseph. And Benjamin wondered greatly. And when Joseph saw that his brother Benjamin was so much astonished, he said unto Benjamin, What hast thou seen, and why art thou astonished? 21. And Benjamin said unto Joseph, I can see by this that Joseph my brother sitteth here with me upon the throne. And Joseph said unto him, I am Joseph thy brother. Reveal not this thing unto thy brethren. Behold, I will send thee with them when they go away, and I will command them to be brought back again into the city, and I will take thee away from them. 22. And if they dare their lives and fight for thee, then shall I know that they have repented of what they did unto me, and I will make myself known to them. And if they forsake thee when I take thee, then shalt thou remain with me, and I will wrangle with them, and they shall go away, and I will not become known to them. 23. At that time Joseph commanded his officer to fill their sacks with food, and to put each man's money into his sack, and to put the cup in the sack of Benjamin, and to give them provision for the road. And they did so unto them. 24. And on the next day the men rose up early in the morning, and they loaded their asses with their corn, and they went forth with Benjamin, and they went to the land of Canaan with their brother Benjamin. 25. They had not gone far from Egypt when Joseph commanded him that was set over his house, saying, Rise, pursue these men before they get too far from Egypt, and say unto them, Why have you stolen my master's cup? 26. And Joseph's officer rose up, and he reached them, and he spoke unto them all the words of Joseph. And when they heard this thing, they became exceedingly wroth, and they said, He with whom thy master's cup shall be found shall die, and we will also become slaves. 27. And they hastened, and each man brought down his sack from his ass. And they looked in their bags, and the cup was found in Benjamin's bag. And they all tore their garments, and they returned to the city, and they smote Benjamin in the road, continually smiting him, until he came into the city, and they stood before Joseph. 28. And Judah's anger was kindled, and he said, This man has only brought me back to destroy Egypt this day. 29. And the men came to Joseph's house, and they found Joseph sitting upon his throne, and all the mighty men standing at his right and left. 30. And Joseph said unto them, What is this act that you have done, that you took away my silver cup and went away? But I know that you took my cup in order to know thereby in what part of the land you are. Brother was. 31. And Judah said, What shall we say to our Lord? What shall we speak? And how shall we justify ourselves? God has this day found the iniquity of all thy servants. Therefore has he done this thing to us this day. 32. And Joseph rose up and caught hold of Benjamin and took him from his brethren with violence. And he came to the house and locked the door at them. And Joseph commanded him that was set over his house, that he should say unto them, Thus saith the king, Go in peace to your father. Behold, I have taken the man in whose hand my cup was found. Underscore, 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 The Book of Jasher, chapter 54. 1. And when Judah saw the dealings of Joseph with them, Judah approached him and broke open the door, and came with his brethren before Joseph. 2. And Judah said unto Joseph, Let it not seem grievous in the sight of my Lord. May thy servant, I pray thee, speak a word before thee. And Joseph said unto him, Speak. 3. And Judah spoke before Joseph, and his brethren were there standing before them. And Judah said unto Joseph, Surely when we first came to our Lord to buy food, thou didst consider us as spies of the land, and we brought Benjamin before thee, and thou still makest sport of us this day. 4. Now therefore let the king hear my words, and send, I pray thee, our brother, that he may go along with us to our father, lest thy soul perish this day with all the souls of the inhabitants of Egypt. 5. Dost thou not know what two of my brethren, Simeon and Levi, did unto the city of Shechem, and unto 7 cities of the Amorites, on account of our sister Dinah, and also what they would do for the sake of their brother Benjamin? 6. And I with my strength, who am greater and mightier than both of them, come this day upon thee, and thy land, if thou art unwilling to send our brother. 7. Hast thou not heard what our God who made choice of us did unto Pharaoh on account of Sarah our mother, whom he took away from our father, that he smote him and his household with heavy plagues, that even unto this day the Egyptians relate this wonder to each other? So will our God do unto thee on account of Benjamin, whom thou hast this day taken from his father, and on account of the evils which thou this day heapest over us in thy land. For our God will remember his covenant with our father Abraham, and bring evil upon thee, because thou hast grieved the soul of our father this day. 8. Now therefore hear my words that I have this day spoken unto thee, and send our brother, that he may go away, lest thou and the people of thy land die by the sword, for you cannot all prevail over me. 9. And Joseph answered Judah, saying, Why hast thou opened wide thy mouth, and why dost thou boast over us, saying, Strength is with thee? As Pharaoh liveth, if I command all my valiant men to fight with you, surely thou and these thy brethren would sink in the Medah. 10. And Judah said unto Joseph, Surely it becometh thee and thy people to fear me. As the Lord liveth, if I once draw my sword, I shall not sheathe it again until I shall this day have slain all Egypt, and I will commence with thee and finish with Pharaoh thy master. 11. And Joseph answered and said unto him, Surely strength belongeth not alone to thee. I am stronger and mightier than thou. Surely if thou drawest thy sword, I will put it to thy neck and the necks of all thy brethren. 12. And Judah said unto him, Surely if I this day open my mouth against thee, I would swallow thee up, that thou be destroyed from off the earth, and perish this day from thy kingdom. And Joseph said, Surely, if thou openest thy mouth, I have power and might to close thy mouth with a stone, until thou shalt not be able to utter a word. See how many stones are before us. Truly I can take a stone and force it into thy mouth and break thy jaws. 13. And Judah said, God is witness between us that we have not hitherto desired to battle with thee. Only give us our brother, and we will go from thee. And Joseph answered and said, As Pharaoh liveth, if all the kings of Canaan came together with you, you should not take him from my hand. 14. Now therefore go your way to your father, and your brother shall be unto me for a slave, for he has robbed the king's house. And Judah said, What is it to thee, or to the character of the king? Surely the king sendeth forth from his house throughout the land silver and gold, either in gifts or expenses, and thou still talkest about thy cup which thou didst place in our brother's bag, and sayest that he has stolen it from thee. 15. God forbid that our brother Benjamin, or any of the seed of Abraham, should do this thing to steal from thee, or from anyone else, whether king, prince, or any man. 16. Now therefore cease this accusation, lest the whole earth hear thy words, saying, For a little silver the king of Egypt wrangled with the men, and he accused them, and took their brother for a slave. 17. And Joseph answered and said, Take unto you this cup, and go from me, and leave your brother for a slave, for it is the judgment of a thief to be a slave. 18. And Judah said, Why art thou not ashamed of thy words, to leave our brother, and to take thy cup? Surely if thou givest us thy cup, or 1,000 times as much, we will not leave our brother for the silver which is found in the hand of any man, that we will not die over him. 19. And Joseph answered, And why did you forsake your brother and sell him for 20 pieces of silver unto this day? And why then will you not do the same to this your brother? 20. And Judah said, The Lord is witness between me and thee, that we desire not thy battles. Now therefore give us our brother, and we will go from thee without quarreling. 21. And Joseph answered and said, If all the kings of the land should assemble, they will not be able to take your brother from my hand. And Judah said, What shall we say unto our father when he seeth that our brother cometh not with us, and will grieve over him? 22. And Joseph answered and said, This is the thing which you shall tell unto your father, saying, The rope has gone after the bucket. 23. And Judah said, Surely thou art a king, and why speakest thou these things, giving a false judgment? Woe unto the king who is like unto thee. 24. And Joseph answered and said, There is no false judgment in the word that I spoke on account of your brother Joseph, for all of you sold him to the Midianites for 20 pieces of silver, and you all denied it to your father, and said unto him, An evil beast has devoured him. Joseph has been torn to pieces. 25. And Judah said, Behold, the fire of Shem burneth in my heart. Now I will burn all your land with fire. And Joseph answered and said, Surely thy sister-in-law Tamar, who killed your sons, extinguished the fire of Shechem. 26. And Judah said, If I pluck out a single hair from my flesh, I will fill all Egypt with its blood. 27. And Joseph answered and said, Such is your custom to do as you did to your brother whom you sold, and you dipped his coat in blood and brought it to your father in order that he might say, An evil beast devoured him, and here is his blood. 28. And when Judah heard this thing, he was exceedingly wroth, and his anger burned within him. And there was before him in that place a stone, the weight of which was about 400 shekels. And Judah's anger was kindled, and he took the stone in one hand, and cast it to the heavens, and caught it with his left hand. 29. And he placed it afterward under his legs, and he sat upon it with all his strength, and the stone was turned into dust from the force of Judah. 30. And Joseph saw the act of Judah, and he was very much afraid, but he commanded Manasseh his son, and he also did with another stone like unto the act of Judah. And Judah said unto his brethren, Let not any of you say, This man is an Egyptian, but by his doing this thing he is of our father's family. 31. And Joseph said, Not to you only is strength given, for we are also powerful men, and why will you boast over us all? And Judah said unto Joseph, Send, I pray thee, our brother, and ruin not thy country this day. 32. And Joseph answered and said unto them, Go and tell your father, an evil beast hath devoured him, as you said concerning your brother Joseph. 33. And Judah spoke to his brother Naphtali, and he said unto him, Make haste, go now and number all the streets of Egypt, and come and tell me. And Simeon said unto him, Let not this thing be a trouble to thee. Now I will go to the mount, and take up one large stone from the mount, and level it at every one in Egypt, and kill all that are in it. 34. And Joseph heard all these words that his brethren spoke before him, and they did not know that Joseph understood them, for they imagined that he knew not to speak Hebrew. 35. And Joseph was greatly afraid at the words of his brethren, lest they should destroy Egypt. And he commanded his son Manasseh, saying, Go now, make haste, and gather unto me all the inhabitants of Egypt, and all the valiant men together, and let them come to me, now upon horseback and on foot, and with all sorts of musical instruments. And Manasseh went and did so. 36. And Naphtali went as Judah had commanded him, for Naphtali was lightfoot as one of the swift stags, and he would go upon the ears of corn, and they would not break under him. 37. And he went and numbered all the streets of Egypt, and found them to be 12. And he came hastily and told Judah. And Judah said unto his brethren, Hasten you, and put on every man his sword upon his loins, and we will come over Egypt, and smite them all, and let not a remnant remain. 38. And Judah said, Behold, I will destroy 3 of the streets with my strength, and you shall each destroy 1 street. And when Judah was speaking this thing, behold, the inhabitants of Egypt and all the mighty men came toward them with all sorts of musical instruments, and with loud shouting. 39. and their number was 500 cavalry and 10,000 infantry, and 400 men who could fight without sword or spear, only with their hands and strength. 40, and all the mighty men came with great storming and shouting, and they all surrounded the sons of Jacob and terrified them, and the ground quaked at the sound of their shouting. 41. And when the sons of Jacob saw these troops, they were greatly afraid of their lives. And Joseph did so in order to terrify the sons of Jacob to become tranquilized. 42. And Judah, seeing some of his brethren terrified, said unto them, Why are you afraid, whilst the grace of God is with us? And when Judah saw all the people of Egypt surrounding them at the command of Joseph to terrify them, only Joseph commanded them, saying, Do not touch any of them. 43. Then Judah hastened and drew his sword and uttered a loud and bitter scream, and he smote with his sword, and he sprang upon the ground, and he still continued to shout against all the people. 44. And when he did this thing, the Lord caused the terror of Judah and his brethren to fall upon the valiant men and all the people that surrounded them. 45. And they all fled at the sound of the shouting, and they were terrified and fell one upon the other, and many of them died as they fell. And they all fled from before Judah and his brethren and from before Joseph. 46. And whilst they were fleeing, Judah and his brethren pursued them unto the house of Pharaoh, and they all escaped. And Judah again sat before Joseph and roared at him like a lion, and gave a great and tremendous shriek at him. 47. And the shriek was heard at a distance, and all the inhabitants of Succoth heard it, and all Egypt quaked at the sound of the shriek. And also the walls of Egypt and of the land of Goshen fell in from the shaking of the earth, and Pharaoh also fell from his throne upon the ground, and also all the pregnant women of Egypt, and Goshen miscarried when they heard the noise of the shaking, for they were terribly afraid. 48. And Pharaoh sent word, saying, What is this thing that has this day happened in the land of Egypt? And they came and told him all the things from beginning to end, and Pharaoh was alarmed, and he wondered and was greatly afraid. 49. And his fright increased when he heard all these things, and he sent unto Joseph, saying, Thou hast brought unto me the Hebrews to destroy all Egypt. What wilt thou do with that thievish slave? Send him away, and let him go with his brethren, and let us not perish through their evil, even we, you, and all Egypt. 50. And if thou desirest not to do this thing, cast off from thee all my valuable things, and go with them to their land, if thou delightest in it. For they will this day destroy my whole country, and slay all my people. Even all the women of Egypt have miscarried through their screams. See what they have done merely by their shouting and speaking. Moreover, if they fight with the sword, they will destroy the land. Now therefore choose that which thou desirest, whether me or the Hebrews, whether Egypt or the land of the Hebrews. 51. And they came and told Joseph all the words of Pharaoh that he had said concerning him. And Joseph was greatly afraid at the words of Pharaoh, and Judah and his brethren were still standing before Joseph, indignant and enraged, and all the sons of Jacob roared at Joseph like the roaring of the sea and its waves. 52. And Joseph was greatly afraid of his brethren and on account of Pharaoh. And Joseph sought a pretext to make himself known unto his brethren, lest they should destroy all Egypt. 53. And Joseph commanded his son Manasseh, and Manasseh went and approached Judah, and placed his hand upon his shoulder, and the anger of Judah was stilled. 54. And Judah said unto his brethren, Let no one of you say that this is the act of an Egyptian youth, for this is the work of my father's house. 55. And Joseph, seeing and knowing that Judah's anger was stilled, he approached to speak unto Judah in the language of mildness. 56. And Joseph said unto Judah, Surely you speak truth and have this day verified your assertions concerning your strength, and may your God who delighteth in you increase your welfare. But tell me truly, why from amongst all thy brethren dost thou wrangle with me on account of the lad, as none of them have spoken one word to me concerning him? 57. And Judah answered Joseph, saying, Surely thou must know that I was security for the lad to his father, saying, If I brought him not unto him, I should bear his blame forever. 58. Therefore have I approached thee from amongst all my brethren, for I saw that thou wast unwilling to suffer him to go from thee. Now, therefore may I find grace in thy sight, that thou shalt send him to go with us, and behold, I will remain as a substitute for him, to serve thee in whatever thou desirest, for wheresoever thou shalt send me, I will go to serve thee with great energy. 59. Send me now to a mighty king who has rebelled against thee, and thou shalt know what I will do unto him and unto his land, although he may have cavalry and infantry, or an exceeding mighty people. I will slay them all, and bring the king's head before thee. 60. Dost thou not know, or hast thou not heard, that our father Abraham, with his servant Eliezer, smote all the kings of Elam with their hosts in one night? They left not one remaining. And ever since that day our father's strength was given unto us for an inheritance, for us and our seed forever. 61. And Joseph answered and said, You speak truth, and falsehood is not in your mouth. For it was also told unto us that the Hebrews have power, and that the Lord their God delighteth much in them. And who then can stand before them? 62. However, on this condition will I send your brother, if you will bring before me his brother the son of his mother, of whom you said that he had gone from you down to Egypt. And it shall come to pass, when you bring unto me his brother, I will take him in his stead, because not one of you was security for him to your father. And when he shall come unto me, I will then send with you his brother, for whom you have been security. 63. And Judah's anger was kindled against Joseph when he spoke this thing, and his eyes dropped blood with anger. And he said unto his brethren, How doth this man this day seek his own destruction, and that of all Egypt? 64. And Simeon answered Joseph, saying, Did we not tell thee at first, that we knew not the particular spot to which he went, and whether he be dead or alive? And wherefore speaketh my Lord like unto these things? 65. And Joseph, observing the countenance of Judah, discerned that his anger began to kindle when he spoke unto him, saying, Bring unto me your other brother instead of this brother. 66. And Joseph said unto his brethren, Surely you said that your brother was either dead or lost. Now if I should call him this day, and he should come before you, would you give him unto me instead of his brother? 67. And Joseph began to speak and call out, Joseph, Joseph, come this day before me, and appear to thy brethren, and sit before them. 68. And when Joseph spoke this thing before them, they looked each a different way to see from whence Joseph would come before them. 69. And Joseph observed all their acts, and said unto them, Why do you look here and there? I am Joseph whom you sold to Egypt. Now, therefore let it not grieve you that you sold me, for as a support during the famine did God send me before you. 70. And his brethren were terrified at him when they heard the words of Joseph, and Judah was exceedingly terrified at him. 71. And when Benjamin heard the words of Joseph, he was before them in the inner part of the house, and Benjamin ran unto Joseph his brother, and embraced him, and fell upon his neck, and they wept. 72. And when Joseph's brethren saw that Benjamin had fallen upon his brother's neck, and wept with him, they also fell upon Joseph, and embraced him, and they wept a great weeping with Joseph. 73. And a voice was heard in the house of Joseph that they were Joseph's brethren, and it pleased Pharaoh exceedingly, for he was afraid of them, lest they should destroy Egypt. 74. And Pharaoh sent his servants unto Joseph to congratulate him concerning his brethren who had come to him, and all the captains of the armies and troops that were in Egypt came to rejoice with Joseph, and all Egypt rejoiced greatly about Joseph's brethren. 75. And Pharaoh sent his servants to Joseph, saying, Tell thy brethren to fetch all belonging to them, and let them come unto me, and I will place them in the best part of the land of Egypt. And they did so. 76. And Joseph commanded him that was set over his house to bring out to his brethren gifts and garments. And he brought out to them many garments, being robes of royalty, and many gifts. And Joseph divided them amongst his brethren. 77. And he gave unto each of his brethren a change of garments of gold and silver, and 300 pieces of silver. And Joseph commanded them all to be dressed in these garments, and to be brought before Pharaoh. 78. And Pharaoh, seeing that all Joseph's brethren were valiant men, and of beautiful appearance, he greatly rejoiced. 79. And they afterward went out from the presence of Pharaoh to go to the land of Canaan, to their father, and their brother Benjamin was with them. 80. And Joseph rose up and gave unto them 11 chariots from Pharaoh. And Joseph gave unto them his chariot, upon which he rode on the day of his being crowned in Egypt, to fetch his father to Egypt. And Joseph sent to all his brother's children garments according to their numbers, and 100 pieces of silver to each of them. And he also sent garments to the wives of his brethren from the garments of the king's wives, and he sent them. 81. And he gave unto each of his brethren 10 men to go with them to the land of Canaan, to serve them, to serve their children and all belonging to them in coming to Egypt. 82. And Joseph sent by the hand of his brother Benjamin 10 suits of garments for his 10 sons, a portion above the rest of the children of the sons of Jacob. 83. And he sent to each 50 pieces of silver, and 10 chariots on the account of Pharaoh. And he sent to his father 10 asses laden with all the luxuries of Egypt, and 10 she-asses laden with corn and bread and nourishment for his father, and to all that were with him, as provisions for the road. 84. And he sent to his sister Dinah garments of silver and gold, and frankincense and myrrh, and aloes and women's ornaments in great plenty. And he sent the same from the wives of Pharaoh to the wives of Benjamin. 85. And he gave unto all his brethren, also to their wives, all sorts of onyx stones and bdellium, and from all the valuable things. Amongst the great people of Egypt, nothing of all the costly things was left but what Joseph sent of to his father's household. 86. And he sent his brethren away, and they went, and he sent his brother Benjamin with them. 87. And Joseph went out with them to accompany them on the road unto the borders of Egypt, and he commanded them concerning his father and his household to come to Egypt. 88. And he said unto them, Do not quarrel on the road, for this thing was from the Lord, to keep a great people from starvation, for there will be yet 5 years of famine in the land. 89. And he commanded them, saying, When you come unto the land of Canaan, Do not come suddenly before my father in this affair, but act in your wisdom. 90. And Joseph ceased to command them, and he turned and went back to Egypt. And the sons of Jacob went to the land of Canaan with joy and cheerfulness to their father Jacob. 91. And they came unto the borders of the land, and they said to each other, What shall we do in this matter before our father? For if we come suddenly to him and tell him the matter, he will be greatly alarmed at our words and will not believe us. 92. And they went along until they came nigh unto their houses, and they found Sirach, the daughter of Asher, going forth to meet them. And the damsel was very good and subtle, and knew how to play upon the harp. 93. And they called unto her, and she came before them, and she kissed them. And they took her, and gave unto her a harp, saying, Go now before our father, and sit before him, and strike upon the harp, and speak these words. 94. And they commanded her to go to their house, and she took the harp, and hastened before them. And she came and sat near Jacob. 95. And she played well, and sang, and uttered in the sweetness of her words, Joseph my uncle is living, and he ruleth throughout the land of Egypt, and is not dead. 96. And she continued to repeat and utter these words, and Jacob heard her words, and they were agreeable to him. 97. He listened while she repeated them twice and thrice, and joy entered the heart of Jacob at the sweetness of her words, and a Spirit of God was upon him, and he knew all her words to be true. 98. And Jacob blessed Sirach when she spoke these words before him, and he said unto her, My daughter, may death never prevail over thee, for thou hast revived my spirit. Only speak yet before me as thou hast spoken, for thou hast gladdened me with all thy words. 99. And she continued to sing these words, and Jacob listened, and it pleased him, and he rejoiced, and the Spirit of God was upon him. 100. Whilst he was yet speaking with her, behold, his sons came to him, with horses and chariots and royal garments and servants running before them. 101. And Jacob rose up to meet them, and saw his sons dressed in royal garments, and he saw all the treasures that Joseph had sent to them. 102. And they said unto him, Be informed that our brother Joseph is living, and it is he who ruleth throughout the land of Egypt, and is he who spoke unto us, as we told thee. 103. And Jacob heard all the words of his sons, and his heart palpitated at their words, for he could not believe them until he saw all that Joseph had given them, and what he had sent him, and all the signs which Joseph had spoken unto them. 104. And they opened out before him, and showed him all that Joseph had sent. They gave unto each what Joseph had sent him, and he knew that they had spoken the truth, and he rejoiced exceedingly in account of his son. 105. And Jacob said, It is enough for me that my son Joseph is still living. I will go and see him before I die. 106. And his sons told him all that had befallen them. And Jacob said, I will go down to Egypt to see my son and his offspring. 107. And Jacob rose up and put on the garments which Joseph had sent him. And after he had washed and shaved his hair, he put upon his head the turban which Joseph had sent him. 108. And all the people of Jacob's house and their wives put on the garments which Joseph had sent to them, and they greatly rejoiced at Joseph that he was still living, and that he was ruling in Egypt. 109. And all the inhabitants of Canaan heard of this thing, and they came and rejoiced much with Jacob that he was still living. 110. And Jacob made a feast for them for 3 days, and all the kings of Canaan and nobles of the land ate and drank and rejoiced in the house of Jacob. The Book of Jasher, chapter 55. 1. And it came to pass after this that Jacob said, I will go and see my son in Egypt, and will then come back to the land of Canaan of, which God had spoken unto Abraham, for I cannot leave the land of my birthplace. 2. Behold, the word of the Lord came unto him, saying, Go down to Egypt, with all thy household, and remain there. Fear not to go down to Egypt, for I will there make thee a great nation. 3. And Jacob said within himself, I will go and see my son whether the fear of his God is yet in his heart amidst all the inhabitants of Egypt. 4. And the Lord said unto Jacob, Fear not about Joseph, for he still retaineth his integrity to serve me, as will seem good in thy sight. And Jacob rejoiced exceedingly concerning his son. 5. At that time Jacob commanded his sons and household to go to Egypt, according to the word of the Lord unto him. And Jacob rose up with his sons and all his household, and he went out from the land of Canaan from Beersheba with joy and gladness of heart, and they went to the land of Egypt. 6. And it came to pass when they came near Egypt, Jacob sent Judah before him to Joseph, that he might show him a situation in Egypt. And Judah did according to the word of his father, and he hastened, and ran, and came to Joseph, and they assigned for them a place in the land of Goshen for all his household. And Judah returned, and came along the road to his father. 7. And Joseph harnessed the chariot, and he assembled all his mighty men and his servants and all the officers of Egypt in order to go and meet his father Jacob. And Joseph's mandate was proclaimed in Egypt, saying, All that do not go to meet Jacob shall die. 8. And on the next day Joseph went forth with all Egypt, a great and mighty host, all dressed in garments of fine linen and purple, and with instruments of silver and gold, and with their instruments of war with them. 9. And they all went to meet Jacob with all sorts of musical instruments, with drums and timbrels, strewing myrrh and aloes all along the road. And they all went after this fashion, and the earth shook at their shouting. 10. And all the women of Egypt went upon the roofs of Egypt and upon the walls to meet Jacob, and upon the head of Joseph was Pharaoh's regal crown, for Pharaoh had sent it unto him to put on at the time of his going to meet his father. 11. And when Joseph came within 50 cubits of his father, he alighted from the chariot, and he walked toward his father. And when all the officers of Egypt and her nobles saw that Joseph had gone on foot toward his father, they also alighted and walked on foot toward Jacob. 12. And when Jacob approached the camp of Joseph, Jacob observed the camp that was coming toward him with Joseph, and it gratified him, and Jacob was astonished at it. 13. And Jacob said unto Judah, Who is that man whom I see in the camp of Egypt, dressed in kingly robes, with a very red garment upon him, and a royal crown upon his head, who has alighted from his chariot, and is coming toward us? And Judah answered his father, saying, Is thy son Joseph the king? And Jacob rejoiced in seeing the glory of his son. 14. And Joseph came nigh unto his father, and he bowed to his father. And all the men of the camp bowed to the ground with him before Jacob. 15. And behold, Jacob ran and hastened to his son Joseph, and fell upon his neck and kissed him. And they wept, and Joseph also embraced his father and kissed him. And they wept, and all the people of Egypt wept with them. 16. And Jacob said unto Joseph, Now I will die cheerfully after I have seen thy face, that thou art still living and with glory. 17. And the sons of Jacob and their wives and their children and their servants and all the household of Jacob wept exceedingly with Joseph, and they kissed him and wept greatly with him. 18. And Joseph and all his people returned afterward home to Egypt, and Jacob and his sons and all the children of his household came with Joseph to Egypt. And Joseph placed them in the best part of Egypt, in the land of Goshen. 19. And Joseph said unto his father and unto his brethren, I will go up and tell Pharaoh, saying, My brethren and my father's household, and all belonging to them, have come unto me, and behold, they are in the land of Goshen. 20. And Joseph did so, and took from his brethren Reuben, Issachar, Zebulun, and his brother Benjamin, and he placed them before Pharaoh. 21. And Joseph spoke unto Pharaoh, saying, My brethren and my father's household, and all belonging to them, together with their flocks and cattle, have come unto me from the land of Canaan, to sojourn in Egypt, for the famine was sore upon them. 22. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, Place thy father and brethren in the best part of the land, withhold not from them all that is good, and cause them to eat of the fat of the land. 23. And Joseph answered, saying, Behold, I have stationed them in the land of Goshen, for they are shepherds. Therefore let them remain in Goshen to feed their flocks apart from the Egyptians. 24. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, Do with thy brethren all that they shall say unto thee. And the sons of Jacob bowed down to Pharaoh, and they went forth from him in peace. And Joseph afterward brought his father before Pharaoh. 25. And Jacob came and bowed down to Pharaoh, and Jacob blessed Pharaoh, and he then went out. And Jacob and all his sons and all his household dwelt in the land of Goshen. 26. In the second year, that is in the 130th year of the life of Jacob, Joseph maintained his father and his brethren, and all his father's household, with bread according to their little ones, all the days of the famine. They lacked nothing. 27. And Joseph gave unto them the best part of the whole land, the best of Egypt had they all the days of Joseph. And Joseph also gave unto them and unto the whole of his father's household clothes and garments year by year. And the sons of Jacob remained securely in Egypt all the days of their brother. 28. And Jacob always ate at Joseph's table. Jacob and his sons did not leave Joseph's table day or night, besides what Jacob's children consumed in their houses. 29. And all Egypt ate bread during the days of the famine from the house of Joseph, for all the Egyptians sold all belonging to them on account of the famine. 30. And Joseph purchased all the lands and fields of Egypt for bread on the account of Pharaoh, and Joseph supplied all Egypt with bread all the days of the famine. And Joseph collected all the silver and gold that came unto him for the corn which they bought throughout the land. And he accumulated much gold and silver, besides an immense quantity of onyx stones, bdellium, and valuable garments, which they brought unto Joseph from every part of the land when their money was spent. 31. And Joseph took all the silver and gold that came into his hand, about 72 talents of gold and silver, and also onyx stones, and bdellium in great abundance. And Joseph went and concealed them in 4 parts. And he concealed 1 part in the wilderness near the Red Sea, and 1 part by the river Perith, and the 3rd and 4th part he concealed in the desert opposite to the wilderness of Persia and Media. 32. And he took part of the gold and silver that was left, and gave it unto all his brothers, and unto all his father's household, and unto all the women of his father's household, and the rest he brought to the house of Pharaoh, about 20 talents of gold and silver. 33. And Joseph gave all the gold and silver that was left unto Pharaoh. And Pharaoh placed it in the treasury, and the days of the famine ceased after that in the land, and they sowed and reaped in the whole land, and they obtained their usual quantity year by year. They lacked nothing. 34. And Joseph dwelt securely in Egypt, and the whole land was under his advice, and his father and all his brethren dwelt in the land of Goshen, and took possession of it. 35. And Joseph was very aged, advanced in days, and his 2 sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, remained constantly in the house of Jacob, together with the children of the sons of Jacob, their brethren, to learn the ways of the Lord and his law. 36. And Jacob and his sons dwelt in the land of Egypt, in the land of Goshen, and they took possession in it, and they were fruitful and multiplied in it. Underscore The Book of Jasher, chapter 56. 1. And Jacob lived in the land of Egypt 17 years, and the days of Jacob and the years of his life were 147 years. 2. At that time Jacob was attacked with that illness of which he died. And he sent and called for his son Joseph from Egypt, and Joseph, his son, came from Egypt, and Joseph came unto his father. 3. And Jacob said unto Joseph and unto his sons, Behold, I die, and the God of your ancestors will visit you, and bring you back to the land which the Lord sware to give unto you and unto your children after you. Now therefore, when I am dead, bury me in the cave which is in Machpelah in Hebron in the land of Canaan, near my ancestors. 4. And Jacob made his sons swear to bury him in Machpelah in Hebron. And his sons swore unto him concerning this thing. 5. And he commanded them, saying, Serve the Lord your God, for he who delivered your fathers will also deliver you from all trouble. 6. And Jacob said, Call all your children unto me, and all the children of Jacob's sons came and sat before him. And Jacob blessed them, and he said unto them, The Lord God of your fathers shall grant you 1,000 times as much and bless you, and may he give you the blessing of your father Abraham. And all the children of Jacob's sons went forth on that day after he had blessed them. 7. And on the next day Jacob again called for his sons, and they all assembled and came to him and sat before him. And Jacob on that day blessed his sons before his death. Each man did he bless according to his blessing. Behold, it is written in the book of the law of the Lord appertaining to Israel. 8. And Jacob said unto Judah, I know, my son, that thou art a mighty man. For thy brethren, reign over them, and thy sons shall reign over their sons forever. 9. Only teach thy sons the bow and all the weapons of war in order, that they may fight the battles of their brother who will rule over his enemies. 10. And Jacob again commanded his sons on that day, saying, Behold, I shall be this day gathered unto my people. Carry me up from Egypt, and bury me in the cave of Machpelah, as I have commanded you. 11. Howbeit take heed, I pray you, that none of your sons carry me, only yourselves. And this is the manner you shall do unto me when you carry my body to go with it to the land of Canaan to bury me. 12. Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun shall carry my bier at the eastern side. Reuben, Simeon, and Gad at the south. Ephraim, Manasseh, and Benjamin at the west. Dan, Asher, and Naphtali at the north. 13. Let not Levi carry with you, for he and his sons will carry the ark of the covenant of the Lord with the Israelites in the camp. Neither let Joseph my son carry, for as a king, so let his glory be. Howbeit, Ephraim and Manasseh shall be in their stead. 14. Thus shall you do unto me when you carry me away. Do not neglect anything of all that I command you. And it shall come to pass when you do this unto me, that the Lord will remember you favorably, and your children after you forever. 15. And you, my sons, honor each his brother and his relative, and command your children and your children's children after you too. Serve the Lord God of your ancestors all the days. 16. In order that you may prolong your days in the land, you and your children and your children's children forever, when you do what is good and upright in the sight of the Lord your God, to go in all his ways. 17. And now, Joseph my son, forgive, I pray thee, the wrongs of thy brethren and all their misdeeds and the injury that they heaped upon thee, for God intended it for thine and thy children's benefit. 18. And, O my son, leave not thy brethren to the inhabitants of Egypt, neither hurt their feelings, for behold, I consign them to the hand of God, and in thy hand to guard them from the Egyptians. And the sons of Jacob answered their father, saying, O our father, all that thou hast commanded us, so will we do. May God only be with us. 19. And Jacob said unto his sons, So may God be with you when you keep all his ways. Turn not from his ways either to the right or the left, in performing what is good and upright in his sight. 20. For I know that many and grievous troubles will befall you in the latter days in the land. Yea, your children and children's children. Only serve the Lord, and he will save you from all trouble. 21. And it shall come to pass, when you shall go after God to serve him, and will teach your children after you, and your children's children, to know the Lord, then will the Lord raise up unto you, and your children, a servant from amongst your children, and the Lord will deliver you through his hand from all affliction, and bring you out of Egypt, and bring you back to the land of your fathers, to inherit it securely. 22. And Jacob ceased commanding his sons, and he drew his feet into the bed. He died and was gathered to his people. 23. And Joseph fell upon his father, and he cried out and wept over him. And he kissed him, and he called out in a bitter voice, and he said, O my father, my father. 24. And his sons' wives and all his household came and fell upon Jacob, and they wept over him, and cried in a very loud voice concerning Jacob. 25. And all the sons of Jacob rose up together, and they tore their garments, and they all put sackcloth upon their loins, and they fell upon their faces, and they cast dust upon their heads toward the heavens. 26. And the thing was told unto Osnath Joseph's wife, and she rose up, and put on a sack, and she with all the Egyptian women with her came, and mourned and wept for Jacob. 27. And also all the people of Egypt who knew Jacob came all on that day when they heard this thing, and all Egypt wept for many days. 28. And also from a land of Canaan did the women come unto Egypt when they heard that Jacob was dead, and they wept for him in Egypt for 70 days. 29. And it came to pass after this that Joseph commanded his servants, the doctors, to embalm his father with myrrh and frankincense, and all manner of incense and perfume, and the doctors embalmed Jacob, as Joseph had commanded them. 30. And all the people of Egypt, and the elders, and all the inhabitants of the land of Goshen wept and mourned over Jacob and all his sons. And the children of his household lamented and mourned over their father Jacob many days. 31. And after the days of his weeping had passed away, at the end of 70 days, Joseph said unto Pharaoh, I will go up and bury my father in the land of Canaan, as he made me swear, and then I will return. 32. And Pharaoh sent Joseph, saying, Go up and bury thy father as he said, and as he made thee swear. And Joseph rose up with all his brethren to go to the land of Canaan, to bury their father Jacob as he had commanded them. 33. And Pharaoh commanded that it should be proclaimed throughout Egypt, saying, Whoever goeth not up with Joseph and his brethren to the land of Canaan to bury Jacob shall die. 34. And all Egypt heard of Pharaoh's proclamation, and they all rose up together, and all the servants of Pharaoh, and the elders of his house, and all the elders of the land of Egypt went up with Joseph, and all the officers and nobles of Pharaoh went up as the servants of Joseph, and they went to bury Jacob in the land of Canaan. 35. And the sons of Jacob carried the bier upon which he lay, according to all that their father commanded them. So did his sons unto him. 36. And the bier was of pure gold, and it was inlaid round about with onyx stones and bdellium, and the covering of the bier was gold, woven work, joined with threads, and over them were hooks of onyx, stones and bdellium. 37. And Joseph placed upon the head of his father Jacob a large golden crown, and he put a golden scepter in his hand, and they surrounded the bier, as was the custom of kings during their lives. 38. And all the troops of Egypt went before him in this array at first, all the mighty men of Pharaoh, and the mighty men of Joseph, and after them the rest of the inhabitants of Egypt, and they were all girded with swords and equipped with coats of mail, and the trappings of war were upon them. 39. And all the weepers and mourners went at a distance opposite to the bier, going and weeping and lamenting, and the rest of the people went after the bier. 40. And Joseph and his household went together near the bier barefooted, and weeping, and the rest of Joseph's servants went around him. Each man had his ornaments upon him, and they were all armed with their weapons of war. 41. And 50 of Jacob's servants went in front of the bier, and they strewed along the road myrrh and aloes, and all manner of perfume. And all the sons of Jacob that carried the bier walked upon the perfumery, and the servants of Jacob went before them strewing the perfume along the road. 42. And Joseph went up with a heavy camp, and they did after this manner every day until they reached the land of Canaan, and they came to the threshing floor of Atad, which was on the other side of Jordan, and they mourned an exceeding great and heavy mourning in that place. 43. And all the kings of Canaan heard of this thing, and they all went forth, each man from his house, 31 kings of Canaan, and they all came with their men to mourn and weep over Jacob. 44. And all these kings beheld Jacob's bier, and behold, Joseph's crown was upon it. And they also put their crowns upon the bier, and encircled it with crowns. 45. And all these kings made in that place a great and heavy mourning, with the sons of Jacob and Egypt over Jacob, for all the kings of Canaan knew the valor of Jacob and his sons. 46. And the report reached Esau, saying, Jacob died in Egypt, and his sons and all Egypt are conveying him to the land of Canaan to bury him. 47. And Esau heard this thing, and he was dwelling in Mount Seir, and he rose up with his sons, and all his people, and all his household, a people exceedingly great, and they came to mourn and weep over Jacob. 48. And it came to pass, when Esau came, he mourned for his brother Jacob, and all Egypt and all Canaan again rose up and mourned a great mourning with Esau over Jacob in that place. 49. And Joseph and his brethren brought their father Jacob from that place, and they went to Hebron to bury Jacob in the cave by his fathers. 50. And they came unto Kiriath-arba to the cave, and as they came, Esau stood with his sons against Joseph and his brethren as a hindrance in the cave, saying, Jacob shall not be buried therein, for it belongeth to us and to our father. 51. And Joseph and his brethren heard the words of Esau's sons, and they were exceedingly wroth. And Joseph approached unto Esau, saying, What is this thing which they have spoken? Surely my father Jacob bought it from thee for great riches after the death of Isaac now 25 years ago, and also all the land of Canaan he bought from thee and from thy sons and thy seed after thee. 52. And Jacob bought it for his sons and his seed after him for an inheritance forever. And why speakest thou these things this day? 53. And Esau answered, saying, Thou speakest falsely and utterest lies. For I sold not anything belonging to me in all this land, as thou sayest, neither did my brother Jacob buy aught belonging to me in this land. 54. And Esau spoke these things in order to deceive Joseph with his words, for Esau knew that Joseph was not present in those days when Esau sold all belonging to him in the land of Canaan to Jacob. 55. And Joseph said unto Esau, Surely my father inserted these things with thee in the record of purchase, and testified the record with witnesses, and behold, it is with us in Egypt. 56. And Esau answered, saying unto him, Bring the record, all that thou wilt find in the record, so we do. 57. And Joseph called unto Naphtali his brother, and he said, Hasten, quickly, stay not, and run, I pray thee, to Egypt, and bring all the records, the record of the purchase, the sealed record, and the open record, and also all the first records in which all the transactions of the birthright are written. Fetch thou. 58. And thou shalt bring them unto us hither, that we may know from them all the words of Esau and his sons which they spoke this day. 59. And Naphtali hearkened to the voice of Joseph, and he hastened and ran to go down to Egypt, and Naphtali was lighter on foot than any of the stags that were upon the wilderness, for he would go upon ears of corn without crushing them. 60. And when Esau saw that Naphtali had gone to fetch the records, he and his sons increased their resistance against the cave and Esau. And all his people rose up against Joseph and his brethren too. Battle. 61. And all the sons of Jacob and the people of Egypt fought with Esau and his men, and the sons of Esau and his people were smitten before the sons of Jacob, and the sons of Jacob slew of Esau's people 40 men. 62. and Chushim the son of Dan, the son of Jacob, was at that time with Jacob's sons, but he was about 100 cubits distant from the place of battle, for he remained with the children of Jacob's sons, by Jacob's beard to guard it. 63. And Chushim was dumb and deaf, still he understood the voice of consternation amongst men. 64. And he asked, saying, Why do you not bury the dead, and what is this great consternation? And they answered him the words of Esau and his sons. And he ran to Esau in the midst of the battle, and he slew Esau with a sword, and he cut off his head, and it sprang to a distance, and Esau fell amongst the people of the battle. 65. And when Chushim did this thing, the sons of Jacob prevailed over the sons of Esau, and the sons of Jacob buried their father Jacob by force in the cave, and the sons of Esau beheld it. 66. And Jacob was buried in Hebron, in the cave of Machpelah, which Abraham had bought from the sons of Het for the possession of a burial place, and he was buried in very costly garments. 67. And no king had such honor paid him as Joseph paid unto his father at his death, for he buried him with great honor like unto the burial of kings. 68. And Joseph and his brethren made a mourning of 7 days for their father. The Book of Jasher, chapter 57. 1. And it was after this that the sons of Esau waged war with the sons of Jacob, and the sons of Esau fought with the sons of Jacob in Hebron, and Esau was still lying dead and not buried. 2. And the battle was heavy between them, and the sons of Esau were smitten before the sons of Jacob, and the sons of Jacob slew of the sons of Esau 80 men, and not one died of the people of the sons of Jacob. And the hand of Joseph prevailed over all the people of the sons of Esau. And he took Zepho, the son of Eliphaz, the son of Esau, and 50 of his men captive, and he bound them with chains of iron, and gave them into the hand of his servants to bring them to Egypt. 3. And it came to pass, when the sons of Jacob had taken Zepho and his people captive, all those that remained were greatly afraid of their lives from the house of Esau, lest they should also be taken captive, and they all fled with Eliphaz the son of Esau and his people with Esau's body, and they went on their road to Mount Seir. 4. And they came unto Mount Seir, and they buried Esau in Seir, but they had not brought his head with them to Seir, for it was buried in that place where the battle had been in Hebron. 5. And it came to pass, when the sons of Esau had fled from before the sons of Jacob, the sons of Jacob pursued them unto the borders of Seir, but they did not slay a single man from amongst them when they pursued them, for Esau's body, which they carried with them, excited their confusion. So they fled, and the sons of Jacob turned back from them, and came up to the place where their brethren were, in Hebron, and they remained there on that day, and on the next day, until they rested from the battle. 6. And it came to pass on the third day they assembled all the sons of Seir the Horite, and they assembled all the children of the east, a multitude of people like the sand of the sea, and they went and came down to Egypt to fight with Joseph and his brethren, in order to deliver their brethren. 7. And Joseph and all the sons of Jacob heard that the sons of Esau and the children of the east had come upon them to battle in order to deliver their brethren. 8. And Joseph and his brethren and the strong men of Egypt went forth and fought in the city of Ramesses, and Joseph and his brethren dealt out a tremendous blow amongst the sons of Esau and the children of the east. 9. And they slew of them 600,000 men, and they slew amongst them all the mighty men of the children of Seir the Horite. There were only a few of them left, and they slew also a great many of the children of the east and of the children of Esau. And Eliphaz the son of Esau and the children of the east all fled before Joseph and his brethren. 10. And Joseph and his brethren pursued them until they came unto Succos, and they yet slew of them in Succos 30 men, and the rest escaped, and they fled each to his city. 11. And Joseph and his brethren and the mighty men of Egypt turned back from them with joy and cheerfulness of heart, for they had smitten all their enemies. 12. And Zepho the son of Eliphaz and his men were still slaves in Egypt to the sons of Jacob, and their pains increased. 13. And when the sons of Esau and the sons of Seir returned to their land, the sons of Seir saw that they had all fallen into the hands of the sons of Jacob and the people of Egypt on account of the battle of the sons of Esau. 14. And the sons of Seir said unto the sons of Esau, You have seen, and therefore you know that this camp was on your account, and not one mighty man or an adept in war remaineth. 15. Now therefore go forth from our land, go from us to the land of Canaan, to the land of the dwelling of your fathers. Wherefore shall your children inherit the effects of our children in latter days? 16. And the children of Esau would not listen to the children of Seir, and the children of Seir considered to make war with them. 17. And the children of Esau sent secretly to Angeas king of Africa, the same as Dinhabah, saying, 18. Send unto us some of thy men, and let them come unto us, and we will fight together with the children of Seir the Horite, for they have resolved to fight with us to drive us away from the land. 19. And Angeas king of Dinhabah did so, for he was in those days friendly to the children of Esau, and Angeas sent 500 valiant infantry to the children of Esau, and 800 cavalry. 20. And the children of Seir sent unto the children of the east, and unto the children of Midian, saying, You have seen what the children of Esau have done unto us, upon whose account we are almost all destroyed in their battle with the sons of Jacob. 21. Now therefore come unto us, and assist us, and we will fight them together, and we will drive them from the land, and be avenged of the cause of our brethren who died for their sakes in their battle with their brethren, the sons of Jacob. 22. And all the children of the east listened to the children of Seir, and they came unto them about 800 men with drawn swords. And the children of Esau fought with the children of Seir at that time in the wilderness of Paran. 23. And the children of Seir prevailed then over the sons of Esau, and the children of Seir slew on that day of the children of Esau in that battle about 200 men of the people of Angeas king of Dinhabah. 24. And on the second day the children of Esau came again to fight a second time with the children of Seir, and the battle was sore upon the children of Esau this second time, and it troubled them greatly. on account of the children of Seir. 25. And when the children of Esau saw that the children of Seir were more powerful than they were, some men of the children of Esau turned and assisted the children of Seir, their enemies. 26. And there fell yet of the people of the children of Esau in the second battle 58 men of the people at Angeas king of Dinhabah. 27. And on the third day the children of Esau heard that some of their brethren had turned from them to fight against them in the second battle. And the children of Esau mourned when they heard this thing. 28. And they said, What shall we do unto our brethren who turned from us to assist the children of Seir, our enemies? And the children of Esau again sent to Angeas king of Dinhabah, saying, 29. Send unto us again other men, that with them we may fight with the children of Seir, for they have already twice been heavier than we were. 30. And Angeas again sent to the children of Esau about 600 valiant men, and they came to assist the children of Esau. 31. And in 10 days' time the children of Esau again waged war with the children of Seir in the wilderness of Paran, and the battle was very severe upon the children of Seir, and the children of Esau prevailed at this time over the children of Seir, and the children of Seir were smitten before the children of Esau, and the children of Esau slew from them about 2,000 men. 32. And all the mighty men of the children of Seir died in this battle, and there only remained their young children that were left in their cities. 33. And all Midian and the children of the east betook themselves to flight from the battle, and they left the children of Seir and fled, when they saw that the battle was severe upon them. And the children of Esau pursued all the children of the east until they reached their land. 34. And the children of Esau slew yet of them about 250 men, and from the people of the children of Esau there fell in that battle about 30 men, but this evil came upon them through their brethren turning from them to assist the children of Seir the Horite. And the children of Esau again heard of the evil doings of their brethren, and they again mourned on account of this thing. 35. And it came to pass after the battle, the children of Esau turned back and came home unto Seir, and the children of Esau slew those who had remained in the land of the children of Seir. They slew also their wives and little ones. They left not a soul alive except 50 young lads and damsels whom they suffered to live. And the children of Esau did not put them to death, and the lads became their slaves, and the damsels they took for wives. 36. And the children of Esau dwelt in Seir in the place of the children of Seir, and they inherited their land and took possession of it. 37. And the children of Esau took all belonging in the land to the children of Seir, also their flocks, their bullocks, and their goods, and all belonging to the children of Seir did the children of Esau take, and the children of Esau dwelt in Seir in the place of the children of Seir unto this day. And the children of Esau divided the land into divisions to the 5 sons of Esau, according to their families. 38. And it came to pass in those days that the children of Esau resolved to crown a king over them in the land of which they became possessed. And they said to each other, Not so, for he shall reign over us in our land, and we shall be under his counsel, and he shall fight our battles against our enemies. And they did so. 39. And all the children of Esau swore, saying that none of their brethren should ever reign over them, but a strange man who is not of their brethren. For the souls of all the children of Esau were embittered every man against his son, brother, and friend on account of the evil they sustained from their brethren when they fought with the children of Seir. 40. Therefore the sons of Esau swore, saying, from that day forward, they would not choose a king from their brethren, but one from a strange land unto this day. 41. And there was a man there from the people of Angias, king of Dinhabah. His name was Bela the son of Beer, who was a very valiant man, beautiful and comely, and wise in all wisdom, and a man of sense and counsel. And there was none of the people of Angias like unto him. 42. And all the children of Esau took him and anointed him, and they crowned him for a king, and they bowed down to him, and they said unto him, May the king live, may the king live. 43. And they spread out the sheet, and they brought him each man earrings of gold and silver, or rings or bracelets, and they made him very rich in silver and in gold, in onyx stones and bdellium. And they made him a royal throne, and they placed a regal crown upon his head, and they built a palace for him, and he dwelt therein, and he became king over all the children of Esau. 44. And the people of Angias took their hire for their battle from the children of Esau, and they went and returned at that time to their master in Dinhabah. 45. And Bela reigned over the children of Esau 30 years, and the children of Esau dwelt in the land instead of the children of Seir, and they dwelt securely in their stead unto this day. The Book of Jasher, chapter 58. 1. And it came to pass in the 32nd year of the Israelites, going down to Egypt, that is in the 71st year of the life of Joseph, in that year died Pharaoh king of Egypt, and Magron his son reigned in his stead. 2. And Pharaoh commanded Joseph before his death to be a father to his son Magron, and that Magron should be under the care of Joseph, and under his counsel. 3. And all Egypt consented to this thing, that Joseph should be king over them. For all the Egyptians loved Joseph as of heretofore. Only Magron the son of Pharaoh sat upon his father's throne, and he became king in those days in his father's stead. For Magron was 41 years old when he began to reign, and 40 years he reigned in Egypt, and all Egypt called his name Pharaoh, after the name of his father, as it was their custom to do in Egypt, to every king that reigned over them. 5. And it came to pass when Pharaoh reigned in his father's stead, he placed the laws of Egypt and all the affairs of government in the hand of Joseph, as his father had commanded him. 6. And Joseph became king over Egypt, for he superintended over all Egypt, and all Egypt was under his care and under his counsel. For all Egypt inclined to Joseph after the death of Pharaoh, and they loved him exceedingly to reign over them. 7. But there were some people amongst them who did not like him, saying, No stranger shall reign over us. Still the whole government of Egypt devolved in those days upon Joseph after the death of Pharaoh, he being the regulator, doing as he liked throughout the land without anyone interfering. 8. And all Egypt was under the care of Joseph, and Joseph made war with all his surrounding enemies, and he subdued them, also all the land and all the Philistines unto the borders of Canaan did Joseph subdue, and they were all under his power, and they gave a yearly tax unto Joseph. 9. And Pharaoh king of Egypt sat upon his throne in his father's stead, but he was under the control and counsel of Joseph, as he was at first under the control of his father. 10. Neither did he reign, but in the land of Egypt only, under the counsel of Joseph. But Joseph reigned over the whole country at that time, from Egypt unto the great river Perith. 11. And Joseph was successful in all his ways, and the Lord was with him. And the Lord gave Joseph additional wisdom, and honor, and glory, and love toward him in the hearts of the Egyptians, and throughout the land. And Joseph reigned over the whole country 40 years. 12. And all the countries of the Philistines and Canaan and Zidon, and on the other side of Jordan, brought presents unto Joseph all his days, and the whole country was in the hand of Joseph. And they brought unto him a yearly tribute, as it was regulated, for Joseph had fought against all his surrounding enemies, and subdued them. And the whole country was in the hand of Joseph, and Joseph sat securely upon his throne in Egypt. 13. And also all his brethren, the sons of Jacob, dwelt securely in the land all the days of Joseph, and they were fruitful and multiplied exceedingly in the land, and they served the Lord all their days, as their father Jacob had commanded them. 14. And it came to pass at the end of many days and years, when the children of Esau were dwelling quietly in their land with Bela, their king, that the children of Esau were fruitful and multiplied in the land, and they resolved to go and fight with the sons of Jacob and all Egypt, and to deliver their brother Zepho, the son of Eliphaz, and his men, for they were yet in those days slaves to Joseph. 15. And the children of Esau sent unto all the children of the east, and they made peace with them, and all the children of the east came unto them to go with the children of Esau to Egypt to battle. 16. And there came also unto them of the people of Angeas, king of Dinhabah, and they also sent unto the children of Ishmael, and they also came unto them. 17. And all this people assembled, and came unto Seir to assist the children of Esau in their battle. And this camp was very large, and heavy with people, numerous as the sand of the sea, about 800,000 men, infantry and cavalry. And all these troops went down to Egypt to fight with the sons of Jacob, and they encamped by Ramesses. 18. And Joseph went forth with his brethren, with the mighty men of Egypt, about 600 men, and they fought with them in the land of Ramesses. And the sons of Jacob at that time again fought with the children of Esau in the 50th year of the sons of Jacob, going down to Egypt. That is the 30th year of the reign of Bela over the children of Esau in Seir. 19. And the Lord gave all the mighty men of Esau and the children of the east into the hand of Joseph and his brethren, and the people of the children of Esau and the children of the east were smitten before Joseph. 20. And of the people of Esau and the children of the east that were slain, there fell before the sons of Jacob about 200,000 men, and their king Bela the son of Beer fell with them in the battle. And when the children of Esau saw that their king had fallen in battle and was dead, their hands became weak in the Kumbah. 21. And Joseph and his brethren and all Egypt were still smiting the people of the house of Esau, and all Esau's people were afraid of the sons of Jacob, and fled from before them. 22. And Joseph and his brethren and all Egypt pursued them a day's journey, and they slew yet from them about 300 men, continuing to smite them in the road. and they afterward turned back from them. 23. And Joseph and all his brethren returned to Egypt. Not one man was missing from them, but of the Egyptians there fell 12 men. 24. And when Joseph returned to Egypt, he ordered Zepho and his men to be additionally bound, and they bound them in irons, and they increased their grief. 25. And all the people of the children of Esau and the children of the east returned in shame each unto his city, for all the mighty men that were with them had fallen in battle. 26. And when the children of Esau saw that their king had died in battle, they hastened and took a man from the people of the children of the east. His name was Jobab the son of Zerach from the land of Botzrah, and they caused him to reign over them instead of Bela, their king. 27. And Jobab sat upon the throne of Bela as king in his stead, and Jobab reigned in Edom over all the children of Esau 10 years. And the children of Esau went no more to fight with the sons of Jacob from that day forward, for the sons of Esau knew the valor of the sons of Jacob, and they were greatly afraid of them. 28. But from that day forward the children of Esau hated the sons of Jacob, and the hatred and enmity were very strong between them all, the days unto this day. 29. And it came to pass after this, at the end of 10 years, Jobab, the son of Zerach from Botzrah, died, and the children of Esau took a man whose name was Chusham from the land of Taman, and they made him king over them instead of Jobab, and Chusham reigned in Edom over all the children of Esau for 20 years. 30. And Joseph, king of Egypt, and his brethren, and all the children of Israel dwelt securely in Egypt in those days, together with all the children of Joseph and his brethren, having no hindrance or evil accident, and the land of Egypt was at that time at rest from war in the days of Joseph and his brethren. The Book of Jasher, chapter 59. 1. And these are the names of the sons of Israel who dwelt in Egypt, who had come with Jacob. All the sons of Jacob came unto Egypt, every man with his household. 2. The children of Leah were Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun, and their sister Dinah. 3. And the sons of Rachel were Joseph and Benjamin. 4. And the sons of Zilpah, the handmaid of Leah, were Gad and Asher. 5. And the sons of Bilhah, the handmaid of Rachel, were Dan and Naphtali. 6. And these were their offspring that were born unto them in the land of Canaan, before they came unto Egypt with their father Jacob. 7. The sons of Reuben were Chanach, Palu, Chetzron, and Carmi. 8. And the sons of Simeon were Jemuel, Jamin, Ohad, Jachin, Zochar, and Saul, the son of the Canaanitish woman. 9. And the children of Levi were Gershon, Kohath, and Merari, and their sister Jochebed, who was born unto them in their going down to Egypt. 10. And the sons of Judah were Er, Onan, Shelah, Perez, and Zerach. 11. And Er and Onan died in the land of Canaan, and the sons of Perez were Sharon and Chamal. 12. And the sons of Issachar were Tola, Puvah, Job, and Shamron. 13. And the sons of Zebulun were Seared, Elon, and Jachleel, and the son of Dan was Chushim. 14. And the sons of Naphtali were Jachzeel, Guni, Jetzer, and Shurlam. 15. And the sons of Gad were Ziphion, Chagi, Shuni, Esbon, Eri, Arodi, and Areli. 16. And the children of Asher were Jimnah, Jishva, Jishvi, Beriah, and their sister Sirach. And the sons of Beriah were Cheber and Malchiel. 17. And the sons of Benjamin were Bela, Becher, Ashbel, Gera, Naaman, Achi, Rosh, Mupim, Chupim, and Ord. 18. And the sons of Joseph that were born unto him in Egypt were Manasseh and Ephraim. 19. And all the souls that went forth from the loins of Jacob were 70 souls. These are they who came with Jacob, their father, unto Egypt to dwell there. And Joseph and all his brethren dwelt securely in Egypt, and they ate of the best of Egypt all the days of the life of Joseph. 20. And Joseph lived in the land of Egypt 93 years, and Joseph reigned over all Egypt 80 years. 21. And when the days of Joseph drew nigh that he should die, he sent and called for his brethren and all his father's household, and they all came together and sat before him. 22. And Joseph said unto his brethren and unto the whole of his father's household, Behold, I die, and God will surely visit you, and bring you up from this land to the land which he swore to your fathers to give unto them. 23. And it shall be when God shall visit you to bring you up from here to the land of your fathers, then bring up my bones with you from here. 24. And Joseph made the sons of Israel to swear for their seed after them, saying, God will surely visit you, and you shall bring up my bones with you from here. 25. And it came to pass after this that Joseph died in that year, the 71st year of the Israelites going down to Egypt. 26. And Joseph was 110 years old when he died in the land of Egypt, and all his brethren and all his servants rose up, and they embalmed Joseph, as was their custom, and his brethren, and all Egypt mourned over him for 70 days. 27. And they put Joseph in a coffin filled with spices and all sorts of perfume, and they buried him by the side of the river, that is, Sire, and his sons and all his brethren, and the whole of his father's household made a 7 days mourning for him. 28. And it came to pass after the death of Joseph, all the Egyptians began in those days to rule over the children of Israel, and Pharaoh, king of Egypt, who reigned in his father's stead, took all the laws of Egypt and conducted the whole government of Egypt under his counsel, and he reigned securely over his people. Underscore. The Book of Jasher, Chapter 60. 1. And when the year came round, being the 72nd year from the Israelites going down to Egypt after the death of Joseph, Zepho, the son of Eliphaz, the son of Esau, fled from Egypt, he and his men, and they went away. 2. And he came to Africa, which is Dinhabah, to Angeas king of Africa, and Angeas received them with great honor, and he made Zepho the captain of his host. 3. And Zepho found favor in the sight of Angeas and in the sight of his people, and Zepho was captain of the host to Angeas king of Africa for many days. 4. And Zepho enticed Angeas king of Africa to collect all his army to go and fight with the Egyptians and with the sons of Jacob, and to avenge of them the cause of his brethren. 5. But Angeas would not listen to Zepho to do this thing, for Angeas knew the strength of the sons of Jacob, and what they had done to his army in their warfare with the children of Esau. 6. And Zepho was in those days very great in the sight of Angeas, and in the sight of all his people, and he continually enticed them to make war against Egypt, but they would not. 7. And it came to pass in those days there was in the land of Chittim a man in the city of Puzimna, whose name was Uzu, and he became degenerately deified by the children of Chittim, and the man died, and had no son, only one daughter whose name was Janiah. 8. And the damsel was exceedingly beautiful, comely, and intelligent. There was none seen like unto her for beauty and wisdom throughout the land. 9. And the people of Angeas king of Africa saw her, and they came, and praised her unto him. And Angeas sent to the children of Chittim, and he requested to take her unto himself for a wife. And the people of Chittim consented to give her unto him for a wife. 10. And when the messengers of Angeas were going forth from the land of Chittim to take their journey, behold, the messengers of Turnus king of Bybintu came unto Chittim. For Turnus king of Bybintu also sent his messengers to request Janiah for him, to take unto himself for a wife, for all his men had also praised her to him. Therefore he sent all his servants unto her. 11. And the servants of Turnus came to Chittim, and they asked for Janiah to be taken unto Turnus their king for a wife. 12. And the people of Chittim said unto them, We cannot give her, because Angeas king of Africa desired her to take her unto him for a wife before you came, and that we should give her unto him. And now therefore we cannot do this thing to deprive Angeas of the damsel in order to give her unto Turnus. 13. For we are greatly afraid of Angeas, lest he come in battle against us and destroy us. And Turnus your master will not be able to deliver us from his hand. 14. And when the messengers of Turnus heard all the words of the children of Chittim, they turned back to their master and told him all the words of the children of Chittim. 15. And the children of Chittim sent a memorial to Angeas, saying, Behold, Turnus has sent for Janiah to take her unto him for a wife. And thus have we answered him, and we heard that he has collected his whole army to go to war against thee, and he intends to pass by the road of Sardunia to fight against thy brother Lucas, and after that he will come to fight against thee. 16. And Angeas heard the words of the children of Chittim, which they sent to him in the record, and his anger was kindled, and he rose up, and assembled his whole army, and came through the islands of the sea, the road to Sardunia, unto his brother Lucas king of Sardunia. 17. And Niblos, the son of Lucas, heard that his uncle Angeas was coming, and he went out to meet him with a heavy army, and he kissed him and embraced him. And Niblos said unto Angeas, When thou askest my father after his welfare, when I shall go with thee to fight with Turnus, ask of him to make me captain of his host. And Angeas did so, And he came unto his brother, and his brother came to meet him, and he asked him after his welfare. 18. And Angeas asked his brother Lucas after his welfare, and to make his son Niblos captain of his host. And Lucas did so, and Angeas. And his brother Lucas rose up, and they went toward Turnus to battle. And there was with him a great army and a heavy people. 19. And he came in ships, and they came into the province of Ashtarash. And behold, Turnus came toward them, for he went forth to Sardunia, and intended to destroy it, and afterward to pass on from there to Angeas to fight with him. 20. And Angeas and Lucas his brother met Turnus in the valley of Canopia, and the battle was strong and mighty between them in that place. 21. And the battle was severe upon Lucas king of Sardunia, and all his army fell, and Niblos his son fell also in that battle. 22. And his uncle Angeas commanded his servants, and they made a golden coffin for Niblos, and they put him into it. And Angeas again waged battle toward Turnus, and Angeas was stronger than he, and he slew him, and he smote all his people with the edge of the sword. And Angeas avenged the cause of Niblos his brother's son, and the cause of the army of his brother Lucas. 23. And when Turnus died, the hands of those that survived the battle became weak, and they fled from before Angeas and Lucas his brother. 24. And Angeas and his brother Lucas pursued them unto the highroad, which is between Alphanu and Ramah, and they slew the whole army of Turnus with the edge of the sword. 25. And Lucas king of Sardunia commanded his servants that they should make a coffin of brass, and that they should place therein the body of his son Niblos, and they buried him in that place. 26. And they built upon it a high tower there upon the highroad, and they called its name after the name of Niblos unto this day. And they also buried Turnus king of Bybinta there in that place with Niblos. 27. And behold, upon the highroad between Alphanu and Ramah the grave of Niblos is on one side, and the grave of Turnus on the other, and a pavement between them unto this day. 28. And when Niblos was buried, Lucas his father returned with his army to his land Sardunia, and Angeas his brother king of Africa went with his people unto the city of Bybintu, that is the city of Turnus. 29. And the inhabitants of Bybinta heard of his fame, and they were greatly afraid of him. And they went forth to meet him with weeping and supplication, and the inhabitants of Bybintu entreated of Angeas not to slay them, nor destroy their city. And he did so, for Bybintu was in those days reckoned as one of the cities of the children of Chittim. Therefore he did not destroy the city. 30. But from that day forward the troops of the king of Africa would go to Chittim to spoil and plunder it. And whenever they went, Zepho, the captain of the host of Angeas, would go with them. 31. And it was after this that Angeas turned with his army, and they came to the city of Puzimna. And Angeas took thence Genea, the daughter of Uzu, for a wife, and brought her unto his city unto Africa. Underscore. underscore The Book of Jasher.